Chapter 401, The Demon Race is About to Perish, 2. This was especially true for Tyree. He did not hide the excitement and desire to fight in his eyes. The yin-yang fisheye on his glabella spun as the power of the great Dao gathered around him, condensing into 5 strange eyes behind him. Every eye emitted a different aura. Kill! Accompanied by the earth-shattering shouts, countless demons used the spatial passageway. However, just as Tyree was about to attack, Liu slashed out with his sword first. The sword did not have any magic power fluctuations, nor did it have any sword chi brilliance. However, when the sword descended, the shouts of the charging demon army stopped abruptly. Their movements froze instantly and their faces were replaced by horror. Then they shattered one after another like bubbles and dissipated into ashes. Liu's sword slashed the 10,000 demons who had just rushed into the demon god well into ashes. It even tore apart the spatial passageway, almost causing it to collapse. At the same time, Liu's name was the first to ascend to the top of the demon hunting rankings. Demon hunting rankings number 1, Liu. Contribution points, 90,000. Holy shit, this strike is so ferocious. Tyree was also shocked. Although he had heard that the power of Liu's sword was terrifying, the shock of seeing it with his own eyes was completely different. Liu was really a sword god. This strike was truly earth-shattering. Fortunately, he did not have the head to fight him head-on, otherwise he would probably have died under his sword. Furthermore, Tyree could tell that Liu's strike just now was probably only the basic attack sword art. If he really used it seriously, he could probably destroy the spatial passageway completely. It's over. Looks like I can't beat Liu for first place. Tyree thought to himself. Liu had easily killed more than 10,000 demons with a single strike. No matter what he did, he could not do it. There was no way to compete. However, since he could not get first place on the ranking, second place was definitely his. Therefore, in a flash, he rushed into the spatial passageway and charged towards the demon realm. At the same time, the 5 strange eyes floating behind him released 5 different powers, 5 elements: chaos, reincarnation, creation, and destruction. They transformed into 5 god phantoms that rushed towards the demon army. At the moment, the demons were also shocked. They had yet to react to what had just happened, but they did not have the time to think because Tyree had already rushed in. The powerful aura and terrifying aura sent chills down the spines of the demons, especially the 5 god phantoms. The moment they landed, their terrifying magic power instantly took away hundreds of demons. Kill this person! One of the demon gods shouted. The demons immediately rushed towards Tyree crazily. Their divine powers and magic treasures were like a meteor shower that assaulted Tyree from all directions. However, Tyree's expression was cold as he formed hand seals. Profound runes flickered in his dual pupils. Immediately, a gigantic white figure condensed around him. It was his appearance. However, the surface of this figure was covered in strange black totems, making it look extremely strange. Bang, 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 bang. Countless demon magic treasures and divine powers bombarded the strange white figure in succession. At the same time, those demons who attacked Tyree were similarly attacked. Their bodies were struck by their magic treasures and divine powers without warning. Immediately, they suffered heavy casualties. Soon, Tyree's name appeared on the demon hunting rankings. Demon hunting rankings number 2, Tyree. Contribution points, 10,000. Liu and Tyree's appearance on the rankings one after another instantly excited many people, and it calmed down many people who had fallen into a panic because of the demons. Liu's name was like the backbone of everyone's hearts, the safest backing. It was like the sun that rose every morning, and they would feel at ease when they saw his light. With Liu around, they were fearless. Of course, Tyree's appearance on the rankings was beyond many people's expectations, but it also dispelled their concerns about him. It made people realize that Tyree might not be the enemy. At least they were on the same side when it came to the demons. Over at the demon god well, Liu looked at Tyree, who had rushed into the demon realm and killed in all directions, and he nodded to himself. It had to be said that Tyree's strength was indeed freakish, although he was still incomparable to him. As he had just said, if he really wanted to start a massacre, he could destroy the entire immortal world by himself. At the moment, this fellow was facing the countless demon army alone with ease. He was not afraid of even facing the demon gods. The various divine powers were limitless, and they kept reaping the lives of the demons. His contribution points soared to 50,000. Seeing that Tyree's contribution points were about to catch up to him, Liu's figure flashed as he rushed in as well. Facing the dense and dark demon army, he slashed a few times in a row. With every strike, space shattered, the color of the sky changed, and countless demons were reduced to ashes. In just a breath's time, Liu's contribution points became 1,000,000. Tyree looked at Liu harvesting the demons as easily as cutting grass and could not help but sigh that the difference in their strength was not small. The power of this fellow's sword was too ridiculous. No wonder he dared to open the demon god well. It seemed that the demons were really in trouble this time. Chapter 402, The Demon Race is About to Perish. 3. Faced with such a terrifying existence, only death awaited the demons. At the thought of this, he could not help but look at the word death on the golden scroll in the sky above the demon realm. At this moment the word became increasingly dazzling. Looks like the Heavenly Dao has already predicted everything. Tyree thought. Then he delayed and tried his best to harvest the lives of the demons. He knew that he could not compete with Liu, but he had to maintain second place. So powerful. This guy called Tyree is indeed extraordinary. But it's still 1,000 kilometers away from Cultivator Li. 10 interesting facts about Earth's oceans. No wonder Cultivator Li deliberately opened the demon god well. He really wants to destroy the entire demon realm with his own hands. Yeah, he definitely has the ability. This time it's not our immortal realm that is facing a calamity, but their demon realm. Everyone, let's not watch anymore. The white tiger Heavenly Venerable said with a smile before he was the first to rush towards the demon god well. Now that they saw how good Liu and Tyree were at fighting, they no longer had any worries. By following behind the two, they could quickly harvest the demons and earn contribution points to enter the rankings. It's time to let the demons have a taste of invasion. Everyone was excited as they followed the Heavenly Venerables into the demon god well and began to fight the demons. Crafty flew into the demon realm and returned to his hometown. Crafty had mixed feelings. However, he was not in the mood to sigh. Everything that happened was beyond his expectations. It was clearly the script for their demon invasion into the immortal realm. Why did the situation seem to have reversed now? Liu and Tyree had joined forces to defeat their demon army. Lord Demon God, those two from the immortal world are too powerful. A demon general rushed in front of the demon god Calamity Star and exclaimed in horror. Calamity Star's expression was ugly. He did not need his subordinates to tell him how terrifying those two were. 10 interesting facts about Earth's oceans. This was especially true for the fellow with the sword. He was so powerful that it sent chills down his spine. That casual strike could kill tens of thousands of demons. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe that such an expert existed in this world. The bodies of the demons were extremely sturdy. The bodies of ordinary demons were comparable to immortal artifacts, and some were even comparable to Dao artifacts. Ordinary divine powers and techniques could not harm their powerful bodies. However, that fellow had reduced the bodies of their demons to ashes with a single strike. The power was indescribably terrifying. As Calamity Star fell silent, two people had already rushed towards Liu. However, in the next second, Liu still swung his sword casually. Rumble! A huge crack appeared in the world again. Wherever the crack reached, countless demons were reduced to ashes. The two demon gods were also reduced to ashes by this sword, as fragile as clay statues. It was as if the two demon gods were no different from ordinary demons under Liu's sword. They were so fragile that they could not withstand a single blow. Seeing this for the first time, Calamity Star realized that he could actually sweat. The armor on his back was drenched in a cold sweat and became bone-chilling. So this is the true meaning of the prophecy? Calamity Star looked at the large word death in the sky. At this moment the word death had already become incomparably dazzling, and the golden scroll had turned red as if it was telling him that the demon race was about to be destroyed. 10 interesting facts about Earth's oceans. Chapter 403, What a Painful Realization. 1. Heavenly Venerable Laming the Azure Dragon. Heavenly Venerable Xian He and the other Heavenly Venerable experts led the various large factions of the Nine Heavens immortal realm to charge into the demon realm. They fought to the death with the demon army. In terms of numbers, the demon army was hundreds of times larger than everyone in the immortal realm. These few people rushed into the demon realm and were instantly drowned in the demon tide. It was as if they could not cause much of a stir. However, under Liu's almost apocalyptic sword attacks, the demon army, which had an imposing aura and high morale, was filled with ambition. They were prepared to trample on the people of the immortal world and enjoy the thrill of killing. However, they were beaten to the point of doubting their lives. Their scalps went numb and even their legs went numb. Didn't we agree that the demons invaded the immortal world? Why are people from the immortal world knocking on our door? And from the looks of it, they've become the targets of abuse. This was especially true for the fellow with the sword. He was simply ridiculous. Every strike reduced an army of tens of thousands of demons to ashes. Just like that, half of the tens of millions of demons gathered near the demon god well died in the blink of an eye. The remaining people were scared out of their wits by Liu and were somewhat routed. They were forced to retreat by the people from the immortal realm. Some even thought of escaping. Haha, it's too awesome to see this group of demons being beaten up by us. Did you hit him then? That's not important. What's important is that it's awesome. Who would have thought that the tables would turn one day? It's our turn to go to the demon race's lair and kill everyone. Without Cultivator Li, I'm afraid we'll never see this day in our lives. Yeah, Cultivator Li's strength is too shocking. All of us combined can't kill as many demons as him. I've heard many rumors about Cultivator Li in the past. Now that I've seen it today, I realize that the rumors are indeed unreliable. Cultivator Li's strength is indescribable. Yeah, I only knew how powerful Cultivator Li was after witnessing it with my own eyes today. Let the demons have a taste of their own medicine this time. That's right, make them never dare to enter our immortal realm again. Many people from the immortal realm who had never seen Liu's main body before discussed excitedly as they fought. 508th. Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming held the axe condensed from lightning and split a demon in front of him into two as if he was chopping wood. Lei Mingzi, what kind of divine power is this? Why haven't I seen you use it before? Yeah, I haven't seen you for a few days. Your strength has improved significantly. The Kuanpang Heavenly Venerable and the White Tiger Heavenly Venerable looked at Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming in surprise. He had not used any other divine powers just now. He had only relied on the axe condensed from lightning to easily kill the demons with that simple and neat move. Its power was shocking. This is a supreme divine power. Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming smiled proudly. This divine power was the lightning Dao realm he had comprehended when he was chopping wood every day in Huafan village and comprehending the mortal world. This is the result of Lei Mingzi's mortalization. Heavenly Venerable Xian, he said. His words surprised everyone and they did not know what Heavenly Venerable Xian he meant. However, Heavenly Venerable Xian he clearly did not want to explain further. After all, it was not something that could be explained in a few words. There was no time to talk about it now. It seems that Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming has already begun to understand Cultivator Li's great Dao. Heavenly Venerable Yin Ming added. Upon hearing this, the White Tiger Heavenly Venerable, the Kuanpang Heavenly Venerable, the Azure Dragon Heavenly Venerable and the others seemed to have thought of something and their eyes brightened. Thinking back to Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming's actions just now, it seemed to be similar to Liu's sword technique. They were both simple and straightforward, but their power was extraordinary. Of course, compared to Liu's sword might, Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming's attack was still unreachable. Old man Zhongyu, how many have you killed? Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming asked the nearby Heavenly Venerable Zhongyu. Heavenly Venerable Zhongyu did not answer immediately. Instead, he killed the demon who was about to escape and said, exactly 400. Then you still have to work hard. Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming smiled and chased after the retreating demons. At the same time, many people were already on the demon hunting rankings in the sky above the various immortal realms. The names of the Heavenly Venerables, the heads of the various families, the experts of the primordial imperial family and the eternal orthodoxies appeared on the rankings. This allowed everyone in the immortal realm to know that the war between the immortals and devils had really begun. However, this time it did not seem to be a calamity or a disaster for them. Instead, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This might be the chance for the people of the immortal realm to avenge their previous humiliation. In the primordial Dao Immortal Sect, a man flew into the main hall and cupped his hands. Sect Master, I just received news that Cultivator Li opened the door to the demon realm and led the Heavenly Venerables and the experts of the various families to attack the demon realm. The various large factions are still gathering their strength and rushing to the chaotic star domain. So that's how it is Cultivator Li actually chose to take the initiative to attack. The primordial Dao Immortal Sect Master stroked his beard and remarked. Sect Master, this is our chance, we can't miss it. And then immediately send the order to gather the experts above the perfected immortal realm to follow me to the chaotic star domain, ordered the primordial Dao Immortal Sect Master. He knew that this was a good opportunity for ordinary immortal sects like them. Even if they could not enter the demon hunting rankings, they could still take the opportunity to increase the prestige of the sect and interact with those top experts. Chapter 404, What a painful realization. 2. Perhaps he could see Liu there. Yes, Lord. Almost at the same time, countless large and small factions in the various immortal realms received the news. One after another they gathered their experts and rushed to the chaotic star domain. In the Demon God Palace, Demon Emperor Chonlu was gathering his most elite troops to give his final speech. This time their demon realm would definitely do everything they could to invade the immortal world and occupy it. The 12 demon gods led the vanguard troops at the demon god well to pave the way for him. After that he would personally lead his most elite troops to attack the immortal world and complete the final harvest. The demon emperor's speech excited the demon soldiers below. They rubbed their fists and rubbed their palms together. They were in high spirits and shouted as if victory was within their grasp. Report! At this moment a subordinate rushed over with a panicked expression. How is it? Has the army invaded the immortal world? Demon Emperor Chonlu asked. Your Majesty, bad news, people from the immortal world have invaded. That subordinate reported. What's there to panic about? If they dare to come and die, we'll make sure they die without a burial ground. The Demon Emperor sneered. Although he was surprised that someone from the immortal world dared to take the initiative to enter the demon realm, he did not think much about it. Your Majesty, it's like this: two peerless experts from the immortal realm led everyone from the immortal realm to invade our demon realm. Our demon realm army has already been utterly routed. More than half of the 12 demon gods are dead, the subordinate continued with a terrified expression. What? The demon emperor Chonlu's expression changed drastically and he could not believe his ears. We were utterly defeated? The subordinate knelt on the ground and did not dare to speak. He only nodded. How is this possible? Chonlu was shocked and could not believe that such a thing could happen. After all, this subverted his understanding. How could someone from the immortal world take the initiative to attack and defeat them? It was normal for the demon army to crush the immortal realm army. Your Majesty, I dare not speak rashly. The front line is in danger. I hope your Majesty can make a decision. That subordinate mustered his courage and said. The demon emperor Chonlu's expression darkened. He did not believe that the people from the immortal world really had the ability to do so. He felt that something was amiss, so he pondered for a moment and immediately led his elite troops to fly towards the demon god well, preparing to see the battle situation there personally. However, when he arrived at the frontline battlefield and saw what was happening, it overturned his worldview. The people from the immortal world were indeed pursuing their demon army. At this moment 70% of the army seemed to have disappeared into thin air. The remaining ones were already routed and kept retreating. Even so, the number of people in the immortal world was only a tenth of their demon army. However, such a small number of people had actually beaten their demon army into a sorry state. They found it unbelievable even if they saw it with their own eyes. Almost instantly his gaze locked onto the three-eyed Tyree. He was indeed powerful, especially with his 3 eyes. They were extremely strange. Clearly this person was one of the 2 peerless experts his subordinate had mentioned. In his opinion, even if this person was powerful and might even be on par with him, he should not have defeated their demon army of 10 million by himself. However, right at this moment he suddenly saw an extremely strange scene. A spatial rift suddenly appeared and tens of thousands of demons were reduced to ashes wherever it passed. This scene made Chonlu break out in a cold sweat. For a moment he did not know what was going on. After all, the scene was chaotic and it was difficult for him to instantly tell what was tearing through space. Furthermore, even if it tore through space, it should not have instantly reduced tens of thousands of them to ashes. This scene was too strange and terrifying. What's going on? Chonlu was horrified as he seemed to understand why only so few of his soldiers were left. Soon his gaze locked onto Liu. At the moment Liu had already flown towards his capable general, the strongest among the 12 demon gods, Calamity Star. Calamity Star was about to escape when Liu slashed out Calamity Star and the demons below were instantly reduced to ashes. There was nothing left. This demon emperor Chonlu felt as if a basin of ice water had been poured on him and he immediately felt a chill run down his spine. His eyes trembled violently and the fear and shock in his heart were beyond words. He was born in the most chaotic and terrifying era of the demon realm. The extreme laws of heaven and earth created various despairing living environments, and various terrifying demonic beasts from the fallen abyss wreaked havoc. Even so, he had never been afraid. He had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood alone. Even when surrounded by countless demonic beasts stronger than him, he had never felt such fear. However, the power of Liu's sword really frightened him. After living for so many years, this was the first time he had seen such a terrifying strike. No wonder there was only so little of his demon army left, no wonder his army was utterly routed. How could he fight such a freak? Where did this guy come from? When did such a terrifying fellow appear in the immortal world? Even the Heavenly Emperor back then was not a bit inferior to him, Chong Lu exclaimed in his heart. Chapter 405, What a Painful Realization. 3. As for the elite troops he brought with him, their faces were filled with horror when they saw the battlefield in front of them. They subconsciously took a step back. The fellow who could easily destroy tens of thousands of people with a single strike made them feel deep despair. Could this be the true calamity of our demon realm? The demon emperor Chong Lu looked at the sun-like word death in the sky. Only now did he understand why the golden scroll appeared in the sky after they discovered that the sealing power had weakened and an illusory word danger surfaced on it. Later on, as they began to gather their strength and begin to wear down the sealing power, the word danger gradually became clearer. It was not until they finally broke through the seal not long ago that the word danger became death. It turned out that the true threat did not come from the demon realm itself nor the fallen abyss. It came from the immortal world. The prophecy was telling them not to break the seal or the demon realm would be in danger. It was a pity that he had misunderstood everything. He thought that a disaster was about to befall the demon realm, so he wanted to bring the demons out of the seal and into the immortal world. However, he did not expect that the true calamity would come from the immortal realm. What a painful realization! Only, how could this be? The demon emperor Chong Lu's face was ashen, although he understood now it was too late. They personally opened the seal and let in the terrifying god of death. He did not have to think to know that with this guy's strength it would be easy to destroy the demon realm or even the myriad worlds. Your Majesty, let's retreat and hide in the fallen abyss. Perhaps we can escape this calamity. A subordinate cupped his hands and said. Although the things in the fallen abyss were terrifying, they did not seem that terrifying compared to the fellow in front of him who could kill tens of thousands of demons with a single strike. Chong Lu's expression was grave as he looked at the battlefield in the distance. He pondered for a moment and said, retreat. However, just as Chong Lu spoke, Li Yu's gaze instantly locked onto him. Although his gaze was extremely calm, there was not even a trace of ferocious coldness. However, this glance sent chills down Chong Lu's spine and his heart trembled. The shadow of death instantly enveloped his heart. Run! In an instant only this thought remained in his mind. Without hesitation he used the great teleportation art and instantly disappeared on the spot. Only the group of elite troops who had yet to react remained on the spot. This demon emperor is too timid. Li Yu complained. The system mission notification just now had instantly locked onto the demon emperor. Of course, when the demon emperor and the others arrived, his heart of heaven and earth sensed that powerful aura. Come back here, Li Yu ordered in a low voice. Almost at the same time, the demon emperor Chong Lu, who had just returned to the demon god palace through spatial teleportation and was about to use his escape technique again, suddenly heard a voice in his ear. Come back. This voice seemed to contain an irresistible power that could reverse time. In an instant the space around him rolled inward and his body moved uncontrollably to the beginning. When everything returned to normal, his figure had already reappeared not long ago and Li Yu's figure was standing in front of him. He smiled at him. The 500,000 elite troops he had brought with him had already disappeared. However, in the sky behind him, spatial cracks covered the entire sky like a spider web. The shattered void kept collapsing and reforming, but it kept collapsing and reforming as if it could not stop. He seemed to understand where his 500,000 elite army had gone. Chapter 406, Killing the Demon Emperor. 1. The moment he saw Li Yu, Chong Lu immediately activated his defense. Strange runes surfaced on the countless scales on his body, and purple light was like lightning that enveloped his body, emitting a terrifying destructive power. The surrounding space twisted extremely as the power of heaven and earth fluctuated violently. Demonic chi, which seemed to have condensed the entire demon realm, appeared out of thin air and enveloped him. Inscriptions flickered as purple lightning flashed. At the same time, the figures of ancient demon emperors surfaced around him one after another. They reached into the sky and were as majestic as mountains. Every demon emperor emitted torrential demonic chi and terrifying pressure. They looked ferocious and they held various powerful demons in their hands, making people fear them. The moment these demon emperors appeared, the color of the entire demon realm changed. The dark purple clouds in the sky transformed into a strange totem and a gigantic and ferocious face surfaced in the middle. Its face was cast in bronze with countless strange patterns engraved on it. It had 6 eyes on its head, and its mouth was like an abyss that could devour the heavens and the earth. The moment this giant face appeared, the entire demon realm seemed to be enveloped by some kind of powerful magic power. Countless creatures of the demon realm instinctively felt reverence. Some weaker ones even crawled on the ground and trembled. Some experts in the upper echelons of the demon race knew that it was the face of the demon realm's ancestor. It was a power that only the demon emperor could control. It was the strongest power of the demon race, the power of the ancestor. The demon emperor is here. We're saved. This is great. It's the ancestral power. The demon emperor is here. Everyone, don't panic. The demon emperor is here. Let's regroup and chase the people from the immortal realm out of the demon realm. The moment the progenitor appeared, a glimmer of hope suddenly reignited in the despairing hearts of the remaining demon soldiers. They knew that it was the demon emperor's divine power. The demon emperor had used the power of his ancestor. This time he might be able to defeat the enemy or save the demon realm. After all, in their hearts the ancestral power was the strongest. It was the invincible power that supported their hearts. They could not think of any power that could surpass the ancestral power. The terrifying changes in the world naturally alarmed everyone in the immortal realm. Furthermore, they could sense the terrifying magic power pouring down from the sky, making them somewhat afraid. Soon their gazes landed on Liu and Chong-Lu in the distance, as well as the enormous figures of the ancient demon emperors. They were incomparably shocked. Looks like the demon emperor of the demon realm is here. He's here to die. This aura is too terrifying. Yeah, the demon emperor is indeed powerful. This power is insignificant in front of Liu. Fortunately, Liu is here. Otherwise, if this demon emperor really stepped into our immortal realm, I'm afraid not many people would be his match. If Liu can get rid of the demon emperor, the demon realm will no longer be a threat. That's right, without the commander of the demon emperor and the 12 demon gods, the demon realm will be a mess. The heavenly venerables and the immortal realm experts discussed. However, at this moment, after the enormous ancestor's face surfaced in the sky, purple pillars of light shot out from his eyes like purple lightning bolts that descended from the sky. It was instantly injected into Chong-Lu's body and the demon emperor phantoms. Under the enhancement of the ancestral power, the ancient demon emperor phantoms immediately became more corporeal and powerful. The surrounding space seemed to be unable to withstand their power and was about to collapse. Liu carried his sword and quietly watched the demon emperor's performance. It had to be said that the special effect of this ultimate move was maxed out. It was awesome and shocking. It looked even more threatening than the Red Lotus of Annihilation back then. If he did not have any ability, he would be scared out of his wits just by looking at this scene. It was just like how some animals and plants deliberately made themselves ugly to protect themselves. Just their appearance could scare their natural enemies away. This might be the reason why many divine powers and techniques were likely to be fancy, although its power was not necessarily strong. Scaring the opponent first was the way to win. It could be simply understood as a lifetime of shouting before the battle. If the voice was loud enough, it could really suppress the opponent in terms of aura. However, Liu did not fall for it. After all, he was confident that he was invincible. In his eyes, even if this Chong-Lu built a tall building, it was only a house of cards that could not withstand a single blow. However, he was happy to give him time to build a luxurious, magnificent, and even artistic house of cards. This was definitely happier than tearing down a simple house of cards. Therefore, he was in no hurry to attack. Instead, he allowed the demon emperor to use everything he had to maximize the effect of the show before he raised his sword again. "Who are you?" Demon Emperor Chong-Lu suddenly asked. He did not know if it was to stall for time or to use some sort of stalling tactic. "Liu." Liu replied casually. "Liu? Have we met before?" Chong-Lu asked. He did not remember this name, but he felt that since Liu was so strong, he must be an expert who had lived for countless years. "I've never seen you before. Do you have any last words?" Liu could not be bothered to talk nonsense. Judging from the other party's attitude, he should think that he was qualified to negotiate with him now that he had used his ultimate move. "If you can spare our demon realm, we are willing to shake hands and make peace with the immortal realm and thank you with abundant gifts," Chong-Lu said. Chapter 407, Killing the Demon Emperor, 2, Are you done? I, Chong-Lu, can promise you that I will never set foot in the immortal realm. The immortal realm and the demon realm will mind their own business from now on. I hope you can be magnanimous. If you still don't believe me, I'm willing to use my only daughter as a hostage," Chong-Lu added. There's no need for that, I only need one thing. What do you want? I want you dead. Chonglu's expression changed drastically when he heard Li Yu's words. The demon ancestor in the sky suddenly let out a furious roar. Space shook violently and magic power ripples reverberated through the world, causing the faces of everyone in the immortal world to turn pale. However, Li Yu's expression did not change. He waved at the demon emperor Chonglu and said, "Have a safe journey." With that said, he slashed out. "It's not that easy to kill me." Demon Emperor Chonglu roared. With a wave of his hands, the phantoms of the ancient demon emperors rushed out together. They used offense as a defense in an attempt to break through Li Yu's sword might. However, the ancient demon emperor incarnations were so powerful that countless living beings of the demon realm felt their legs go weak as they knelt and submitted like clay statues. Under Li Yu's sword, it rapidly dissipated into nothingness. At the same time, the faces of the demon emperor Chonglu and the primordial ancestor in the sky revealed shocked expressions. The primordial ancestor spat out countless purple lightning bolts in an attempt to condense a new defense. However, before those lightning bolts could shoot far, they collapsed. The primordial ancestor's face in the sky began to collapse along with the entire sky. Upon seeing this, the demon emperor Chonglu's expression changed drastically. However, before he could react, the demonic chi around him collapsed, and so did his body. "No," Chonglu roared indignantly, but his voice dissipated with his body. He never imagined that his strongest divine power would be so vulnerable in front of Li Yu. They could not understand why Li Yu was so powerful. Seeing that the demon emperor Chonglu had been killed by a single strike from Li Yu, the remaining demon soldiers near the demon god well were dumbfounded. The invincible demon emperor in their hearts was actually killed just like that. That blow was far more terrifying than their own death. Their last faith and support collapsed. Other than fear, there was only despair in their hearts. Was the demon realm really going to collapse? All the soldiers felt their hearts turn ashen as their bodies turned cold. They looked at the huge word death in the sky and completely understood the meaning of the prophecy. So this was the true calamity of the demon realm. In the sky, the dark purple clouds were instantly swept away by the power of Li Yu's sword. Countless spatial cracks spread through the entire sky, and space constantly collapsed into the cracks as if the sky was about to collapse. It was extremely terrifying. However, to the creatures of the demon realm who had already seen various extreme environments, this scene was not enough to terrify them. What truly terrified them was that the ancestral power had been destroyed, which meant that the demon emperor had been defeated or even died. Everyone from the demon realm realized that their calamity had arrived. In the chaotic star domain, countless people from the various immortal realms were flying towards the demon god well. However, right at this moment, thousands of multicolored lights suddenly appeared on the Heavenly Dao rankings. Profound voices sounded and the power of heaven and earth fluctuated violently. The space around the Heavenly Dao rankings twisted slightly. At the same time, a huge scene appeared that covered the entire sky. The scene was of Li Yu and Chonglu confronting each other. The giant ancient demon emperor phantoms, the giant totem hanging in the sky, and the ferocious face of the demon race's ancestor gave everyone in the immortal realm a deep shock. Just the sight of it terrified them. Then the conversation between Chonglu and Li Yu was revealed. Only then did everyone confirm that the two figures were the strongest person in the myriad worlds, Li Yu. There was also the master of the demon realm, the demon emperor, the terrifying existence who had once brought calamity to the ancient immortal realm. Although everyone knew Li Yu's name, the number of people who had seen him was only a drop in the bucket. Many people did not know who Li Yu was, what he looked like, or how powerful he was. Now this scene finally unveiled Li Yu's mystery. The answer clearly did not disappoint them. It even exceeded their imagination. Li Yu's handsome appearance was indeed worthy of his strength and legends. Coupled with the ferocious-looking demon emperor, Li Yu's aura and appearance seemed even more extraordinary, like a pure lotus flower in a pool of mud. In an instant, countless women were mesmerized by Li Yu's appearance and aura. How many women's hearts could not tolerate anyone else in this life? So this is Li Yu as expected of the chosen one. He's indeed extraordinary. Yeah, handsome people are indeed powerful. It's the other way around. Powerful people are all handsome. I always thought he would be an old man. I didn't expect him to be so young. Perhaps he only looks young. But I can't help but look at his young and handsome face. Most importantly, he's strong. This makes me jealous. I'll be happy even if I get a fraction of his traits. Look at his eyes, they seem to contain a universe. This person should only exist in the heavens. To be able to meet such an extraordinary person in this life, I have no regrets in my life. I say, doesn't anyone pay attention to that demon emperor? What's so good about being old and ugly? That's right, a dead person, no, a dead demon, what's there to see? Who cares if he's the demon emperor? He's not Li Yu's match anyway. The special effect of the demon emperor's divine power occupied most of the screen, while Li Yu was like a white spot in the black ink. Although it was only a spot, it was the center of attention. Almost everyone in the immortal realm focused their gazes on Li Yu. After all, Li Yu was more famous and prestigious than the demon emperor. Furthermore, he was pleasing to the eye and they could not extricate themselves from his presence. Therefore, the demon emperor, who had once brought calamity to the ancient immortal realm and struck fear into the hearts of everyone, there was now reduced to Li Yu's background and automatically ignored. Even though his skill's special effects were maxed out, it still could not overshadow Li Yu's brilliance. Under countless gazes, Li Yu slashed out with his sword and the demon emperor roared indignantly before turning into ashes. Just like that, the demon emperor died again on the Heavenly Dao rankings in front of countless people in the myriad worlds. As the demon emperor Chong Lu was killed, the scene disappeared. Unfortunately, not many people lamented the death of the demon emperor, while countless complained that the scene ended too suddenly and too soon. There were even many women who complained that the demon emperor was too useless. Couldn't he hold on a little longer and fight a few more rounds with Li Yu? They could take a better look at Li Yu. In an elegant courtyard of the Qin family, Qin Shuhua looked at the sky in a daze, unwilling to look away. Cultivator Li is so handsome and extraordinary, how could he be a lecherous person? Qin Shuhua thought. She really did not believe that such a peerless man could be that greedy and lecherous person. There must be a misunderstanding. Such an extraordinary person would not be so filthy. Furthermore, with his handsome appearance, he could have any woman he wanted. Perhaps with just a look, countless women in the world would be willing to throw themselves into his arms. Why would he need her father to send beauties? There must be something wrong with this. Someone might be deliberately spreading rumors to slander Cultivator Li. I must find out who did it. How dare they slander Cultivator Li? Qin Shuhua said angrily. If anyone dared to say anything bad about Li Yu again, she would definitely be anxious about it. As the scene in the sky disappeared, Li Yu's name on the demon hunting rankings was plated with 7 colors. His contribution points had already reached an astonishing 900 million. Tyree, who was ranked second, only had 150,000. From the data difference, Li Yu was probably about to destroy the entire demon realm by himself. Chapter 408, Bountiful Harvest. 1. In the demon realm, with the death of the demon emperor Chong Lu, the demon army was utterly defeated and began to flee in all directions. Everyone from the immortal realm scattered and chased after the fleeing demon army. Soon more people from the immortal realm arrived and joined the demon hunting war. After Li Yu killed Chong Lu, a new notification appeared in the system mission. There were items related to the reconstruction of the heavenly court in the demon god palace. Li Yu guessed that it was likely a fragment of a heavenly pillar or a primordial treasure. After all, there were constant conflicts between the demon realm and the immortal realm. In ancient times, to be precise, the demon realm had invaded the immortal realm many times, burning, killing and plundering. It was similar to the people from the tiny island country in his previous life. Therefore, the treasures of the ancient immortal realm back then must have been plundered by the demons. There must be many treasures hidden in this demon god palace. Li Yu did not say anything else and immediately flew towards the demon god palace according to the system notification. At the moment, the demon god palace was in chaos. The moment the demon emperor died, the demon emperor's stone that represented the lifeline and fate of the demon race instantly shattered. The remaining demon elders and demons in the demon palace fell into panic. They never imagined that the demon emperor would really die. They did not expect the prophecy to come true so soon, nor did they expect that the calamity would come from the immortal realm. Furthermore, the calamity this time was more terrifying and ferocious than they had imagined. It was like a bolt from the blue that instantly split the towering tree that supported the demons. It even destroyed the roots that had been entrenched for countless years. Princess, everyone is here, let's set off. A demon elder walked to the demon emperor's stone and bowed. At the moment, a tall and sexy woman stood in front of the shattered demon emperor's stone. Unlike the demon men, this woman was extremely charming. This woman was the daughter of the demon emperor Chong Lu, Princess Mog. The demon emperor had a total of 5 sons in his life. His eldest son and second son died in the war between the immortals and demons, and his third son died in the fallen abyss. His fourth son was talented, but he unfortunately died early. Now only his daughter Princess Mog was left. Her mother was also the most favored among the demon emperor's wives and concubines, and she had the best bloodline. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also extremely powerful. Princess Mog was born 500 years ago. On the day of her birth she devoured her mother. It was not shocking for a demon to absorb the power of the mother on the day of the baby's birth, causing the mother to die and even kill the mother directly when she was born. Many demons with powerful bloodlines would kill their mother and devour her bloodline when they were born. However, Princess Mog had not only devoured her mother's bloodline, but she had also devoured her entire body, including her soul. Therefore, she now possessed all of her mother's memories, abilities, and even magic power. On top of that, she possessed a powerful bloodline unique to her. It was the Heaven-devouring bloodline. The Heaven-devouring bloodline was extremely rare and powerful among the demons. In the future, she might be even stronger than the demon emperor Chonlu. Therefore, to the demon elders, Princess Mog's survival was the hope of the demon race. If Princess Mog died, the demon race would probably never recover. Yes, but we're not going to the fallen abyss to hide, we're going there to take revenge. Our destination is the primordial world, Princess Mog said in a low voice. Primordial world? You're going to the primordial ancient cave? The demon elder was surprised. Your Highness, the primordial ancient cave is too dangerous. It might be difficult for us to come out after entering there. Isn't the fallen abyss dangerous? If we enter the fallen abyss, we can only pray that others will let us off and that our luck isn't too bad. However, if we enter the primordial ancient cave, we have a chance to find new hope and find the legendary primordial world. The primordial ancient cave and the fallen abyss were the two most famous dangerous places in the demon realm. The primordial ancient cave was a huge spatial black hole. It was abnormally dangerous, and it was said that there was a spatial passageway to the primordial world there. However, over the years, generations of demon emperors had entered that place to investigate its secrets and search for the legendary primordial world. In the end, they all failed and almost died there. The latter was the abyss under the demon realm. No one knew what was inside because everyone who entered was dead. It was also filled with various extreme laws of heaven and earth and strange powers. Countless abyss monsters were born, and they were existences that even the demons were afraid of. Not only that, but a terrifying monster that could destroy the world was sealed there. Its name was Huang. This was a secret that only the top and core members of the demon race knew. It was said that Huang was a terrifying existence born together with the demon realm's ancestor. Back then, the demon race's ancestor took advantage of Desolate entering a weakened state and joined forces with many mighty figures of the same era to seal him in the fallen abyss. It had always been a threat to the demons. Since you've decided to find the primordial world, why are you still going to the fallen abyss? I'm afraid we don't have much time. The experts of the immortal world will be here soon, the elder added. Let's go, we'll talk on the way. Princess Mog turned around indifferently and flew towards a purple-black cloud in the sky. Many people were already gathered on the cloud. Other than the demon elders, they were all members of the demon emperor's bloodline. General Motion, bring your men and follow me to the fallen abyss. The rest of you wait for me in the primordial ancient cave. Princess Mog ordered in a low voice. Chapter 409, Bountiful Harvest, 2. Everyone was surprised. An elder tried to ask for the reason, but Princess Mog said, if there's any problem, we'll talk about it after I return from the fallen abyss. Alright, let's take action immediately. Yes. The demons quickly split up. General Motion followed Princess Mog into the fallen abyss. The elder who had spoken to Princess Mog earlier brought a few high-ranking elders to follow. As for the others, they headed for the primordial ancient cave. Princess, are you bringing these sacred artifacts to the fallen abyss to release Huang? The elder who had spoken to Princess Mog earlier asked. After some careful thought, he guessed Princess Mog's intentions. That's right. As soon as Princess Mog said that, the expressions of the surrounding people changed in shock. Your Highness, you must not do that. If we release Huang, our demon realm will be completely destroyed. The demonic creatures will be consigned to eternal damnation. That's right, Princess, please reconsider. The elders persuaded in horror. Do you think those people in the immortal realm will let go of the living beings of our demon realm? Even if they don't release Huang, our demon realm will still be destroyed, and the living beings of the demon realm will also be consigned to eternal damnation. Instead of being slaughtered by the people of the immortal realm and becoming their slave, it's better to die together with them. Moreover, compared to the demon realm, Huang might be more interested in the immortal realm. Princess Mog said. Everyone fell silent when they heard her words, but they still found it difficult to accept. Although they were blind and fleeing, they had always had a trace of hope. Perhaps if they hid for a while, the people from the immortal world would evacuate and they might be able to return. Princess Mog's actions were equivalent to cutting off all means of retreat. If they could not find the entrance to the primordial world from the primordial ancient cave, they could only die in it. Everyone wake up, there's no turning back, the demon realm is really going to perish. Princess Mog looked at the huge death word in the sky and said helplessly. She had heard everything about the front line and knew that the people from the immortal world were coming menacingly. This time she knew that the other party had an existence that their demon realm could not resist, even with the strength of their entire race. Furthermore, with the grudge between the demon realm and the immortal realm, there was only one outcome waiting for the demons: destruction. Therefore, if they did not leave completely, the demons would really be destroyed. However, if they entered the passageway that led to the primordial world, they might be able to obtain a chance of survival and make a comeback. After Liu arrived at the demon god palace, he realized that the demons were fleeing in panic. However, he could not be bothered to attack these monsters anymore. Furthermore, these guys could not escape the pursuit of those people from the immortal world. He followed the system's notification and arrived in the depths of the demon god palace. He stopped in front of a temple-like hall. Many tall demon god statues stood outside the hall, protected by a special barrier domain. Liu did not say a word as he easily broke through the barrier and flew in. 7 statues stood in a circle in the temple. Liu had seen some not long ago. They should be the previous emperor of the demon race, because the statue of Chonlu was among them. Liu followed the system's directions to the center of the temple. Standing in the middle of the temple, Liu felt as if he was being stared at by the ferocious demon emperors around him. His terrifying aura made even the timid feel their legs go weak. However, Liu, who had just killed them with a single strike, felt nothing. He lowered his head and looked at the pitch-black ground. Down here? Liu thought. However, right at this moment, purple electric arcs suddenly lit up on the black ground and shook with a rumble. At the same time, rays of light shot out from the surrounding demon emperor statues, condensing into a strange totem in the air above Liu. Liu had seen this totem before. The giant face summoned by the demon emperor Chonlu in the sky above the demon realm was like this. Indeed, as the totem appeared, the clouds in the sky above the demon realm condensed into the same pattern again. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as that enormous and ferocious face appeared again. Immediately, countless purple lightning bolts shot out of the 6 eyes and mouths of the face and instantly gathered in the temple. In the end, it was injected into the statues in the temple. In an instant, the demon emperor statues revived. A terrifying pressure and magic power swept over as a voice roared. Those not of our race shall die. With this roar, the demon emperor statues were covered in purple light. Countless strange inscriptions condensed on their bodies, and the terrifying ancestral power gathered in their bodies. F***ck again? Isn't dying once enough? Liu was slightly helpless. Only, however, when they saw the ancestor's face appear in the sky again, countless panicked demons were pleasantly surprised. The demon emperor isn't dead. The demon emperor is still alive. The demons won't die. This is great. The demon emperor is indeed invincible. The ancestor's power can definitely sweep away all foreign enemies. The demons shouted excitedly. At the same time, Princess Mog and the others who were rushing to the fallen abyss could not help but be surprised by the scene in the sky. Demon Emperor, is the demon emperor still alive? Some elders exclaimed excitedly. Princess, the demon emperor isn't dead yet. This is the power of our ancestor. There's still hope for our demon realm, another elder said. Chapter 410, Bountiful Harvest. 3. Princess Mog thought so too at first. After all, in her heart her father was an invincible expert. However, her heart sank after she carefully thought about it. This was because she had studied the ancestral power grasped by their race and knew all the records about it. The ancestral power in front of him was not displayed by his father. It was a mechanism of the temple, a defensive array formation. No, someone must have activated the ancestral power in the temple. Someone from the immortal world must have invaded the demon god palace. Princess Mog said in a low voice. Her words made everyone's hearts sink again as they sighed in despair. However, right at this moment, a giant sword shadow seemed to flash through the sky, splitting the enormous ancestor's face in half, and the totem condensed from the clouds. It was as if the entire sky had been combed into the middle. In the next second, the ancestor's face and the giant totem instantly collapsed, turning into airwaves that filled the sky that rushed into the distance. The sky was once again filled with spiderweb-like cracks. The ancestral power was defeated again. Upon seeing this, Princess Mog seemed to have seen her father die a second time, and she was extremely depressed. If not for the fact that she was worried that she would die if she returned, she really wanted to see with her own eyes what kind of person could destroy the ancestor's power with a single strike. However, she felt that they would meet sooner or later. That would be the time of his death. Let's continue. Princess Mog retracted her gaze and flew resolutely towards the fallen abyss. In the demon god palace, Liu flattened the temple with a single strike, and even the surrounding buildings were reduced to ruins. The ground of the temple cracked inch by inch before collapsing, revealing a deep hole. At the bottom of the hole was a huge underground palace. Liu flew into the underground palace. The space here was not small, and there were also many ferocious demon statues and some unknown totem symbols around. In the middle of the underground palace, 4 stone blocks that clearly did not match the style of this place held up a huge coffin that floated in the air. The stone block was carved with the images of various auspicious clouds and dragons emitting the rich power of the great Dao. It was clearly an item from the immortal world. Ding! Collected 4 heavenly pillars. The system's voice sounded immediately. The 4 stone blocks flew over, automatically shrank, and landed in Liu's hand. As for the coffin, it fell from the sky and smashed into the altar below. With a bang, it split into pieces and the corpses inside rolled out. Liu looked at the well-preserved corpse. Judging from its appearance, it was the demon ancestor. Clearly this was the tomb of the demon ancestor. Why are the heavenly pillars here? Logically speaking, the heavenly court should still be around when this ancestor was alive. Liu was slightly surprised. After a closer look, he immediately found the answer. There was a clear mark on the altar below the coffin. Clearly this coffin was originally placed on the altar. After the demons destroyed the heavenly court, they probably obtained these 4 heavenly pillars to honor their ancestor and hang his coffin in the air. Perhaps this was their ancestor's lifelong wish. However, this demon clearly did not understand feng shui. By hanging in the air, he was not down to earth. How could he protect his descendants? No wonder the demons were going to perish. Liu smiled playfully, but right at this moment a golden light flew out from under the corpse and landed in Liu's hand. Ding! Collected fragment of the creation jade disc. The system's voice sounded. Liu raised his brows. He did not expect to gain so much from this trip. He looked at the thing in his hand carefully. It was a small fragment with an irregular edge like the fragment of a broken plate. However, its material was extremely special, and the aura and power it contained announced its extraordinariness. Looks like this is the reason why the system guided me into the demon realm. But it's a coincidence. The gate of fortune that sealed the demon realm is also a part of the creation jade disc. There's also a fragment in the ancestor's coffin. Its fate, it's indescribably wonderful. Liu smiled, then put away the fragment of the creation jade disc and flew towards the other palaces of the demon god palace. Chapter 411. Huang. After the demon emperor died, the demon army fled in defeat, but they could not escape the pursuit of everyone in the immortal realm. A massacre began. Without a freak like Liu, Tairi would definitely become the most powerful and dazzling existence on the battlefield. He could split into several clones with the power of different great Dao and attack at the same time. Every one of them was extremely powerful, and even some of the heavenly venerables present could not compare. Tairi's main body was even more terrifying. He had all kinds of powerful divine arts and spells at his fingertips, especially those 3 eyes that contained unfathomable power. He rampaged unhindered on the battlefield. He was like a god of death that mercilessly harvested the lives of the demons. Crafty looked at the miserable state in front of him and was filled with grief. He had racked his brains to break the seal on the gate of fortune and let the demons enter the immortal world so that he could return to the demon realm and reunite with his clansmen. He did not expect that in the end it brought such a calamity to the demon realm. Even the demon emperor was not Liu's match. If he had known earlier, he would rather die in the immortal realm than do this. Crafty blamed himself, so he no longer hid and directly killed a Qin family expert. However, he quickly became the target of everyone. In the end, he was split into 2 by heavenly venerable Lei Ming's axe and followed his demon emperor's fate. Lei Mingzi, how many are you at now? Heavenly venerable Zhang Yu asked. Exactly 1,000, said heavenly venerable Lei Ming. Not bad, looks like there's hope for 3rd place. I hope so. Heavily venerable Laming said. Then he glanced at Tyree not far away. Tyree is indeed a little terrifying. Fortunately Liu is here to suppress this fellow. If this fellow becomes our enemy, he will probably really stir up a calamity in the myriad worlds. That's right, we can't tell what happened back then anymore. Since Cultivator Li has the intention to keep him, he naturally has his reasons. Yeah, isn't that why Cultivator Li asked him to stay? This guy alone can beat a large group of us. I hope such a person will never become our enemy. Actually, the people present did not have much hatred for Tyree. After all, it had been a long time since that incident. Furthermore, apart from some records, they did not know what had happened back then. Therefore, their descendants did not have any hatred for Tyree previously. They were only worried that he was a dissident and a world-destroying demon who would threaten the safety of the myriad worlds, causing them to be afraid and hostile towards him. Now that he was clearly on the side of the various immortal realms, he did not seem as bad as they imagined. Furthermore, with Liu around, this person would probably not be a threat, so no one would fuss about the past grudges. In the Qin family residence, the Qin family was gathering a new demon hunting team and preparing to head to the demon realm. It was not only the Qin family, almost all the factions had gathered most of their forces to head to the demon realm. After all, this was a great opportunity to completely wipe out the demons. Of course, the demon realm did not have many useful resources for them. However, the demons had once plundered many resources and magic treasures from the immortal world. Now these resources were what the various factions were most interested in. Furthermore, although Liu had killed the demon emperor and crippled most of the demon army's strength, those people were far from enough to destroy the entire demon realm and all the demons. Therefore, the various factions sent people back to inform their families to send more people to gather all the strength they could. "Miss, you're going too?" a commander of the Qin family asked awkwardly. Although the demon emperor was dead and the demons were completely defeated, the demon realm was still dangerous. After all, apart from the demons, there were many terrifying monsters from the demon realm. Those things were also terrifying. Therefore, either they were powerful enough or those who went there were risking their lives. They did not dare to let their young miss take this risk. Furthermore, the family head had not agreed to this matter, so they did not want to take responsibility. "That's right, I'm also a member of the Qin family, so I should contribute." Although Qin Shuhua said that her main goal was to witness Liu's elegant demeanor with her own eyes. "Elder, the commander looked at the elder at the side for help. "Protect Miss well. If anything happens, I'll hold you responsible." The elders said they knew that they could not stop her, so they could only get the experts of the clan to protect her safety. The commander had a bitter expression. Who could bear the responsibility? "Once you reach the demon realm, immediately send Miss to the family master's side," the elder added. Upon hearing this, the commander's expression relaxed significantly. He only needed to protect his miss and send her to the family head. With the family head around, Miss's safety could be guaranteed. Even if anything happened, they would not have to bear the responsibility. "Yes, sir." The commander cupped his hands and began to call for the Qin family's army to board the flying boat and prepare to set off. At the same time, at the entrance of the fallen abyss of the demon realm, Princess Mog and the others arrived and began to discuss the plan to release Huang. According to the accurate records of my race, the ancestor used a powerful illusion technique involving the Dao of illusion reincarnation in time to drag Huang's consciousness into a time loop. Its consciousness would keep repeating in the cycle without knowing it, which was why Huang seemed to be asleep. Otherwise, with Huang's power, no sealing technique in this world can seal him completely. Therefore, we don't have to break the seal this time. We only need to use a secret technique to break the loop. As long as the time loop is removed, Huang will wake up again. We will take the opportunity to escape the abyss with that seal. It's impossible for Huang to attack us immediately. We should have enough time to leave, Princess Mog said in a low voice. "Princess, this is still too risky. Why don't you leave this to us? You can leave this place first," an elder suggested. "No, I'm the only one who knows the secret technique to unlock the time loop. Of course, I also need your help. Don't worry, we'll be fine," Princess Mog said confidently. "There's no time to lose. Let's enter the abyss." Princess Mog quickly led everyone into the fallen abyss. This was not their first time here. Although the demons were afraid of the fallen abyss, they needed it because there were many resources they required down here. That was why so many people had risked their lives to come here. As everyone went deeper, they encountered demons living in the abyss one after another. Fortunately, Princess Mog was powerful and the few people she brought were top-notch demons. Everyone joined forces and successfully repelled those demons, but the path ahead was still bumpy. They would encounter obstacles at every set distance. After a long while, Princess Mog and the others arrived at the place where Huang was sealed. "This is where Huang lies. Only by casting a spell here can we wake him up," Princess Mog added. Huang's size was beyond imagination. Even their demon ancestors had never seen the full appearance. "All right, everyone, let's begin." Princess Mog's gaze suddenly turned sharp. Chapter 412, second on the demon hunting rankings. More and more people from the immortal realm entered the demon realm and began to hunt down the demons. The Qin family, the Gongshu family, the Phoenix Ancient Cave, the Dragon King Hall, and other top factions of the immortal realm had already arrived at the Divine Demon Hall and begun to plunder the Demon Emperor's wealth. Qin Shuhua, who had just arrived in the demon realm not long ago, was also sent to Qin Jingyun's side. "Shuhua, why are you here?" Qin Jingyun was a little surprised to see his precious daughter. He never imagined that Qin Shuhua would come here. She was not weak and could be considered one of the top geniuses in the immortal realm. However, she was gentle by nature. As someone who liked calligraphy and painting, she did not like killing and fighting, nor did she like blood and gore. Logically speaking, she would avoid such an occasion. He did not expect her to take the initiative to come here. "I'm a part of the Qin family, so I naturally have to contribute." Qin Shuhua smiled. "Then follow by my side. This is the demon realm, not the immortal realm. It's still dangerous," Qin Jingyun said. "Oh yes, father, why don't I see Cultivator Li?" Qin Shuhua changed the topic. Qin Jingyun's eyes flashed as his lips curled into a smile. Only then did he understand why his daughter was here. She was here for Cultivator Li. Qin Jingyun looked at Qin Shuhua meaningfully and said, "Cultivator Li should be somewhere in this palace, but I don't know where exactly." "Oh." Qin Shuhua nodded. "Oh yes, father, who told you about Cultivator Li's preferences?" Qin Jingyun looked at Qin Shuhua with a smile and understood what this girl was thinking. However, after being asked by her, he seemed to have thought of something and could not help but think carefully. There was something fishy about this. He had never seen Li Yu in the past, and now that he had witnessed how extraordinary Li Yu was with his own eyes, he did not seem like a lecherous person. In his opinion, not many women in the world were worthy of Li Yu. "Back then I heard it from the Yi family head. I've never verified this matter either. I wonder if it's true," Qin Jingyun said. He knew that his daughter must have thought that Li Yu was not a lecherous person, so she asked this question. "Then it does seem like there is no other answer. Perhaps the Yi family head deliberately fabricated a lie," Qin Shuhua said. That's possible." Qin Jingyun nodded. No wonder Yi Tianqing told him so kindly back then. He was deliberately stirring up trouble. Fortunately, Li Yu was a magnanimous person. Now he had turned hostility into friendship. As Qin Jingyun and Qin Shuhua spoke, the power of heaven and earth fluctuated violently. The bloodlight on the Heavenly Dao scroll in the sky above the demon realm flourished as if it was real blood. It was a shocking sight. The already glaring death word became like the blazing sun, even becoming larger. This change attracted the attention of everyone in the immortal realm. They looked at the Heavenly Dao rankings in surprise. Suddenly the ground shook violently as if an earthquake was about to occur. "What's going on?" Everyone flew into the air and looked at the constantly shaking ground in surprise. The buildings in the entire Demon God Palace immediately swayed like ships in the sea. The ground in the distance rose like a wave. The ground cracked as if something terrifying was about to crawl out of the ground. "Everyone be careful!" Everyone shouted. Everyone held their breaths and focused as they flew into the sky and looked at the violently undulating ground in surprise. Countless demon creatures were also horrified. The invasion of the immortal realm had already plunged them into despair. Now that such a terrifying scene had appeared, they could not help but wonder if the entire demon realm was about to collapse. At the entrance of the primordial ancient cave, Princess Mog looked at the trembling and cracked ground in the distance with cold eyes. "People of the immortal realm, you shall be buried with my father," Princess Mog said coldly. As for the other demons beside her, they had grief on their faces. They knew that the demon realm was finished. This time their home was gone. Although this home had once brought them endless pain and they had even thought of escaping from here, they were still incomparably grieved when they saw that it was about to be destroyed. "Let's go, Huang is coming out soon." Princess Mog turned around indifferently. She knew that if Huang came out, they would not be able to leave either. Everyone could not help but look away and follow Princess Mog deeper into the primordial ancient cave. Soon the cracks on the ground of the demon realm became larger and larger. Some of the ground collapsed while others bulged up. The entire ground seemed to be in turmoil and countless demon realm creatures fled in fear. In the demon god palace many buildings had already begun to collapse. Everyone flew into the air and Liu flew out of one of the halls and looked at the ground below in surprise. Many hidden demons also flew out in panic from various places and stayed away from the ground. At this moment countless tentacles stretched out from the cracks like countless ropes that shot into the air. Upon seeing this everyone's expressions changed as they prepared for battle while staring at the tentacles. Liu pulled out the sword behind him. However, to everyone's surprise those tentacles did not grab them but headed for the creatures of the demon realm. Some weaker demons from the demon realm could not dodge in time and were entangled by the tentacles. As for the demonic creatures who had dodged the first wave of attacks, they could not escape the inescapable net formed by the tentacles and were entangled by them one after another. Liu, who was already prepared to attack, felt surprised. The other immortals looked at each other in shock. This situation was beyond their expectations. This terrifying monster had only captured living beings from the demon realm. This looks like this monster is the natural enemy of the demons. Everyone, don't let your guard down. Yeah, it might attack us next. What is this thing? This guy seems powerful. Everyone discussed animatedly. However, right at this moment the demonic creatures entangled by the tentacles immediately screamed. Their bodies began to shrink at a visible speed as if they had been sucked dry. Upon seeing this everyone was shocked and horrified. They sighed that it was fortunate that they were not the ones captured. The demons were in a miserable state this time. No wonder there was such a change in the Heavenly Dao rankings. Looks like even if we didn't come this demon race would have perished. Yeah, this monster is too terrifying. I think this guy is going to destroy the entire demon realm. The demon realm is going to be destroyed completely this time. Let's retreat, it's not safe here. Everyone looked at the terrifying tentacles and the demon realm creatures whose bodies had been sucked dry in horror. After sucking those demon realm creatures dry, those tentacles quickly retreated to the ground and did not attack Liu and the others. Liu put away his sword when he saw this. It seemed like the people in the immortal world were not to this monster's liking. Liu thought to himself. Only devouring creatures from the demon realm. This monster has character. Almost at the same time, a name on the demon hunting rankings above the myriad worlds, it squeezed out Tyree, who was initially in second place and took over the spot. That name only had one word: Huang. Chapter 413, Master, I'm Your Pet. 1. Demon Hunting Rankings. Number 2, Huang. Contribution points, 500 million. Origin, Demon Realm. Heavens, what kind of terrifying existence is this? It actually instantly reached 500 million contribution points. Yeah, who is this guy called Huang? His contribution points are almost catching up to Liu. Look, he's from the demon realm. What's going on? It's true, how could someone from the demon realm be on the rankings? And he's ranked second? Yeah, this is a little unbelievable. 500 million contribution points, born in the demon realm, and it's someone killing his own people. What's going on? Countless people in the myriad worlds were shocked to see Huang suddenly on the rankings. Furthermore, besides being shocked, they were also puzzled. Their curiosity was piqued. They thought that this would be a calm demon hunting rankings, and apart from Liu and Tyree there would be no other shocking content. They did not expect the Heavenly Dao rankings to never disappoint in terms of program effects. It was truly an entertainer. Huang's appearance on the rankings was like a bomb that instantly caused a stir. Everyone was guessing who this guy called Huang was to instantly obtain so many contribution points and be from the demon realm. This was contradictory. For a time all kinds of wild guesses emerged, deeply developing the imagination of countless people. However, no one would have thought that Huang was a giant beast from the demon realm, a monster that specialized in eating demon creatures. Huang's appearance almost instantly killed 70% to 80% of the living beings in the demon realm, pushing it to the brink of destruction. Our prey seems to have been snatched by this guy. Yeah, who would have thought that such a thing would happen? Is this monster really not attacking us? Countless people from the immortal realm could not believe what they had seen. Everything that happened in front of them was beyond their expectations, especially for those who had just arrived in the demon realm before they could kill demons to earn contribution points. Their prey had already been killed. They had simply been running around for most of the day. In the end, they did not even manage to kill a single monster before the big shot finished everything in one move. Of course, it was not only these people from the immortal realm who did not expect this to happen. Even Princess Mog, who had released Huang, would never have imagined this. Huang had only killed the creatures of the demon realm, but he did not attack anyone from the immortal realm. Who knew how she would feel if she knew this outcome? At the moment after Huang's countless tentacles finished killing the creatures of the demon realm, they began to stir the ground, turning the entire ground upside down as if they had a grudge against this world. "I've learned something new," Li Yu said with a smile. He did not expect the monsters of the demon realm to be so different. When they were angry, they even destroyed their own world. However, Li Yu had already achieved his goal. It did not matter even if the demon realm was destroyed now. It was just what he wanted. Tyree, who was not far away, was not in a good mood. He had thought of killing more demon creatures to increase his contribution points, while Li Yu stopped hunting so that he would not be too far off. In the end, he did not expect a monster to appear halfway and wipe out all his prey. This gave him a headache. Hold on, isn't this monster also a living being from the demon realm? If I kill it, I can definitely obtain a lot of contribution points. I can probably close the gap between me and Li Yu in an instant. An idea suddenly flashed through Tyree's mind. However, just as he was about to attack, he thought of the scene just now. If he angered the other party now, would it make him attack everyone indiscriminately? He was not afraid of this monster at all with his strength, but it was different for the others. If he implicated everyone because of his recklessness, Li Yu would definitely kill him. Therefore, Tyree immediately gave up on this idea. I'll wait until everyone leaves the demon realm before I attack. Then he took the initiative to fly to Li Yu's side and cupped his hands. Cultivator Li, I wonder if this monster will attack us. Therefore, please order the others to evacuate the demon realm. I'll stay here and watch over this monster. If it dares to leave the demon realm and enter the immortal world, I'll kill it myself. Li Yu immediately guessed Tyree's thoughts. You want to hunt this monster alone? Yes, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to keep my spot in the top 3. Tyree did not hide his intentions. After all, Li Yu had said that if he wanted to exchange for his lover's soul, he had to enter the top 3. Li Yu smiled meaningfully and nodded. Sure, but this monster isn't simple. Take it easy yourself, don't be a snack for it. Don't worry, Cultivator Li, I know what to do, Tyree assured. Li Yu nodded and was about to call Gongshu Jinyi Tianqing and the others over to contact them to retreat. However, right at this moment, the countless tentacles that were wreaking havoc on the ground suddenly stopped. Immediately, many tentacles extended from the ground and began to converge in Li Yu's direction. Upon seeing this, the heavenly venerables and everyone from the immortal realm were shocked. They looked at Li Yu and wondered if this monster was courting death. Li Yu was also slightly surprised, but seeing that the tentacles were moving slowly and had no intention of attacking him, he did not draw his sword and only looked at the converging tentacles curiously. Chapter 414, Master, I'm your pet, too. Soon those tentacles wove into a spherical object in front of Li Yu. Under Li Yu's curious gaze, the surface of the ball suddenly squirmed slightly and then a head stuck out. Li Yu's eyes widened when he saw the head. It was not that the head was terrifying or unbelievable. It was that this head was extremely similar to the alien creature in the movie from Li Yu's previous life, Changjiang No. 7. Furthermore, it was still smiling at Li Yu, who was instantly stunned. However, something even more unbelievable happened. That fellow spoke in the human tongue. Master, it's really you. You're finally here to save us. Li Yu's expression was as interesting as it could be. What kind of F***king script was this? The development of this plot was really unexpected. Li Yu never imagined that he could encounter such a large-scale recognition scene in the demon realm. However, Tyree and everyone else was equally shocked. They looked at the cute thing that crawled out of the ball with their mouths agape. Who would have thought that the monster with countless tentacles that turned the demon realm upside down and plunged everyone into misery and suffering was actually such a cute dog-like creature? They did not expect that this creature knew Li Yu and even addressed him as master. No wonder this monster only attacked demonic creatures. It was Li Yu's pet. You've got the wrong person, right? Li Yu looked at the alien resembling Changjiang No. 7 in shock. He indicated that he really did not know this fellow. Master, don't you recognize me? I'm your pet Derby. Derby? Li Yu's face was filled with question marks. What kind of strange name was this? It's your pet Huang. Derby pointed at the giant monster on the ground below. Huang? Derby? This naming style is really as good as mine. However, he was certain that he did not know either of them, nor could he possibly know them. This fellow's firm gaze seemed to really know him. "Do you know who I am?" Li Yu asked. "You're my master." Derby bounced up and down. Li Yu was speechless. "What's your master's name?" Li Yu asked. "You're my master." Li Yu was speechless. "Do you know my name?" Li Yu asked. "You." Derby blinked its big eyes. Li Yu's eyes widened slightly. Was this a coincidence or? Clearly it was too much of a coincidence, but when did he have these two pets? There was something fishy about this. At the moment when he thought of the matters on the divine power rankings, Li Yu felt increasingly strange. There were many things that could not be explained. Am I not just a simple transmigrator? Or does this body have an extraordinary background? He was really the reincarnation of an ancient mighty figure, but his body was occupied? Li Yu's mind raced. He did not expect that. He seemed to have many stories to dig up. Everyone was puzzled as they listened to Li Yu's conversation. However, everyone quickly understood that perhaps Li Yu had forgotten something, or perhaps he had reincarnated and had yet to recover many of his memories. Various signs indicated that Li Yu was really extraordinary. Such a terrifying monster was actually his pet, which showed how powerful he was in his previous life. Of course, he was equally powerful in this life. "Since you said you're my pet, tell me what you know about me." Li Yu said he wanted to understand everything clearly. What he knew was one of the clues. Master is the most powerful emperor in the history of the human race. You, the eternal emperor, single-handedly founded the golden age of the human race and began the era where the human race ruled over all races. Your achievements are unmatched. Your strength is extraordinary and invincible in the world. You are the embodiment of the great Dao, the heart of heaven and earth, the ancestor of all techniques, the true god of the primordial origin. Derby's words were impassioned and powerful, and its face was filled with pride. Li Yu was overjoyed when he heard that his previous life was indeed not simple. The strongest emperor in human history, and he seemed to have led the human race to power and onto the path of prosperity. This achievement was indeed worthy of pride. Furthermore, that comparison was clearly not nonsense. The description of the great Dao embodiment, the heart of heaven and earth and the primordial origin, true God, sounded familiar to Li Yu. It seemed that his great Dao golden body, the heart of heaven and earth, the heavenly Dao divine blood and the primordial origin true body were not coincidences. Perhaps he had possessed all of them in his previous life. In that case, his previous life was really not a simple big shot. He was the eternal emperor. It was an absolute honor to have such a title. The surrounding heavenly venerables and the people from the immortal realm sighed endlessly as they looked at Li Yu with greater reverence. Although they knew that Li Yu's background was extraordinary, they did not expect the reality to still surprise them. The strongest emperor of the human race, the one who began the era of the human race ruling over all races, the eternal emperor. No wonder the Heavenly Dao rankings favored Li Yu so much. Such great achievements and power were worthy of the Heavenly Dao's favor. Back then, when you were heading to the primordial world, you were worried that the Devil's Den would threaten the human race in the future, so you sent me to lead Huang to eliminate the demons in the Devil's Den. However, we didn't expect to encounter a powerful demon creature here. It actually caused Huang to fall into the time loop trap he had set up, and I was trapped in Huang's body because of that. Fortunately, Master rushed over to save us," said Derby. Chapter 415, Master, I'm your pet. 3. After saying that, its two big eyes widened as it gave a flattering smile. Upon hearing this, Li Yu understood that they were sent to destroy the demon realm. No wonder they only attacked demon creatures. However, since these two fellows were his pets in his previous life, they must know a lot about him. He could let them tell him in detail in the future. Only it was just that this Derby was small and easy to bring along, that Huang was not easy to deal with. "I can't remember anything about my previous life. Tell me in detail in the future and see if I can remember anything," Li Yu said. "Sure, no problem," Derby said with a smile. "Oh yes, can this Huang shrink?" Li Yu asked. "Of course," Derby replied. However, almost as soon as Li Yu finished his sentence, the ground rapidly collapsed. All the tentacles retracted into the ground. The entire demon realm seemed to be shrinking at a visible speed, and the entire landscape had undergone earth-shattering changes. After a long time, a furball-like thing flew up from below and stopped beside Derby. It was actually a cute thing. Li Yu looked at the round furry fellow in shock for a moment. He could not link it to the tentacle monster from before. It seemed that those tentacles were only this fellow's fur. Master, I've missed you so much. A pair of black eyes were revealed from the fur ball's fur, making it look a little cute. He felt that if these two guys shrank a little more they could become furry pendants. It was more compatible with the word pet. He really did not know where he had obtained these two strange pets in his previous life. Furthermore, in terms of strength they were probably comparable to primordial creatures. Destroying a world was easy. At this point the surrounding people's faces were filled with shock. The development of this matter had already greatly exceeded their expectations. They did not expect that those terrifying monsters would look so different. Who would have thought that they were such apocalyptic monsters? So cute. When Qin Shuhua saw Huang and Derby she felt her heart melt. She was really conquered by the appearance of these two guys. Master, are you bringing us out of here? Dou Bai asked. The demon realm has almost been destroyed by you. You've completed your mission, Li Yu said. Upon hearing this, Li Yu and Huang immediately jumped around happily. They even rushed to Li Yu's side and rubbed their furry heads and bodies against Li Yu. Everyone was dumbfounded again. This is great. We can finally leave this damned place. Yeah, this place is terrible. I don't want to stay here any longer. Alright, quiet down. Li Yu pretended to be stern and the two little fellows immediately stood obediently beside Li Yu and stopped moving. Li Yu turned to look at the surrounding people and said, Everyone, I'll leave the remaining factions of the demon realm to you. I'll take my leave first. Everyone immediately cupped their hands. Tyree. Li Yu looked at Tyree. I have something else to tell you. Do you see the 8 divisional pagoda and the 5 spirit pearls on the magic treasure rankings? I'm still short of the last one. Help me find it and then come to the Qingyun sect to find me. No problem. Tyree cupped his hands. Such a thing was easy for him. Chapter 416, Primordial Chaos. 1. Li Yu brought Huang Derby Ichio Ji Qinglan Moronxingxiayashi and Gu Zheng away. The demon realm, which had been turned upside down by Huang, returned to calm. However, those from the immortal realm who followed Li Yu could not calm down for a long time. The information they had experienced today was simply explosive. The Gate of Fortune became the door that sealed the demon realm. The Sons of Destiny were lies, but they were actually sacrifices. In the past, Tyree had attempted to refine the Gate of Fortune to save his lover, but he had angered everyone. He was not their true enemy but their demon-hunting ally. Li Yu put away the Gate of Fortune and led them into the demon realm, starting the demon-hunting war that no one in the immortal realm had ever dreamed of. They had also witnessed the place that once terrified them and personally arrived in the demon realm. If this were yesterday, they would never have imagined it. They did not expect that they would defeat the demon army that had almost destroyed the ancient immortal realm under Li Yu's lead. All 12 demon gods had died in battle. Li Yu had even killed the demon emperor with a single strike, destroying the last hope of the demons. However, the appearance of that monster called Huang sent the demons into eternal damnation and almost slaughtered all the living beings of the demon realm. However, no one expected that Huang was actually Li Yu's pet, a powerful creature sent by Li Yu to destroy the demon realm countless years ago. As for Li Yu, he was the reincarnation of the most powerful emperor in the history of the human race. In his previous life his name was Yu, and he was the eternal emperor who led the human race to rise and establish the golden age of the human race. One by one the information was simply more than in the past countless years. The things they had experienced were even more shocking and unbelievable than the previous half of their life combined. Even now they still felt as if they were in a dream. They had actually destroyed the demons and the demon realm. Although they had only used an insignificant amount of strength as participants and witnesses, they were unprecedentedly shocked. This is what an expert should look like. Qin Jingyun muttered to himself as he looked into the distance where Li Yu had long disappeared. As men who did not want to become a true expert and an existence who looked down on the world? Compared to most people, he was already a true expert. As the master of the ancient family, he was an existence that shook the world and looked down on everyone. However, compared to Li Yu, he was simply a frog in a well. He was the true expert who stood at the top of all living beings and surpassed the myriad worlds. The Eternal Emperor. This name sounded domineering and desirable. Father, do you have any other way to send me to the Qingyun sect? Qin Shuhua suddenly asked Qin Dingyun. Qin Dingyun looked at Qin Shuhua and sighed. He was filled with regret. Why didn't he give Qin Shuhua to Li Yu as a gift back then? He even thought that Qin Shuhua was a lecherous person who was not worthy of his daughter. He really hoped that Li Yu was really a lecherous person. Sigh, I was too clever for my own good, I've really missed the best opportunity time and time again. Shin Jingyun sighed in his mind, he could understand his daughter's thoughts. Not to mention his daughter, even he wanted to cozy up to Liu. If Liu was willing, he could even be his follower. It was a pity that he was probably not even worthy of being someone's pet. If someone's pet could easily destroy a world, what was he? He wondered if he would have the chance to send his daughter there. Not long after Liu left the demon realm, Tyree left as well and began to search for the last magic treasure of the 8 divisional pagoda and the 5 spirit pearls for Liu. As for the people of the immortal realm, they continued to find the surviving demons in the demon realm wasteland after the calamity and hunt them. After all, they had to fight for a spot on the demon hunting rankings. The final reward must be pretty good. After returning to the Qingyun sect, Liu was surrounded by his junior brothers and asked about what had happened during this period. After all, the content of the demon hunting rankings was shocking and it whetted everyone's appetite, especially after Huang's appearance. However, Liu was not the only one who had experienced this, therefore he only gave the beginning. The others described it vividly and they introduced the curious Huang to everyone. Upon hearing Ji Qinglan Yiqiu and the others' descriptions, everyone looked at the hairy ball beside Liu in surprise. This little guy is Huang? Tang Qi was in disbelief. It's not a little guy. When it grows up, even our immortal martial world probably can't accommodate it. Liu smiled. Ha, I knew that you were definitely not an ordinary person, senior brother, you were simply awesome in your previous life. Tang Qi said excitedly. As she had lived with Liu for many years, Tang Qi was also influenced by him and often said some words exclusive to Liu. Hold on, you guys haven't introduced me yet. I'm not much weaker than Huang, it's just that we're in different areas. Seeing that everyone's attention was on Huang, Derby was a little unhappy and took the initiative to jump out. However, it looked adorable no matter how one looked at it. Hee, it's so cute. Meng Sueki could not help but exclaim. Chapter 417, Primordial Chaos, 2. She did not expect her words to make it even more unhappy. It said fiercely, you're the cute one, your entire family is cute. This little guy is pretty fierce. Feng Xian laughed. Of course, didn't you see? I also occupied 10 spots on the divine power rankings, my name is in the top 10. Derby said with a smug expression. Alright, quiet down for a while. Liu berated it, immediately shrank his neck and retreated to Liu's side. Derby, I'll change your name in the future, you'll be called Changjiang number 7. Liu suddenly added. After all, this was simply identical to Changjiang number 7. Liu even suspected that the previous life of this body was also a transmigrator from Earth. This was a living being he had created according to Changjiang number 7. That's highly likely. However, the only suspicious thing was why he did not name it like this back then and called it Derby instead. Was it intended as a joke? Changjiang number 7, this name sounds good, I like it, thank you, master. Derby jumped up and down happily, its cute appearance made everyone laugh. However, many female disciples were gathered in the square outside the sect master hall, looking in the direction of the hall with anticipation. These women were all beautiful, elegant and refined. They were beauties who could charm countless men anywhere. They were the beauties sent by the heavenly venerables as gifts to Liu. It was a pity that they had been here for a long time, but they had never even seen Liu himself. The mentality of this group of girls had already changed drastically. When they were first sent here, they were more or less unwilling, especially some women with noble backgrounds who were filled with resentment. However, they were incomparably grateful and glad to be sent here. On the one hand, it was because this place was far more extraordinary than any grotto heaven they had ever seen. Not only was cultivation faster here, but it was also easier to improve one's Dao techniques. Furthermore, under the nourishment of the immortal spring and Dao Qi, their bodies had undergone a tremendous transformation. Their appearances became increasingly elegant and refined, and their auras became even more extraordinary. They even felt as if they had become younger. They had already learned about Liu's deeds from the other women in the sect during this period of time and understood his character better. They knew that he was not a lecherous person, instead he was a noble person. This could be seen from the fact that Liu did not summon them after he returned last time. Furthermore, they had seen for themselves that there were countless beauties in this sect, and there were many who were more beautiful than them. If Liu was really a lecherous person, how could he let go of the women in this sect? However, he was still single until now. Many female disciples were secretly fond of him, but they had never caught his eye. He did not know that the female disciples were sad because of this. Therefore, the more they understood Liu, the more they admired him. This was especially true when they saw the scene displayed on the demon hunting rankings and Liu's appearance and bearing. Only then did they deeply understand everything they had heard previously, and they instantly fell into a deep trance. They finally understood why so many female disciples admired Liu. Who would not love such an extraordinary and handsome man? Furthermore, it was not only them, the hearts of countless women in the myriad worlds probably belonged to Liu. However, they were lucky. At least they could be in the same sect as him now. Even if they could not see him every day, they could at least admire his magnificence with their own eyes occasionally. Perhaps it was not a bad idea to take a look from afar. Furthermore, if they could stay here forever, they would definitely have the chance to be chosen to serve Liu in the future. Of course, this so-called service was only to serve Liu. As for deeper service, they could only fantasize about it. Look, Elder Nya and the others are out. A commotion broke out among the women when they saw a group of people walk out of the hall. They had gathered here to wait for Elder Nya, hoping that he could bring them to pay their respects to the sect master. Elder Nya did see them and immediately walked over. Why are you all here? Greetings, Elder Nya. Elder, we're here to pay our respects to the sect master. A woman from the Skywater realm said. Elder Nya smiled helplessly. He knew that these women wanted to get close to Liu. Their goal was simple. They hoped to obtain Liu's recognition and favor, or they simply wanted to admire Liu's elegant demeanor up close. After all, there were countless women in the sect who had such thoughts. In addition, they were worried about their awkward identities. They were sent here as gifts. If the owner of this gift did not even look at it, they were destined to be abandoned in the future. They naturally did not want to be sent away, so they had been trying their best to survive. But the sect master just said that he has something important to deal with next. Don't disturb him. You guys should go back first, but don't worry, I'll settle you guys down properly. If possible, I'll ask the sect master to include you in the ranks of disciples. Elder Nya said. The women were disappointed when they heard the first half of Elder Nya's sentence, but a wisp of a smile surfaced in their eyes when they heard the latter half. After all, if they really became Qingyun sect disciples, they would have a lot of time to spend with Liu in the future and would not have to worry about being chased out of here. Thank you, Elder Nya. Thank you, Elder Nya. The women were grateful. In the hall, after the junior brothers and sisters left, Liu asked Changjiang No. 7 to tell him in detail about his previous life. Changjiang No. 7 only knew a small portion. After all, when it became Emperor Yu's pet, Emperor Yu had already become the human emperor and stood at the peak. Changjiang No. 7 was indeed a living being created by Emperor Yu. It and Huan were only a ball of special energy in the primordial world that possessed a trace of intelligence. Emperor Yu had completely awakened their intelligence and even molded their bodies and taught them skills, allowing them to become powerful creatures. Furthermore, through Changjiang No. 7, Liu learned that the era he was in his previous life might be even older than the ancient times. At that time, the world was still called the primordial world, the world of the Magi and the demons. Later on, after the great Magi Demon War, the two races declined and the era of competition between the myriad races began. It was not until the era of Emperor Yu that the human race gradually embarked on the path of domination. Under his lead, they became the strongest race among the myriad races and led them, ushering in the most glorious era of the human race. Primordial chaos, what kind of place are you talking about? Liu asked. He was no stranger to this term. He had heard of the Red Lotus of Annihilation before. Changjiang No. 7 had also mentioned it many times. Liu wanted to know what kind of place the primordial chaos was. That's the place where people say the beginning of the universe gave birth to worlds and living beings. Well, to be precise, no one really understands the primordial chaos. It's the same for me and Huang. It's like how mortals know that they were born by their mothers, but they don't know the essence of life. But Master, you should know the primordial chaos far better than us in your previous life. Only upon hearing this, Liu nodded. Clearly, the information he could obtain through a pet was limited. However, he basically knew what he wanted to know. Liu did not dwell on his previous life. After all, it was not important to him. After that, Liu took out the Gate of Fortune and released all the souls in it before putting them into the Netherworld River diagram. He even specially opened up an independent space inside and placed Tyree's lover Qianqian inside. After doing all of this, Liu placed the palm-sized Gate of Fortune in his palm. He exerted some strength and crushed the Gate of Fortune. At the same time, the system notified him that he had obtained the fragment of the creation jade disc. There were a total of 7 creation jade discs in the Gate of Fortune, including the ones he had obtained from the demon ancestor. There were a total of 8. It had already roughly formed the creation jade disc. According to Liu's estimation, there should be at least 3 or 4 fragments. I wonder what the primordial treasure in the ancestral dragon's treasure is. Liu thought he had previously seen clues regarding the primordial treasure in the ancestral dragon's treasure. As the Gate of Fortune was crushed by Liu, the name of the Gate of Fortune on the rankings turned gray and disappeared. Chapter 418, Paradise Rankings. 1. The 2 new names on the Divine Power rankings attracted the attention of many. What was surprising was that these 2 guys were from the demon realm. Previously, Huang's appearance on second place on the demon hunting rankings had already shocked many people. Now that it occupied 10 spots on the Divine Power rankings, it attracted many discussions. Those who did not know the truth could only imagine various unbelievable possibilities. However, soon their backgrounds changed. 3,000 worlds? That's quite a large. Looks like these 2 experts have been subdued by Liu. In that case, these 2 experts aren't from the demon race. No wonder that fellow called Huang was on the demon hunting rankings. It's from the demon realm but is not a demon? Yeah, isn't Liu the best example? Origin doesn't represent one's true identity. Maybe those 2 were Liu's good friends. They were just trapped in the demon realm back then. That's possible. Liu might have taken the initiative to attack the demon realm to save them. That's right, looks like these are all true ancient mighty figures. Everyone began to speculate again. However, soon someone noticed that the Gate of Fortune had disappeared from the magic treasure rankings, and they could not help but discuss it again. However, no one expected that Liu had already destroyed the Gate of Fortune. If they knew this fact, many would probably be shocked. Days passed. The contribution points for the top 3 on the demon hunting rankings did not change, nor did their rankings. The first place was Liu, the second was Huang, and the third was Tyree. Their contribution points were far ahead and no one could compare. The other rankings were constantly changing, but as time passed their rankings gradually stabilized. The day before the rankings were announced, Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming's ranking stabilized at 4th place. Although he did not enter the top 3 as he wished, Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming still became a dazzling existence. After all, the top 3 were ridiculous. So many people paid more attention to the 4th place than the 1st place. Furthermore, from a certain perspective, the demon hunting rankings represented strength. Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming had been lingering in the top 5 since he entered the rankings. Now he was ahead of the Kuanpang Heavenly Venerable in 5th place. In the end, the difference between Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming and the Kuanpang Heavenly Venerable in 5th place widened further, becoming the undisputed 4th. After the demon hunting rankings were announced, the Heavenly Dao rankings began to showcase the elegance of the top 3. The first to be displayed was Tyree, ranked 3rd. As the enormous scene unfolded in the sky, the gazes of countless living beings in the myriad worlds gathered. In fact, they were also curious about who Tyree was and what was so powerful about the so-called dual pupils. Soon a pair of pupils appeared in the sky. They were enormous, like the black sun in the sky. Its pupils were as deep as a black hole, but they were filled with countless mysterious golden runes that flickered and changed. It was as if the stars were moving and the universe was vast. The moment this pupil appeared, the flow of the power of heaven and earth seemed to stop for an instant and the surrounding light dimmed. Countless people could not help but shudder. Even though they were facing a painting on the Heavenly Dao rankings, they could still sense the pressure from those eyes. This so-called dual pupils was indeed not simple. Soon a 3rd eye appeared on the screen. It was an even stranger and more extraordinary pupil. It was connected to the head and tail of the yin-yang twin fish, and circles of different colored halos were placed on it. This dual-pupiled person actually has a 3rd eye. Are these eyes? They look so strange. There's actually a 3rd eye on his glabella. This eye seems to be some kind of yin-yang eye. It shouldn't be a dual pupil. This guy is indeed extraordinary. Countless people discussed. At the same time, the scene of him killing the demons appeared. The phantom of a god condensed from the Great Dao. Various Great Dao divine arts and the various strange powers displayed by the 3 eyes made everyone sigh. Fortunately, this person isn't an enemy, otherwise it would be too terrifying. Everyone sighed. After a moment, the dual pupils Tyree's display ended and the world experienced a short silence. Countless people watching the rankings heaved a sigh of relief. Then they focused their attention on the huge screen in the sky again. This was because they were more curious about Huang. If Tyree was already so powerful and extraordinary, what kind of powerful existence was Huang, whose contribution points were only inferior to Liu? Of course, many people guessed that Huang might be an expert similar to Liu because they saw him become a member of Liu's sect. However, when the scene in the sky appeared again, everyone was dumbfounded. On the screen, countless demon creatures were bound by something that looked like tentacles or ropes. Everyone searched the screen for a long time, but they could not find Huang. Just as they were wondering, they saw those demon creatures being sucked dry one after another, looking tragic. Immediately those tentacles let go of the dried corpses and shrank back to the ground, stirring up the entire ground. After looking at it for a long time, everyone realized that Huang was not human. Chapter 419, Paradise Rankings 2, Is Huang a monster with tentacles? Heavens, so that guy is really not human. Just as everyone was secretly shocked, their perspective kept rising. Everyone seemed to have arrived in the sky of the demon realm and looked down. Below was the endless vast land. There seemed to be an enormous thing rolling and squirming in the ground. At this point, everyone confirmed that Huang was indeed a monster, and an unbelievably large one at that. Looks like we guessed wrong previously. So it's a huge demon realm monster. No wonder this guy's contribution points instantly reached hundreds of millions. This hunting speed is indeed shocking, but why would a demon realm monster kill its own members? Perhaps it was controlled by Liu, or it was afraid of Liu and immediately switched sides. Haha, that's right, this monster's future is assured. Look, it's even hooked up with a god like Liu. That's possible. Furthermore, this monster might be enemies with the demons to begin with. After all, even living beings from the same world might not be friends. Everyone's imagination was stimulated again as they speculated the truth. As they discussed, the scene in the sky appeared again after a short moment. This time countless auspicious scenes appeared in the world. No one was surprised by this, and they knew that Liu's image was about to be displayed. Although it had already been announced when Liu killed the demon emperor, countless people were still looking forward to seeing Liu again. This was especially true for countless young women and young men who treated Liu as their idol and faith. This time the Heavenly Dao rankings displayed the scene of Liu slaughtering everyone in the demon realm. Sword after sword, he reduced the countless demon armies to ashes and routed them. The incomparably powerful demon god was like a clay statue that was easily destroyed by Liu. The entire process was as easy as stepping on an ant. Liu was like a giant who had accidentally stepped on an ant's nest. It was as if he had inadvertently annihilated the demons that countless people in the immortal realm feared. No wonder Liu's contribution points are so exaggerated. He really almost destroyed the entire demon race alone. Yeah, even if no one else is around, it would probably be effortless for him to sweep through the entire demon realm alone. I finally understand what happened in the burial earth world back then. Liu's power is too exaggerated. In a courtyard in the immortal realm, a young man stood with a sword in hand. He looked up at Liu in the sky, his gaze burning and his blood boiling. He said with a smug and high-spirited expression, "I must become a man like Liu in the future." Smack! A slap landed on the back of the youth's head. He held his head and looked at his father in shock. "Dad, why did you hit me? What are you talking about in the middle of the day? It's good to have ideals. It's not right to be too ambitious. You're not worthy of becoming an expert like Liu. You should recognize the truth sooner, lest you suffer from chi deviation one day." The youth was speechless. In the Luo Heaven immortal realm, 100-flower holy land, countless female disciples' gazes were immersed in Liu's figure as if they had lost their souls. Their faces were flushed and their eyes were filled with infatuation. "He's so handsome. How can there be such a handsome man in this world? My heart is breaking. It's over, he got me wet again. My heart that has been frozen for 10,000 years has melted. Sigh, my supreme merciless art has been cultivated for nothing." At this moment, the hearts of countless women in the myriad worlds were beating for Liu. Soon Liu's display ended and the world returned to calm. However, countless people could not calm down. Those women who were immersed in Liu's figure looked at the sky longingly, as if every auspicious cloud had transformed into Liu. However, as the clouds dissipated, they suddenly felt as if something was extracted from their bodies. For a moment, they were incomparably disappointed and empty. After a long time, as the rewards for the demon hunting rankings were distributed, many heavenly venerables and people from the immortal realm returned from the demon realm one after another. Furthermore, the living beings of the demon realm had almost been wiped out during this period of time. Only a portion of the various large factions remained there to continue hunting the demons, while the rest returned to the immortal realm. When everyone came out of the demon realm and saw the rankings, they were also shocked. They did not expect that Huang would be on the rankings too. Furthermore, he was ranked second. Tyree could only lower himself to third. Of course, apart from these three invincible gods, the fourth place became the center of attention. It's Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming. I didn't expect Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming to surpass all the other Heavenly Venerables to become fourth. Even the Kuan-Pang Heavenly Venerable and the Azure Dragon Heavenly Venerable did not surpass Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming. This Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming is really hardworking. You guys didn't see it. Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming is extremely powerful. The Thunder Axe is invincible among the current Heavenly Venerables. Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming's strength is definitely in the top few. To be so far ahead of the 5th ranked Kuan-Pang Heavenly Venerable, I can tell that Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming is indeed powerful. Chapter 420, Paradise Rankings. 3. The Patriarchs of the Ancient Families discussed. Of course, many people were discussing Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming other than those from the immortal realm. The various Heavenly Venerables were also discussing him. The focus of their discussion was the matter of Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming becoming immortal in the lower realm. Now the news of Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming turning into immortal in the lower realm had spread throughout the entire circle of Heavenly Venerables. After all, this was not a secret. Everyone had witnessed Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming's strength during the demon hunting war. It was difficult to improve a Heavenly Venerable's strength and realm. Everyone was naturally curious about the sudden increase in Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming's strength. The contribution points and rankings on the demon hunting rankings fully proved that Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming's achievements in becoming immortal were indeed extraordinary. Looks like this mortalization is really our Heavenly Venerable's cultivation technique. Otherwise Lei Ming's Zhongyu and the others wouldn't have gone to the lower realm, said the Azure Dragon Heavenly Venerable. I think they saw the next step in their cultivation from Liu, said the Vermilion Bird Heavenly Venerable. Liu? That's true. There must be a reason why such an expert like Liu is hiding in the lower realm. Should we turn into mortals too? Asked the White Tiger Heavenly Venerable. That's what I'm thinking. Perhaps we can really find the next step of cultivation in the lower realm to improve our cultivation realm, said the Black Tortoise Heavenly Venerable. I believe many Heavenly Venerables will choose the lower realm after this. Yeah, there must be a lot of people who have the same idea as us. As the Azure Dragon Heavenly Venerable and the Vermilion Bird Heavenly Venerable had guessed, almost all the Heavenly Venerables in the myriad worlds were already prepared to head to the lower realm. Some who were faster had already set off. The Gate of Fortune had disappeared. Many Heavenly Venerables who once believed in the Gate of Fortune and viewed it as their path to godhood now placed their hopes on becoming mortal. Furthermore, this seemed more reliable. Before long, one mysterious person after another arrived in the village within a 5-kilometer radius of the Qingyun sect. They bought the farmhouse and began their mortal life. Huafan village became extremely lively, especially in the residence where Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming lived in seclusion. Guests visited every day. They were all Heavenly Venerables and sovereigns who had descended into the mortal world. They hoped to understand the true meaning of mortalization from Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming. However, Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming only replied, "Be a true mortal." It was not only these villages. Ever since the demon hunting rankings displayed Liu to the myriad worlds twice, countless young men and women from the immortal realm arrived one after another. Some wanted to become Liu's disciples, some wanted to be his godson, some were willing to be his servants, and some hoped to see Liu with their own eyes. There were even many girls who wanted to marry Liu no matter what. These young men and women almost caused the Qingyun sect's mountain gate to explode, giving the elders and disciples a headache. However, on this day, before the heat of the demon hunting rankings subsided, a new ranking appeared on the Heavenly Dao rankings, the Paradise rankings. The annotation of the rankings read, "Only the top 10 grotto heavens or blessed lands of the myriad worlds will be ranked." The appearance of this ranking caused another stir. Almost all cultivators knew what a grotto heaven was. It was a true cultivation holy land. However, no one expected that only 10 grotto heavens would be included in the rankings this time. It seemed like the value of the rankings this time was extremely high. However, it was precisely because of this that everyone looked forward to these grotto heavens on the rankings more. Chapter 421, Is this cave serious? 1. The appearance of the rankings caused a stir in the myriad worlds and piqued the curiosity of countless people. It had to be known that the grotto heaven was the cultivation holy land that every cultivator wanted to find. This was because the grotto heaven represented blessed cultivation resources. It meant that cultivating inside could allow one's cultivation speed to improve and have a firmer foundation. It was easier and deeper to comprehend the Great Dao. It was easier to touch the higher realm of the Dao technique and explore the truths of the Great Dao and the laws of heaven and earth. It was said that there were a total of 36 grotto heavens and 72 blessed lands in the myriad worlds. For example, the top ancient families and eternal orthodoxies of the immortal realm controlled one grotto heaven. Including the known and unknown grotto heavens, there were probably at least 100. However, he did not expect that the Heavenly Dao rankings would only include the grotto heavens and blessed lands in the top 10. This instantly filled the rankings with the smell of gunpowder. There are only 10. The competition is intense. Yeah, I wonder which faction's grotto heaven will be on the rankings. I think the Heaven and Earth Sect's Myriad Treasures Peak should be on the rankings. The Myriad Treasures Peak should be secured. This is the publicly acknowledged #1 treasure land in the Nine Heavens immortal realm. That's right, it said that when Cult Master Zai was preaching on the Myriad Treasures Peak, a heavenly book suddenly appeared. Cult Master Zai directly stepped into the sovereign realm and 100 disciples became saints together. How glorious was the Heaven and Earth Sect back then? The human immortal sect's Dao Peak isn't bad either, right? It's also one of the holy lands left behind from the ancient immortal realm. Yeah, among the known grotto heavens and blessed lands, these two are the most famous. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that there are better grotto heavens and blessed lands in the worlds opened up by those heavenly venerables. What a pity there are only 10 spots, otherwise we could understand the pros and cons of the grotto heavens and blessed lands controlled by the various factions. There will probably be some undiscovered grotto heavens this time. There will definitely be. Tisk, the ones on the rankings are probably the true blessed lands recognized by the Heavenly Dao. They're the true holy land for cultivation. If any faction can enter the rankings, their status and prestige in the myriad worlds will probably soar. That's only if one's own strength is compatible, otherwise it might be a disaster. Although the factions of the myriad worlds seem to be united because of the demon race, this is only the surface. There will be strife if there are people. Brothers of the same race will fight each other, not to mention the various factions. Countless people in the immortal realm discussed excitedly. They suddenly felt that this boring cultivation life had some new stimulants. In the Heaven and Earth Sect, the Grandmaster of Heaven could not help but stroke his beard with a faint smile. Their Myriad Treasures Peak was definitely one of the top grotto heavens in the Nine Heavens immortal realm. He was absolutely confident in this. It was said that in the ancient immortal realm, this Myriad Treasures Peak was the world-famous cultivation holy land, the source of the world. It was said that in ancient times Heavenly Emperor Tianhao touched the heavenly secrets here and comprehended them to become an emperor. The second sect master of their Heaven and Earth Sect, the Freedom Heavenly Venerable, had also directly become a sovereign in this grotto heaven and finally stepped into the Heavenly Venerable realm. Unless there were some hidden grotto heavens and blessed lands in the universe that had not been discovered, he felt that even if Myriad Treasures Peak could not rank first, it would at least be in the top 3. Master, our sect's Myriad Treasures Peak should have the ability to compete for the top spot this time, right? The Grandmaster of Heaven's eldest disciple Dixingzi asked. He could see the light in his master's eyes and guessed that he thought the same. Let's see if there are any hidden grotto heavens that haven't been discovered, the Grandmaster of Heaven said humbly. However, what he meant was that he agreed with Dixingzi. At this moment, the golden light on the rankings flourished as the power of heaven and earth fluctuated. The rankings seemed to be about to be announced. The Grandmaster of Heaven and Dixingzi's gazes gathered on the rankings, waiting for the first person to enter. Golden light gathered and the first name appeared on the rankings. Number 10, Misty Immortal Island. Location, Lingtian Immortal Realm. Lingtian Immortal Realm? The Grandmaster of Heaven revealed a trace of surprise. He had not heard of this name for a long time. He did not expect it to be on the rankings this time. It seemed that the Lingtian Immortal Realm had not completely collapsed. Master, which immortal realm is this Lingtian Immortal Realm? Why haven't I heard of it? Dixingzi asked curiously. It was originally one of the Nine Heavens immortal realms a long time ago. It was destroyed by a calamity brought by a great terror. It was said that all living beings died strangely. The entire world collapsed and fell into the lower realm. Space became extremely unstable and the power of heaven and earth became strange and unpredictable. Furthermore, that great terror seemed to be hidden there, so that place had long become an ominous place that was gradually forgotten, said the Grandmaster of Heaven. I see. I didn't expect a grotto heaven to be hidden there. It's indeed surprising, but the Lingtian immortal realm will become the center of attention again. This scar from the past is about to be reopened, said the Grandmaster of Heaven. As he had said, the appearance of the misty immortal island on the rankings had indeed made the immortal realm, which had long been sealed in the long river of history and forgotten by everyone, the center of attention again. Chapter 422, Is this cave serious? 2. Many people recalled it and the sealed past was mentioned. In the Jun family, Junshini and the few ancestors of the family were also discussing the Lingtian immortal realm. The various immortal realms knew about the mysterious deaths in the Lingtian immortal realm back then. He had even sent people to the Lingtian immortal realm to investigate, but those people never returned. This made the Lingtian immortal realm an ominous place. It was something he wanted to avoid. Does the Patriarch know about the misty immortal island? Junshini asked. I'd never heard of this before. However, the fact that this misty immortal island is on the rankings means that the greatest terror in the Lingtian immortal realm has already been eliminated. Otherwise it would be impossible for this misty immortal island to be on the rankings. A Jun family patriarch said. Yeah, that's possible. If it's invaded by a great terror, even a treasure land can't be called a blessed land anymore. Another Jun family patriarch said. Since the grotto heavens and blessed lands of the Lingtian immortal realm are on the rankings, it seems like our Jun family's Heavenly Seal Valley might be on it too, the Jun family elder said. This ranking doesn't seem to be as unbelievable as we thought. Speaking of which, should we send someone to the Lingtian immortal realm to investigate? If the Great Terror there really disappeared, this might be a great opportunity for us. Yeah, there are definitely many hidden treasures in the entire immortal realm. Shini arranged for some experts to investigate the Lingtian immortal realm. The Patriarch looked at Junshini and ordered. Alright, I'll arrange for it now. Junshini nodded. He knew what it meant if the great terror in the Lingtian immortal realm disappeared. That place would become an unimaginable treasure vault. At the moment in the Qingyun sect, Liu was slightly surprised to see the misty immortal island on the rankings. He did not expect it to be on the rankings. After all, this ranking only included the grotto heavens and blessed lands in the top 10 of the myriad worlds. The difficulty of entering the rankings could be imagined. Although it was unexpected, it was reasonable. After all, the fact that the misty immortal island could grow heaven-defying divine trees like the azure dragon vine and the Dao comprehension tea tree, and that it could remain intact after the Lingtian mystic realm was invaded by the red lotus of annihilation, showed that it was definitely not simple. It was reasonable for it to be on the rankings. Furthermore, he had heard from great immortal Milu that the misty immortal island was left to her by her ancestors. Her ancestor was once an extraordinary immortal in the ancient immortal realm's heavenly court. Therefore, in Liu's opinion, it was reasonable for misty immortal island to be on the rankings. Seeing the misty immortal island on the rankings, the Grandmaster of Heaven seemed to be more confident. If even a grotto heaven in a wasteland could be on the rankings, their myriad treasures peak might really compete for first place. Golden light gathered again on the rankings. The Grandmaster of Heaven was all smiles as he looked at the rankings, calmly waiting for new information. He was looking forward to seeing which grotto heaven ranked 9th. Of course, many top factions with a grotto heaven were also looking forward to it. Number 9, Myriad Treasures Peak. Location, Forsaken Heaven Immortal Realm. Upon seeing the information on the rankings, the smile on the Grandmaster of Heaven's face instantly disappeared. His expression darkened as he looked at the rankings in disbelief. How is this possible? Their Myriad Treasures Peak is only ranked 9th. The Grandmaster of Heaven exclaimed in his heart. He was unwilling to believe this outcome. In his opinion, even if their Myriad Treasures Peak was not in the top 3, it should be in the top 5, right? In the end, they were only ranked 9th. Putting aside the unknown misty immortal island, their publicly acknowledged number 1 blessed land was only at the bottom. The Grandmaster of Heaven could not think of any other grotto heaven that could compare to their Myriad Treasures Peak. Were they all undiscovered? At this moment, it was not only the Grandmaster of Heaven who was shocked. Many people from the immortal realm and even the leaders of the various large factions were also shocked. They knew how extraordinary Myriad Treasures Peak was and had their own guesses about its ranking. However, no one expected Myriad Treasures Peak to only be 9th. This outcome was beyond everyone's expectations. This outcome is really unexpected. Looks like the value of this ranking is really high. Myriad Treasures Peak is ranked 9th. It probably made many factions give up hope. Yeah, but I'm looking forward to the Grotto Heavens and Blessed Lands on the rankings next. As everyone discussed the golden light on the Heavenly Dao rankings gathered again, the 8th place seemed to be about to be announced. Everyone's gazes gathered as they stared at the rankings with anticipation. The Grandmaster of Heaven held his breath and focused as he looked at the rankings with a grave expression. He wanted to see what was ahead of them. Number 8, Dowd Peak. Location, Forsaken Heaven, Immortal Realm. What? The Grandmaster of Heaven's eyes widened in shock and anger. He could accept that his myriad treasures peak was ranked 9th, but he could not accept that it was ranked behind the human immortal sect's Dowd Peak. This simply felt like a slap. Furthermore, no matter what, Dowd Peak should not be ranked ahead of Myriad Treasures Peak. It was not only because of his prejudice, but it was indeed inferior to their Myriad Treasures Peak. In fact, in his opinion, even the June family's Heavenly Seal Valley was better than Dowd Peak. At the thought of this, the Grandmaster of Heaven suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that the June family's Heavenly Seal Valley was ranked ahead of their Heaven Ascension sect? That would be too embarrassing. Chapter 423, Is this cave serious? 3. What's going on? Has the fortune of our Myriad Treasures Peak declined? The Grandmaster of Heaven felt a little dealt a blow to his heart. He was about to lose his confidence. It was not only the Grandmaster of Heaven, many people in the immortal realm did not expect this outcome. After all, no matter what, Dowd Peak should be ranked behind Myriad Treasures Peak. However, at the moment in the human immortal sect, Dowd Peak was on the rankings. It was even ranked ahead of the Heaven Ascension sect's Myriad Treasures Peak, causing the entire human immortal sect's disciples to boil over. The relationship between the human immortal sect and the Heaven and Earth sect was not good to begin with. Their divine senses could be said to be in opposition to each other in terms of philosophy and teachings. Therefore, they were naturally delighted to see their sect's Holy Land ranked above the Heaven and Earth sect. The Grandmaster of Heaven is probably furious. The human immortal sect master, who was on Dowd Peak, said with a smile. He was in a good mood, and this outcome surprised him. After all, this outcome was beyond his expectations. Logically speaking, Myriad Treasures Peak was indeed slightly superior to their Dowd Peak. However, the Deva sect master knew the reason. Dao Comprehension Stone. Looks like the appearance of the Dao Comprehension Stone has allowed our Dowd Peak to surpass Myriad Treasures Peak, said the Deva sect master. 2 months ago, a bolt of lightning struck a strange stone on the mountain peak. The stone cracked open, revealing a stone surrounded by golden light and rich Dao runes. This stone was extraordinary. The rich Dao runes it emitted enveloped the entire Dowd Peak with the power of the great Dao. Golden light gathered again on the Heavenly Dao rankings, and the 7th place appeared. The Deva sect master looked up at the rankings, his heart filled with curiosity. As for the Grandmaster of Heaven, he was incomparably nervous, afraid that another Grotto Heaven inferior to Myriad Treasures Peak would be on the rankings. Number 7, Goddess Cave. Location, Luo Heaven, Immortal Realm. This is great. The Grandmaster of Heaven heaved a sigh of relief. But Goddess Cave? What is this place? The Grandmaster of Heaven was puzzled. I've never heard of such a treasure land in the Luo Heaven Immortal Realm. It's actually ranked 7th. The Deva sect master was also puzzled. He had never heard of this Goddess Cave. Could it be a hidden Grotto Heaven? The Deva sect master thought. At the moment, countless people from the immortal realm watching the rankings were filled with curiosity. Even the various large factions of the Luo Heaven Immortal Realm were the same. They had never heard of the Goddess Cave. Patriarch, have you heard of the Goddess Cave? Junshini looked at his ancestors curiously. They looked at each other and shook their heads. They had never heard of this Goddess Cave. To be ranked 7th, this treasure land is not simple, but why have we never heard of it? It might be an undiscovered Grotto Heaven. That's possible, otherwise it's impossible not to have heard of such an extraordinary Grotto Heaven. There's another possibility. This Grotto Heaven might have just been born. Let's split up and search now. We must find such a precious land. With that said, the June family's ancestors took action. They were well aware that once the Goddess Cave was on the rankings, the various large factions of the Lingtian Immortal Realm would probably begin to search for it. Such a precious land was naturally a must-have for every family. It was not only the June family. The various large factions of the Lingtian Immortal Realm had also mobilized a large number of people to find the Goddess Cave. In the Qingyun sect, Liu looked at the name of the Grotto Heaven that had just entered the rankings with a meaningful smile. Goddess Cave? Really? Chapter 424, Emperor Yu Mountain 1. As the various large factions of the Luo Heaven Immortal Realm set out to find the Goddess Cave, the latest Grotto Heaven on the Heavenly Dao rankings was announced. Number 6, Evernight Cave. Location, Night God Realm. It's the blessed land of the Night God Realm. This is the first time I've heard of this. Looks like the Night God Realm is not simple after all. It actually has the 6th ranked Grotto Heaven. The Night God Realm has always been mysterious and low-key. If not for the Heavenly Dao rankings, many people in the myriad worlds would not have known about such an extraordinary world. Yeah, looks like the Night God Realm is indeed wealthy. The remaining 5 who aren't on the rankings are likely to be the Grotto Heavens of the various main worlds. Everyone discussed casually. Their enthusiasm was clearly not as good as the previous few on the rankings. After all, they did not have much understanding of the Night God Realm. Before long, golden light gathered on the rankings again. Everyone's attention immediately shifted from the Eternal Night Cave to the latest information on the rankings. Number 5, Heavenly Pivot Cave. Location, Forsaken Heaven Immortal Realm. Heaven's another blessed land of the Forsaken Heaven Immortal Realm. The Forsaken Heaven Immortal Realm is indeed the largest and strongest immortal realm in the 9 Heavens Immortal Realm. There are indeed crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Heavenly Pivot Cave? I've never heard of this name before. It's probably another undiscovered Grotto Heaven. This ranking is indeed valuable. The people from the various immortal realms were shocked to see the Forsaken Heaven Immortal Realm appear on the rankings again. There were only 10 spots and 3 of them were in the Forsaken Heaven Immortal Realm. This was indeed shocking. The Heavenly Pivot Cave's appearance on the rankings made the various large factions of the Forsaken Heaven Immortal Realm busy. They were well aware that there was a high chance that the Heavenly Pivot Cave was an undiscovered Grotto Heaven. Therefore, finding this Grotto Heaven became the most important thing for the various factions. In the Qin family residence, Qin Jingyun was analyzing the location of the Heavenly Pivot Cave with the elders. After all, searching blindly would definitely be twice as effective. The Forsaken Heaven Immortal Realm was huge, and finding a hidden Grotto Heaven was no different from finding a needle in a haystack. Therefore, they needed to narrow the range according to their speculations and analysis. This way it would be easier to discover the target. Elders, patriarch, everyone is here. A Qin family member walked over and cupped his hands. Alright, prepare to take action. According to our initial analysis, this Grotto Heaven is most likely hidden in the chaotic divine region, Qin Jingyun said. In fact, according to their analysis, the most likely place was the unknown place on the other side of the Luo River. Otherwise, this Grotto Heaven would not have remained undiscovered until now. However, they could not reach the unknown place for the time being, so they could only search for the chaotic divine region with a trace of luck. As the master of the ancient family, Qin Jingyun naturally knew about the Luo River. Furthermore, because of the rankings, they knew that the Luo River was the Luo River diagram and was already Liyu's magic treasure. Therefore, if he wanted to cross the Luo River and reach that unknown place, he could only ask Liyu for help. However, he knew that this would probably be difficult, not to mention that the Qin family's relationship with Liyu was not at the point where they could talk. Even if they could speak, if the Heavenly Pivot Cave was really in an unknown place, their Qin family could not compete with Liyu. Oh yes, why don't I sell a favor to Cultivator Li? Qin Jingyun thought to himself. If the Heavenly Pivot Cave was really in an unknown place, they could basically consider giving up. Therefore, if he reminded Liyu now when Liyu found the Heavenly Pivot Cave, perhaps the Qin family would have done him a favor. With this in mind, Qin Jingyun immediately said, "You guys can take action immediately. I'm going to the Jingxing realm." In fact, Qin Jingyun was not the only one who could think of this. Almost at the same time, the Gongshu family, the Yi family, and other families rushed to the chaotic divine region. Gongshu Jin and Yi Tianqing activated the teleportation array in unison and headed to the lower realm. As the various large factions were busy, new information was announced on the rankings. Number 4, Immortal Cloud Mystic Realm. Location, Nether Cloud Void. The appearance of the Immortal Cloud Mystic Realm on the rankings caused a stir again. Clearly, this outcome was also beyond their expectations. I didn't expect there to be a Grotto Heaven hidden in the Nether Cloud Void. It's a pity that finding this Grotto Heaven is probably countless times more difficult than the Heavenly Pivot Cave. Yeah, it's already difficult to find the direction there, let alone a mystic realm. The Nether Cloud Void was not unfamiliar to the top factions and many experts of the various immortal realms. Even if they had never been there, they had heard of it or seen it in the deep sky. Many people knew that the Nether Cloud Void was an ancient and mysterious space. It looked like a huge planet condensed from clouds. It drifted in the vast deep space like a ghost that appeared and disappeared unpredictably. There was no fixed trajectory or pattern. The positions and the various powers of heaven and earth were constantly changing. It was strange and unpredictable, and it was difficult for living beings to walk out of it, especially those in the depths of the void. Unless it was someone familiar with this space or had a special sensing magic treasure left outside the void to guide them, they would not get lost inside. Furthermore, there was a strange dark cloud in the nether cloud void. Once one fell into it, he might fall into an eternal sleep or even lose himself completely. Chapter 425, Emperor Yu Mountain 2. Therefore, although many people knew of the existence of the nether cloud void, few knew about it. No one knew what was hidden in this space that seemed to be formed by clouds. Although countless curious people had entered to explore over the years, they either returned empty-handed or disappeared forever. Therefore, no one knew much about it. Even so, the appearance of the immortal cloud mystic realm on the rankings still stimulated many people's desire to explore the nether cloud void, especially those who liked to seek wealth through danger. Furthermore, it was a blessed land ranked 4th. If they could really enter by mistake, it would be a supreme opportunity for many people to rise up. After all, not everyone in this world grew up in a family like the ancient families. Furthermore, they could become the focus of nurturing by the family and enjoy endless resources from birth. The path of cultivation for most people in this world was difficult. They had to work hard and risk their lives, but the opportunities and resources they could obtain were still limited. Many people were unwilling to accept the unfairness of fate, so they were willing to take the risk and give it their all. This was better than being mediocre for the rest of his life. Since he had chosen cultivation, he was destined to fight against fate and the world. In the Qingyun sect, great immortal Mi Lu was also shocked when she saw the immortal cloud mystic realm. She had been circling the nether cloud void for countless years. However, she had never fully understood this mysterious space. If she had not encountered Zhongyu, she might not have been able to leave that place even in her death. I wonder if Zhongyu knows about the immortal cloud mystic realm. Great immortal Mi Lu thought, and quickly found Zhongyu. At the moment, Zhongyu was organizing the various magic treasures of the sect in the treasure pavilion, unaware that the nether cloud void had entered the rankings. She was not interested in the rankings at all, so she did not pay attention to it. Immortal cloud mystic realm. Hearing great immortal Mi Lu's words, Zhongyu's beautiful eyes flashed. Although she had never heard of this name, she felt that she should know this place. That was a paradise she had once discovered by chance. She had once lived there for a long time. Although she could not confirm if that was the immortal cloud mystic realm, it was indeed a blessed land. Of course, it was still far inferior to the Qingyun sect. I've never heard of this name, but I did find a grotto heaven in the nether cloud void. I wonder if it's here. However, I think that grotto heaven is far inferior to our sect. Zhongyu said. That's true. However, we should report this to the sect master. Perhaps he'll be interested. Great immortal Mi Lu said. The nether cloud void had given her many nightmare-like experiences, and she really did not want to enter a second time. However, there had always been a knot in great immortal Mi Lu's heart, and that was the death of immortal Lu Qi. In fact, she was not sure if immortal Lu Qi was really dead back then. At that time, they were attacked by a powerful creature in the nether cloud void. In the end, immortal Lu Qi was dragged into a nether cloud vortex, and his fate was unknown. However, she had a feeling that he might still be alive, or he might have fallen into a deep sleep in the dark clouds like her back then. She wanted to find him, but she knew that she could not do that with her strength. However, it would be different if Li Yu could bring her inside. She had never found a suitable reason to invite Li Yu to bring her there. Now the immortal cloud mystic realm gave her a glimmer of hope. All right. Zhongyu looked at great immortal Mi Lu deeply and nodded. She could guess his thoughts, so she naturally had to help. The two arrived at the sect master hall together, but they learned that Li Yu was not there. At the moment Li Yu was in the Lingtian immortal realm. He felt that since the fragment of the heavenly cord was there was probably a missing heavenly pillar there, so he was archaeology alone inside. After a long while, the new information on the rankings was announced. Number 3, Heroic Spirit Peak. Location, 10 Realms Rift. Another undiscovered grotto heaven. No, this place isn't undiscovered, it's just that no one can reach it. What do you mean? There's a most famous place in the 10 Realms Rift. It's the ruins of a palace. It's said that it's a fragment of the ancient heavenly court. In the ruins there was a floating mountain with a hall of heroes on it. It worshipped the 6 most outstanding emperors of the ancient heavenly court and the souls of countless heroes who had contributed greatly to the heavenly court. It gathered endless elegant aura, supreme merit and supreme fortune. It was said that if one could ascend that mountain and enter the Hall of Heroes, he could obtain the aura of countless heroic spirits and the inheritance and protection of the heroic spirits. He could obtain supreme divine powers and endless opportunities. It's a pity that the heroic spirit peak is floating in the sky, but no one can ascend it. So that's how it is. Looks like this heroic spirit peak is the mountain where the heroic spirit palace is located. There are still 2 more places. I wonder what kind of blessed land will be on the rankings? From the looks of it, they're probably undiscovered or somewhere no one can reach. Yeah, the grotto heavens and blessed lands controlled by the various large factions no longer have any hope of entering the rankings. Look, the second place seems to be about to be announced. I'm curious about where the grotto heaven will be this time. Seeing the golden light gather on the rankings again, countless people watching the rankings could not help but hold their breaths and focus on it, looking forward to the information about second place. Number 2. Emperor U Mountain. Location, Nether Cloud Void. Gasp. Everyone was in an uproar when they saw Nether Cloud Void appear on the rankings again. It's another grotto heaven in the Nether Cloud Void. Tisk, this Nether Cloud Void doesn't seem simple. There are actually 2 grotto heavens and one is ranked 4th and the other 2nd. Yeah, this is a little shocking. Looks like there are many secrets hidden in this mysterious void. This is really worth taking the risk to explore. If we can really find either of these 2 grotto heavens, it'll be a supreme opportunity. Second place? This Emperor U Mountain is incredible. Looks like the various large factions will definitely explore the Nether Cloud Void at all costs. Countless people in the immortal realm discussed excitedly. As they had expected, countless top families and factions of the various immortal realms could not sit still when they saw that the second-ranked Emperor U Mountain was also in the Nether Cloud Void. The Nether Cloud Void was strange and dangerous, deterring the various large families. However, when the temptation was big enough, no danger was enough to stop people. Emperor U Mountain was the blessed land, ranked 2nd in the myriad worlds. It was even better than the famous heroic spirit peak in the 10 Realms Rift. Furthermore, this name reminded many people of a name they had heard in the demon realm back then, Emperor U. Liyu's previous life was Emperor U, so everyone could not help but think of this grotto heaven. It might be related to Liyu's previous life. Thinking of how powerful and extraordinary Liyu was, this grotto heaven became even more fascinating. Furthermore, there was the immortal cloud mystic realm in 4th place. The temptation was not small. Clearly there were many stories and opportunities hidden in the Nether Cloud Void. Such a blessed land was worth the risk. Therefore, the various large factions gathered their manpower again and even sent people to the demon realm to prepare to gather the experts of their families to explore the Nether Cloud Void. In the Qingyun sect, Changjiang number 7 was sunbathing in front of the sect master's shop. After glancing at the rankings, it suddenly jumped up and kicked the sleeping Huang beside it. Look, Emperor U Mountain is on the rankings. Huang opened its eyes in a daze and looked at the sky with a puzzled expression. What is it? Emperor U Mountain. It's the place where Master became an emperor back then. Later on it was refined into a magic treasure by Master. What kind of place is this Nether Cloud Void? Why have I never heard of it before? Changjiang number 7 tilted its head and said. Huang was still confused. 2 black eyes peeked out from its long hair. It looked at the Heavenly Dao rankings and blinked, then it said slowly, "What's the big deal? We have to tell Master to find it later." Changjiang number 7 added. "Oh, where's Master?" Huang asked. "Didn't Master say that he went to the Lingtian immortal realm? If you didn't sleep so much, you wouldn't have been tricked by that 6-eyed monster back then." Changjiang number 7 snapped. Chapter 426, The Number 1 Grotto Heaven. 1. Great Immortal Milu was thrilled to see Emperor U Mountain reach 2nd place on the rankings. She was originally worried that the immortal cloud mystic realm might not be able to move Liu. She did not expect that the 2nd place was also a treasure land in the Nether Cloud Void. 2 treasure lands on the rankings, 1 in 2nd place and 1 in 4th place. This might be enough to attract Liu to explore the Nether Cloud Void. Furthermore, from the name, Emperor U Mountain seemed to be related to Liyu's previous life. Just this point alone was enough to convince him. Outside the nine-tailed mountain, Qin Jingyan Gongshujin and Yi Tianqing met by chance. The 3 of them panicked when they saw each other. They had clearly guessed that the other party might have guessed his purpose for coming here, but they still pretended to chat as if nothing had happened. They were thinking about how to be the first to see Liu and let him know that they had thought of it first. In short, many thoughts flashed through their minds and they had mixed feelings. Their expressions when they exchanged pleasantries were as unnatural as when they saw their in-laws for the first time. However, they did not expect to find a large group of boys and girls gathered near the Qingyun sect's mountain gate when they arrived. The Qingyun sect's mountain gate was surrounded tightly. A group of girls chattered nonstop and it could be said to be extremely noisy. The Qingyun sect disciples at the door had helpless expressions and were a little overwhelmed. What's going on? Gongshu Jin was surprised. I don't know. From their conversation they seem to be here to pay their respects to Li Yu. Yi Tianqing replied. Did these people think of it too? The corners of Qin Jingyun's mouth twitched. Immediately he entered the crowd and squeezed his way in. Seeing that Qin Jingyun did not care about morals and wanted to beat them to it, Gongshu Jin and Yi Tianqing immediately squeezed in. It was easy for them to push through the crowd and reach the front. Therefore, before anyone could react, the three of them had already squeezed to the front. Young friend, I'm. Hey, what are you doing? First come, first serve. The girls at the side reprimanded unhappily. That's right, you're already so old yet you don't have any morals. Hurry up and line up at the back. That's right, they're taking advantage of their seniority. Don't they know how to queue? We've been waiting here for a few days. They don't look like good people. Chase them away. Hey, wait, that person seems to be the Qin family's master. Does that mean the family head can break the rules? Does that mean the family head can bully us as he pleases? That's right, as the head of a family, how could you not follow the rules? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? The surrounding boys and girls denounced unhappily, scolding the three ancient family heads to the point of dripping blood. The three of them finally understood what it meant to be fearless. They almost found a hole in the ground to hide in. This group of young people was not to be trifled with. Of course, if not for the fact that it was difficult to use violence in the Qingyun sect's territory, the three of them really wanted to teach this group of disrespectful juniors a lesson on behalf of their elders. They were also disciples of the large families and factions of the various immortal realms. Shut up, all of you! Qin Jingyun was furious. An invisible pressure spread out, scaring the group of juniors into silence. We're here to report to Sect Master Li. Qin Jingyun snapped. That's right, we want to see Sect Master Li. Yi Tianqing hurriedly added. I'm sorry, the Sect Master has something on these few days and specially instructed that he won't see anyone. If the three seniors have anything to tell me, I'll naturally inform the Sect Master, the Qingyun sect disciple at the door said respectfully. This, Yi Tianqing's expression darkened. Gongshu Jin hurriedly said, it's like this. The Heavenly Pivot Cave might be in an unknown place. Qin Jingyun directly added the key information. Yi Tianqing and Gongshu Jin looked at Qin Jingyun angrily. Qin Jingyun said, I've analyzed it with the Yi family's master and the Gongshu family's master. We agree that the Heavenly Pivot Cave is likely in the unknown place on the other side of the Luo River. Please inform Sect Master Li. Upon hearing Qin Jingyun's words, the expressions of Gongshu Jin and Yi Tianqing immediately changed. They replied with smiles, Master Qin is right, our three families have sent people to find the Heavenly Pivot Cave and Sect Master Li, but we speculate that the possibility of the Heavenly Pivot Cave being in an unknown place is high. That's right, young friend, please relay our words to Sect Master Li. Gongshu Jin added. However, the Qingyun sect disciple looked at the three of them with a strange expression and asked with a fake smile, is this the only reason? That's right. The Qingyun sect disciples looked at each other and smiled. They thought that something big had happened. It seemed that the three family masters wanted to tell the sect master where the Heavenly Pivot Cave might be. It seemed that these guys had put in a lot of effort to please their sect master. However, in their opinion, the sect master was probably not interested in the Heavenly Pivot Cave at all. After all, which grotto heaven in the world could compare to their Qingyun sect? At the same time, at the foot of the nine-tailed mountain in Huafan village, Heavenly Venerable Xian He, Heavenly Venerable Emptiness, Heavenly Venerable Ling Ming and the others were also tempted when they saw Emperor Yu Mountain on the rankings. Therefore they arrived at Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming's courtyard and prepared to invite him to form a team to explore the Nether Cloud Void. Chapter 427, The Number 1 Grotto Heaven, 2, I won't go. Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming said firmly. To them the temptation of the grotto heaven was not small, but Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming had always believed that becoming mortal was the only way to achieve the supreme great Tao. As for those so-called blessed lands and natural treasures, they were only supplementary items in the end. They could not pile up a true peerless expert, an expert like Li Yu. That's the second-ranked Grotto Heaven Emperor you mountain. It might be where Cultivator Lee became an emperor in his previous life. Why don't we investigate together? We might be able to obtain some kind of great fortune there, said Heavenly Venerable Xian He. Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming remained silent as he continued to swing his axe at the wood. Zhongyu, are you coming? Heavenly Venerable Xian He looked at Heavenly Venerable Zhongyu in the vegetable garden next door and asked. I'm not going either. I've already begun to understand how to become immortal. I don't want to interrupt now. Finding a grotto heaven might not help my cultivation breakthrough, but I can become immortal. Heavenly Venerable Zhongyu said firmly. He had gradually experienced the benefits of becoming immortal recently and believed that this was the next step in their cultivation. All right. Since none of you are going, I won't go either, said Heavenly Venerable Xian He. Xian Heezy, it's not that I want to criticize you, but it's impossible for you to successfully turn into a mortal with the mentality of eating from the pot and looking at the pot. Since you've decided to turn into a mortal, put away those miscellaneous thoughts and focus on comprehending. Be a good mortal. Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming said in a low voice. Heavenly Venerable Xian He did not speak. Instead he looked at Heavenly Venerable Yin Ming and Heavenly Venerable Emptiness beside him and said, let's go back and properly transform into a mortal. Heavenly Venerable Yin Ming and Heavenly Venerable Emptiness nodded. Now Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming had a lot of say in their hearts. After all, his current strength was far above theirs and he had a lot of insights into mortalization. He might need guidance in many areas in the future. Just as Heavenly Venerable Xian He and the others were about to turn around and open the door, the power of heaven and earth fluctuated violently again. Immediately thousands of multicolored lights and auspicious images surfaced in the sky and dazzling golden light gathered on the rankings. Upon seeing this, Heavenly Venerable Xian He, Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming, Heavenly Venerable Zhongyu, Heavenly Venerable Yin Ming and the others looked at the Heavenly Dao rankings. The first place is about to be announced. I wonder what kind of treasure land the first place will be. I'm looking forward to it. The few Heavenly Venerables thought. Gradually the dazzling golden light condensed into words on the rankings. A name they were extremely familiar with appeared at the top of the rankings. Number 1, Nine-Tailed Mountain. Location, Jingxing Realm. Nine-Tailed Mountain. Seeing that the first place was actually Nine-Tailed Mountain, the eyes of Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming, Heavenly Venerable Xian He and the others widened. Although this outcome was reasonable, it was beyond their expectations. They did not expect that the best grotto heaven in the universe was right in front of them. However, it made sense when he thought about it. There was definitely a reason why the Qingyun sect had so many extraordinary people. Of course, they were well aware that this blessed land was probably not born naturally but created by Li Yu. Otherwise, it was impossible for the number 1 grotto heaven in the lower realm to be born. Cultivator Li is really a god. The second place must be related to Cultivator Li's previous life. The first and second place are probably built by Cultivator Li. This is unbelievable. I really want to take a look at the Qingyun sect. Everyone I knew it. This is our path. Why should we find any grotto heaven? The best grotto heaven is right beside us. Let's turn into mortals here and follow Cultivator Li's path. One day we might have the chance to enter the Qingyun sect to cultivate. Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming said excitedly, his fighting spirit rising. His intuition was right. Their future cultivation path was here and Li Yu was definitely their guide. That's right, be a good mortal. We will definitely have a chance to enter the Qingyun sect. Heavenly Venerable Zhongyu said excitedly. I Lei Mingzi have decided to enter the mountains every day to chop wood and send them to the Qingyun sect. I Zhongyu am here to deliver food to the Qingyun sect. I Xian He will fetch water for the Qingyun sect every day in the future. Sooner or later I will let Cultivator Li see our sincerity. At the moment the few Heavenly Venerables were in high spirits and filled with ambition. At the same time, at the Qingyun sect's mountain gate, after the first place was announced, the place immediately boiled over. The young men and women were also pleasantly surprised, as if they had seen their families on the rankings. This was especially true for those girls who were even more determined to marry Li Yu. Furthermore, they had already thought it through. Since they could not meet Li Yu, they would return and ask their parents to think of a way to send them into the Qingyun sect. It was good enough to be a few disciples. However, Qin Jingyun Gongshujin and Yi Tianqing looked at the first place on the rankings and the corners of their mouths subconsciously twitched. They had come all the way here and treated the heavenly pivot cave like a treasure. They gave their analysis and even wanted to do Li Yu a favor. However, this was already the number one grotto heaven. How could the other grotto heavens catch his fancy? Chapter 428, the number one grotto heaven. 3. It was no wonder that not only were the Qingyun sect disciples calm when they heard what they said, but they also revealed slightly disdainful expressions. It turned out that they knew that their sect was the best grotto heaven in the world. Awkward. Qin Gingyun Gonshu Jin and Yi Tianqing were embarrassed. Therefore the three of them were too ashamed to stay here anymore. They immediately left the Qingyun sect dejectedly while the crowd was restless. The nine-tailed mountain becoming the number one grotto heaven caused a stir in the various immortal realms. Many people did not know that the nine-tailed mountain was where Liu's sect was located, but they knew that the Jingxing realm belonged to the lower realm. Therefore, when they saw that the number one grotto heaven was in the lower realm, those people were shocked and almost had their worldview collapse again. Fortunately, with the guidance of the previous rankings, these people's imagination and speculation abilities improved greatly. They quickly guessed that the nine-tailed mountain might be where Liu's sect was located. Even so, this outcome was still shocking. They were well aware that it was impossible for the laws of heaven and earth in the lower realm to produce such an extraordinary grotto heaven. The only possibility was that Liu had established it there. It was already unbelievable enough to open up a grotto heaven in the lower realm, let alone the number one treasure land in the myriad worlds. In the Luo Heaven immortal realm, in the Jun family residence, Junshini and the elders of the Jun family were discussing Liu. Cultivator Li is really a god. He probably really has the power of a creation god. TSK, who would have thought that the number one grotto heaven in the myriad worlds would be in the lower realm? If Liu really has the ability of a creation god, it's not surprising that he could turn a lower realm into an immortal world, let alone open up a grotto heaven in the lower realm. If I can see the number one treasure land in my life, I can die without regrets. Third uncle, don't say that. I think there will be a chance. Junshini said. Isn't the Qingyun sect recruiting disciples? The juniors of our Jun family can be considered the absolute elites of our myriad worlds. Don't they even have the qualifications to enter the Qingyun sect? An old man's words suddenly reminded Junshini. The 11th Duke is right. I'll ask around later and see if I can send the juniors of the family to the Qingyun sect. Junshini said. At this moment a clansman walked over and cupped his hands. Master, the Jiang family's divine son has returned from the ancient road to heaven. He even sent someone to deliver news about the divine son. Tell me quickly. Junshini revealed a look of joy. It had been some time since Jun Wuhui entered the ancient road to heaven. Although he had always known that his son was safe and sound through the Heavenly Dao rankings, he was still worried. However, she was also concerned about his situation on the ancient road to heaven. The divine son of the Jiang family said that he met our divine son on the 6th level. The divine son has already stepped into the Saint King realm and successfully passed the 6th level's test. However, the divine son of the Jiang family regretfully stopped at the 6th level and was sent out of the ancient road to heaven because he failed the test. This is great. Wu Hui has already stepped into the Saint King realm. Looks like he really has a chance to complete the ancient road to heaven. Junshini exclaimed excitedly. The Jun family was also overjoyed. Although they did not know where the end of the ancient road to heaven was, Jun Wuhui's achievements still made them proud. Furthermore, it was unexpected for Jun Wuhui to enter the Saint King realm at such a young age. It also made the Jun family look forward to his future achievements. Perhaps in the near future the Jun family would give birth to the youngest sovereign in history. Chapter 429, Start of Good Times. 1. In the Wang family residence in the heaven-defying immortal realm. The Wang family's master Wang Lin had just gathered a group of experts from the Wang family and was preparing to head to the nether cloud void to find the two grotto heavens. Father, let me follow you this time. A young man walked to Wang Lin's side and said seriously. The person who spoke was Wang Lin's son, the current divine son of the Wang family, Wang Jiabao. Wang Jiabao had just returned from the ancient road to heaven not long ago. He had reached the 5th level of the ancient road to heaven this time, and his cultivation had successfully stepped into the great saint realm. However, he failed at the 6th heaven and was forced to leave the ancient road to heaven. The nether cloud void is dangerous. Father, the ancient road to heaven is equally dangerous. Wang Jiabao interrupted her father with a firm gaze. Okay. Wang Lin nodded. He knew that excessive protection would harm Wang Jiabao. Furthermore, although entering the nether cloud void this time was dangerous, it was also an opportunity. If he could really find Emperor Yu Mountain, it might be a great fortune for his son. Soon the Wang family set off for the vast deep space to find the nether cloud void that would appear at any moment. Almost at the same time, countless people from the immortal realm and the various large factions set off one after another to find the nether cloud void. Many young men and women were still lingering at the Qingyun Sect's mountain gate, but there were clearly fewer than before. Most of them had already returned to the immortal realm to find their families for help to see if they could enter the Qingyun Sect. Some people retreated in the face of difficulties and temporarily gave up on the idea of paying their respects to Li Yu. At this moment, two figures descended from the sky. Their powerful auras caused the expressions of everyone below to change drastically. Their hearts turned cold as they instinctively dodged to the side. The Qingyun Sect disciples immediately became vigilant. They even drew their swords and took out their magic treasures. However, when they saw who it was, their expressions softened slightly. "I'm Tyree. I'm here to pay my respects to Li Yu," Tyree said, neither humbly nor arrogantly, with a cold expression. The Qingyun Sect disciples put away their magic treasures and cupped their hands. They had seen Tyree on the demon hunting rankings before, so they naturally knew this person. Furthermore, Elder Nya had specially instructed him to report immediately if Tai visited. "Please wait a moment," a disciple said, and immediately turned to walk up the mountain. The surrounding youths sized up Tyree curiously, but no one dared to speak. After all, Tyree's aura was really powerful and even terrifying, causing them to be afraid. Before long, Elder Nya rushed over. He took a look at Tyree and the Heavenly Queen and asked, "Have you found everything?" Tyree did not answer and pointed at the rankings in the sky. Elder Nya looked at it and nodded with a smile. "Follow me." Tyree nodded and followed Elder Nya into the Qingyun Sect. After entering the mountain gate, Tyree and Ritian immediately looked around. The two of them were also curious about how extraordinary the number 1 grotto heaven was. However, everything they saw and sensed made their eyes widen, and they could not help but light up. In a daze, they thought they had arrived at the legendary ancient heavenly court. Especially when they arrived at the top of the mountain, the shock in their hearts could not be any greater. They could not help but sigh that there was actually such an extraordinary place in this world. No wonder it was rated the number 1 grotto heaven by the Heavenly Dao. Tyree was knowledgeable and had seen many grotto heavens. Furthermore, he was born in the ancient immortal realm. The grotto heavens he had seen were not something those immortal realms could compare to. However, compared to this place, he felt that the extraordinary places he had seen in the past were not worth mentioning. "The sect master won't be in the sect for the next few days. The two of you can wait here for a few days. The sect master should be back soon. I'll get someone to arrange accommodation for you later," Elder Nya said. Before Li Yu left, he had specially instructed him to wait in the sect for the time being if Tyree came to find him. "All right, thank you, Elder." Tyree cupped his fists. After that, Elder Nya arranged for disciples to arrange accommodations for Tyree and Ritian. The two of them stayed in the Qingyun Sect for the time being. "Master, why do you think Cultivator Li lives in seclusion in the lower realm if he's so powerful?" Ritian asked in confusion. "I don't know either. Perhaps this was once the place where he was born in this life. This place has special feelings for him," Tyree said in a low voice. "In that case, Cultivator Li is a person who values relationships as much as Master. No wonder he decided to help you after hearing your story," Ritian said with a smile. Perhaps we're the same type of people. However, I've always believed that the heavens are heartless and humans are sentimental. Many people want to surpass the heavens and the earth and think that they should be as heartless as the Heavenly Dao, but I think that's exactly wrong. In this world, only love could surpass the cycle of reincarnation, cross the river of time, and even transcend the world. Only those with feelings could truly control this heartless great Dao. The true experts I met back then were all sentimental people. I remember telling you about the mysterious woman I encountered in the 10 Realms Rift. Her strength is unfathomable, so powerful that even I'm afraid of her. No one knew her background or name. However, it said that she has been waiting for someone to return. She has never left her spot for countless years. I understand, if not for your love for me that gave me meaning to live, I might have long become a true demon and died in the hands of those so-called orthodox people. Chapter 430, Start of Good Times, 2. It was also my master who made me feel kinship and possess the strongest power in the world. That's how my soul could withstand the endless years. I survived the silence time and time again and woke up in the endless darkness. I found my master and respected him, Ritian said sincerely. Remember this power, it will make you incomparably powerful. Tyree patted Ritian's shoulder. A few days later Liu returned from the Lingtian immortal realm with a bountiful harvest. This time he brought back many natural treasures from the Lingtian immortal realm. He also found 2 heavenly pillars as he wished. As soon as he returned, Qingjiang No. 7 and Huang rushed over and told Liu about Emperor Yu Mountain. After learning this news, Liu became interested in Emperor Yu Mountain. After all, it was related to his previous life. Furthermore, his intuition told him that there should be many secrets hidden in the nether cloud void. After that, Liu asked Elder Nye to bring Tyree and Ri Tian over. The moment he returned, he saw that Tyree had already helped him complete his mission. When Tyree handed the last item of the 8 divisional pagoda to Liu, the system's voice sounded. At the same time, a new notification appeared in the system mission. The Ancestral Dragon Treasury mission was refreshed. The notification indicated that the Ancestral Dragon Treasury was actually in the Nether Cloud Void. What a coincidence! Liu said with a smile. It seemed like he had to make a trip to the Nether Cloud Void this time. Sect Master Liu promised me. Tyree cupped his hand slightly when he saw Liu in a daze. Liu withdrew his attention from the system mission and smiled at Tyree. Don't worry, I'll keep my word. As he spoke, he took out the Netherworld River diagram and unfolded some of the scrolls. Liu pointed and a dim light flashed on the Netherworld River diagram. A wisp of a soul flew out and finally transformed into a beautiful figure. Qian. Upon seeing this figure, Tyree's cold gaze instantly melted. His murderous eyes were filled with tenderness. As for Qian, she could not conceal her excitement. Although there were no tears, there was only Tyree in her eyes. The love carved into her soul was better than 1,000 words with just a look. The human and soul rushed towards each other. Although they could not touch each other, they seemed to be hugging tightly. Upon seeing this, Liu seemed to believe in love again. In his previous life, Liu had seen too many materialistic marriages and fairy tales mercilessly torn apart by reality. There was also the so-called love and romance that had been trampled on by impetuous society, twisted values and inflated material desires. He could no longer see pure love or believe in true love. However, Tyree's undying love for Qian, the love that remained unchanged even after crossing the river of time, touched Liu. This reminded Liu of his high school days. In his previous life, he thought of his first love and his purest age. Perhaps only love during that period could be so pure and clean. Liu was envious of Tyree. At least he could not be as loyal as him. Although Liu also yearned for such love, he might have been single for too long or experienced too much. Therefore, he had long forgotten how to really fall in love with someone. He had long forgotten what pure love was like. Qian was still in her soul state and did not have any magic power. If not for the power of the Netherworld River diagram, she would have been dragged into the cycle of reincarnation by the power of heaven and earth. However, Liu decided to help until the end, so he cut open his finger and drops of blood flew out and landed on Qian's soul. This was not ordinary blood, it was the divine blood of the Heavenly Dao. It could create life and revive the dead. In an instant, the blood emitted extraordinary power that condensed into a body at a visible speed. Upon seeing this, Tyree and Qian were shocked. However, besides surprise, they were more grateful and surprised. Then he knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Liu a few times. Thank you, Cultivator Li, for your kindness. Thank you, Benefactor. Tyree and Qian were endlessly grateful. Liu had actually used his blood to reconstruct Qian's body. What kind of favor was this? Tyree would never have imagined that Liu would help him and Qian like this. He could not repay such kindness. Get up, Liu said with a smile. It was nothing to him. Liu was happy to help them reunite. After all, it was not easy for the two of them. After experiencing so much through countless years, they were finally together again. Liu hoped to see them live happily ever after like in a fairy tale. This way he could leave a trace of love in his heart. Cultivator Li, I Tyree can't repay your kindness in the future. If you need my help, feel free to instruct me. I Tyree will do anything for you. Liu nodded with a smile and said, then follow me in the future. Let's work together to do something for the myriad worlds. Tyree became even more excited when he heard Liu's words. He immediately knelt again and cupped his hands. I can't ask for more. In his previous life, he almost became the enemy of the world for his lover. No one dared to accept him, let alone become friends with him. Chapter 431, Start of Good Times, 3, he was like a lonely ghost wandering in this world without anyone to rely on. However, he was a person who valued relationships, so he yearned for friends. He yearned for a group of like-minded people to cook wine and discuss the Tao. He yearned to be accepted, needed, and trusted. Therefore, when he saw Liu extend his friendly hands to him, he was really excited. It was as if a drifting boat could finally reach the shore, as if a stray lamb had finally found its flock. Furthermore, Li Yu was so extraordinary and powerful it was his honor to follow by his side something he would never dare to dream of. From now on, I, Tyree, will do my best for you. I will be loyal until the end of my life. Tyree said word by word. Every word came from the bottom of his heart, powerful and resonating. All right. I believe you. Li Yu smiled. 10 interesting facts about Earth's oceans. Li Yu was happy to have such an expert as his underling. Furthermore, such a loyal person must be loyal. Get up. Li Yu helped Tyree up. Tyree stood up, his eyes still filled with gratitude. Feeling the warmth emitted by Qianqian beside him, he felt as if he was in a dream. After countless years he had finally found his lover and reunited with her. Furthermore, he had found someone who was willing to accept him. From now on he had a home. His life was finally complete. Tyree, I'll give you 3 days to reunite with your lover, then follow me to the Nether Cloud Void. Later I'll get someone to arrange accommodation for you. This will be your home from now on. Li Yu said with a smile. Thank you, benefactor. Tyree and Qianqian were thrilled. Ritian was also happy for his master. Of course, he was also happy from the bottom of his heart. With the help of his master, he could become a member of the Qingyun sect. Cultivating in the #1 grotto heaven in the world was something that countless people could only dream of. After that, Li Yu got someone to arrange accommodations for Tyree and Qianqian. According to the treatment of elders, they would have an independent courtyard while Ritian would stay in their room. 10 interesting facts about Earth's oceans. That night, Li Yu called his junior brothers and sisters to hold a bonfire banquet to welcome Tyree. Tyree was touched. He could not remember how many years it had been since he was so happy. He could not remember how long it had been since he had drunk and chatted happily with a group of friends. This moment reminded Tyree of the spring festival when he was young. The wanderers returned to their hometown to celebrate the festival with their relatives and friends. The moment of family reunion was such a warm and blissful moment. Unknowingly, Tyree got drunk. Of course, this was because he was too happy. The bitterness was over and the blissful scene made it difficult for him to control himself. Come, old Ty, another toast. Tang Chi hugged Tyree and clinked glasses as if they were good brothers who had known each other for many years. Cheers! Tyree downed another glass of wine and enjoyed this moment to the fullest. Let me tell you, in the myriad worlds apart from your senior brother, you will never find another person who can roast such delicious meat. Tang Chi added. That's right. In the past, cultivators paid attention to Anidia, but our sect master taught us that was the wrong cultivation method. Only a rock has no desires. Yi Qiu said with a smile. Everyone laughed when they heard that. 3 days later, Li Yu left the Jingxing realm with Moron Xingxia, Little 7, Zhongyu, Great Immortal, Milu, Tyree and Ri Tian for the Nether Cloud Void. 10 interesting facts about Earth's oceans. Chapter 432, Ancestral Dragon Treasury. 1. Li Yu and the others searched the vast starry sky for a few days before they found the spectral Nether Cloud Void. In the Nether Cloud Void, the air was covered by a layer of mist, causing one's vision to become extremely blurry. It was not only blurry, but even one's divine sense was blurry. Those thin fogs seemed to give everyone with normal vision an inexplicable sense of dizziness after wearing high-intensity nearsighted glasses. There was no heaven or earth here, nor was there any gravity. The operation of the power of heaven and earth was constantly changing. Therefore, entering it was even more terrifying than being in the vast starry sky. There was no reference point at all, as if any direction was the sky and any direction was ahead. It was easy to get lost in it and not find where they came from. Of course, Li Yu's heart of heaven and earth could still sense the circulation of deeper laws. He could understand some of the meridians and not get lost. Furthermore, they had Zhongyu as their guide. However, just as they entered the Nether Cloud Void, Zhongyu looked around and suddenly said, "The Nether Cloud Void has already entered the illusory cloud stage." No one knew the Nether Cloud Void better than Zhongyu. What do you mean? Li Yu looked at Zhongyu. Zhongyu immediately explained, the Nether Cloud Void is filled with many ghost clouds that look no different from ordinary clouds. The ghost clouds are unpredictable. They can suddenly appear anywhere or they can suddenly disappear into thin air. No one can sense their traces in advance. These ghost clouds are divided into 4 different periods. The first period is the ordinary Nether Cloud stage. At this time, some of these ghost clouds will turn into fire clouds, some into thunder clouds, some into ice clouds, some into wine clouds, some into poisonous clouds, etc. Ghost clouds will be active frequently during this period and their offensive power is terrifying. However, the ghost clouds in this period can be tracked. It is generally easier to sense in advance and not be caught off guard. The second period is the confusion cloud period. At this time, the ghost clouds will all turn into confusion clouds that possess extremely powerful fainting powers. During this period, they will not be especially active, but they will become no different from ordinary clouds and mist, and it will be difficult to tell if they are real or fake. Once you enter the fog by mistake, you will fall into an eternal sleep. Sister Milu had once fallen into the fog and slept for countless years. The illusory cloud stage is similar to the mystic cloud stage. However, during the illusory cloud stage, all the fog and ghost clouds here will produce an extremely powerful illusion effect. It will even transform into an illusion that is impossible to distinguish between serious and fake. Once one falls into the illusory cloud, they will be trapped in an illusion. In the end, their consciousness will fall into the illusion and they will never escape. The fourth period is the most dangerous period for outsiders, the devouring cloud stage. However, it rarely appears. At this time, the ghost cloud will produce a terrifying devouring power. All matter, magic power, vitality, souls, and other tangible and invisible things will be devoured. Of course, they only devour foreign objects. The living beings and objects that existed here will not be devoured. During the illusory cloud era, apart from these illusory ghost clouds, there is another threat in the nether cloud void. It is the soul-devouring creatures that live with the ghost clouds. They will invade one's soul without anyone knowing and slowly devour the soul while releasing the power of illusion. Other than the above threats, the rest are the living beings in the nether cloud void. Zhongyu's words did not make anyone nervous because they were well aware that with Liu around, no matter if it was the mystic cloud, the illusory cloud, or the devouring cloud, they were all clouds. Furthermore, there was Zhongyu the guide who knew this place very well. They naturally had nothing to worry about. The ones who should be afraid should be the native creatures in the nether cloud void. Of course, there are not only clouds in the nether cloud void, there are also many floating mountains, earth, and so on. It's just that they're constantly moving. Zhongyu continued to introduce the nether cloud void to everyone. As they spoke, everyone had already flown into the depths of the nether cloud void. Although they were not afraid of these illusory clouds, they did not lower their guard. They used their abilities or magic treasures to block the interference of the fog. Furthermore, they only controlled their gaze to a radius of 10 feet according to Zhongyu's instructions. The illusion of the fog was not through contact but through vision and special light. If one looked into the distance for a long time, it was easy to hallucinate. However, as long as he kept his gaze within 10 feet, it could be easily avoided. If they really encountered the illusory cloud, they had no choice but to rely on their own abilities. Liu had 3 goals for this trip. One was to find the ancestral dragon's treasure and the other was to find Emperor Yu Mountain. Finding the ancestral dragon's treasure was not difficult for him. He could find it as long as he followed the system's guidance. However, it might take some time to find the Emperor Yu Mountain. Her last goal was to help great immortal Milu find immortal Lu Qi, even though there was a high chance that it would be fruitless. In fact, Liu did not plan to bring great immortal Milu along. After all, this trip was not safe. However, she knelt and begged, hoping to find immortal Lu Qi in the nether cloud void. In addition, Zhongyu pleaded for her and promised Liu that she would take care of great immortal Milu herself. Therefore, Liu agreed. Of course, it was mainly because Liu was moved by compassion and hoped that great immortal Milu could have a good ending. Chapter 433, Ancestral Dragon Treasury, 2. If immortal Lu Qi was still alive, they might be able to find him. This would be a form of repayment for great immortal Milu's misty immortal island. Everyone flew along. They had Liu's heart of heaven and earth and the primordial origin true body, Zhongyu the local guide, Morong Xingqiao's eye of truth, and Tyree's third eye. It was easy for them to avoid those strange illusory clouds and sneak around unimpeded. However, many people from the immortal realm who entered to find grotto heavens were not as lucky. Many people were disturbed by illusions. Some fought with the air, spoke to a cloud, or circled around on the spot. There were even serious cases of peers killing each other. Along the way, Liu and the others saw various strange and mysterious people. Liu allowed those who did not harm him or others to do as they pleased. After all, he could not control them. As for those who had fallen into the illusory cloud and completely fell into the illusion, even treating their companions as enemies and monsters who killed each other, Liu still chose to help. After all, it was not difficult to remove those people's illusions. He only needed to use the power of the primordial origin true body. Bang! 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 The enormous magic power collision stirred up the entire void, but those illusionary clouds were completely unaffected. They did not move at all, let alone disperse by the magic power shockwave. More than 10 people from the immortal realm fought intensely with words coming out of their mouths as if they were facing a terrifying monster's pursuit. Liu could not see the illusion they saw because the illusory cloud might have a different effect on everyone. However, it was not difficult for Liu to guess from the looks of it. The fear in his heart became reality. They thought that they were attacked by monsters, but they were actually killing each other. He had encountered this situation more than once along the way. The power of the primordial origin true body instantly swept over and all the divine powers and spells instantly disappeared. All the illusions dissipated as silence reigned. Those immortals who had killed each other returned to their senses. Their eyes were filled with confusion at first, and then they saw their injured companions and Liu's figure. They immediately cupped their hands and thanked him. "Thank you for saving us, Cultivator Li." However, they had no idea that they had killed their companions. They thought that the monsters they had seen were responsible and that Liu had eliminated that monster and saved them. It was not until Liu told them the truth that they were shocked and filled with grief. Don't look too far. Be vigilant. If you encounter any abnormalities, be careful of the enemy's illusions. Liu reminded them briefly before leading everyone forward. After all, he could not bring all these people alone. He did not have the responsibility or obligation. Furthermore, he was not here to save those people. It was already benevolent of him to remind them that there were illusions everywhere. As for whether they could survive in the nether cloud void, it would depend on their luck. If they could not learn to overcome those illusions and escape the illusion, they would still die here sooner or later. Following the system's guidance, Liu and the others flew for an unknown period of time. There was almost no concept of time here, but Liu clearly remembered that the power of heaven and earth had changed a total of 10,056 times. They had encountered and successfully avoided more than 3,000 illusory clouds and more than 9,000 people from the immortal realm. During this period they encountered 2 attacks from creatures in the nether cloud void, but they did not escape Liu's sword. Finally, Liu and the others successfully arrived at their destination. It was a giant meteorite that looked like a small planet floating in the nether cloud void. Approaching it made one feel tiny. The surface of this meteorite was filled with countless holes. Liu did not know how these holes were formed, but the ancestral dragon treasury should be in this giant meteorite, or rather the entrance to the ancestral dragon treasury was in this meteorite. However, the system's guidance could not tell him which hole to enter from. Therefore, Liu was momentarily at a loss. "Master, is this it?" Chanjiang number 7 jumped onto Liu's shoulder and said, "Heavens, there are so many holes." Tyree activated his third eye and carefully observed the holes for a moment. He was helpless. There was a powerful domain inside these holes and he could not see any clues. He could only rule out a portion of the holes that were clearly dead ends. "Should we split up?" Ri Tian asked. Liu fell silent for a moment, wondering if he should split this meteorite apart with a single strike. However, this meteorite was clearly not an ordinary stone and it was filled with powerful magic power fluctuations. If he forcefully broke through, he might destroy the ancestral dragon treasury, so he gave up on this idea. "Oh yes." Liu raised his brows and suddenly thought of the little dragon manifested from the ancestral dragon's skull. Since this was the ancestral dragon's treasure, the little ancestral dragon might know something. At the moment, that little fellow was staying on the misty immortal island and becoming friends with the azure dragon vine. At the thought of this, Liu immediately summoned it. When it came off, this fellow was hugging and gnawing on a vine that was countless times thicker than it. Liu took a look. It seemed to be the azure dragon vine. The little dragon had already grown significantly and was almost 10 feet long. However, compared to the true size of the ancestral dragon, it was still similar to an earthworm. After being summoned by Liu, the little ancestral dragon's gaze was immediately attracted by the giant meteorite in front of it. Then its eyes widened and brightened. "This is the ancestral dragon's treasure. Did you sense anything?" Liu asked. "An intense summoning." The little ancestral dragon spoke in the human tongue. It was formed from a portion of the ancestral dragon's essence soul. Although its memories were incomplete, it did not forget anything. Therefore, when it saw this meteorite, it seemed to have thought of something. At the same time, it sensed a summoning from inside. It was its ancestors summoning. "Very good, bring me in," Liu said with a smile. He had guessed correctly. This little ancestral dragon could indeed become a new guide. The little ancestral dragon did not say anything else and immediately flew into one of the holes. Liu and the others immediately followed. The cave was a deep tunnel. Before long, fork after fork appeared. If not for the little ancestral dragon leading the way, he would not have known where to go. Furthermore, the strange domain in the cave blocked the detection of all divine senses. There was also a powerful pressure that made everyone feel as if they were in the deep sea, making it difficult to breathe. After a long while, everyone finally arrived inside the meteorite under the lead of the little ancestral dragon. It was a huge spherical space with a giant altar floating in the middle. 9 ancestral dragon statues were entrenched around the altar. This is it, Li Yu thought. It seemed that this altar was the entrance to the ancestral dragon treasury. In that case, the ancestral dragon treasury might be in an independent space, just like the misty immortal island. This altar was the same as the Mi Lu immortal palace. Li Yu carefully observed the few dragons around the altar. They had different expressions and were engraved with different totems that corresponded to the 8-divisional pagoda. The little ancestral dragon flew directly to the altar. Immediately, the entire altar seemed to have sensed something and shook. A halo surfaced on the 9 ancestral dragon statues. The 8-divisional pagoda is missing, the little ancestral dragon suddenly said. It had recalled something just now. Li Yu flew over and waved his hand, summoning the 8-divisional pagoda. Immediately, the surrounding 9 ancestral dragon statues seemed to have sensed something, as if they had awakened. They actually moved, then they roared in unison and shot out pillars of light from their mouths into the 8-divisional pagoda. Rumble! The entire altar shook as a giant totem rose from the altar and enveloped Li Yu and the little ancestral dragon. The totem light became increasingly dazzling and it soon completely concealed them. In the next second, the light suddenly shrank and finally disappeared as a white dot. Li Yu and the little ancestral dragon disappeared as well. However, just as they disappeared, a giant eye suddenly opened in the giant meteorite. Chapter 434, Such Loyalty. 1. White light filled Li Yu's vision and his body seemed to be lifted up by a force before falling. Li Yu did not resist this power and allowed it to affect him. When the white light disappeared, Li Yu realized that he had already arrived in another space. The space was vast and endless. Colorful halos that looked like auroras filled the air, and countless scattered bones were scattered in every corner of the void like countless stars. It reflected those halos and emitted a cold white light. The place where Li Yu and the little ancestral dragon appeared was also a huge altar floating in the air. These few were also surrounded by 9 dragons, but these dragons were 9 well-preserved dragon skeletons. It was as if white, silver, or golden mountains surrounded the void around the altar. In the mouths of the 9 dragon skeletons was a pearl the size of a human head that emitted extraordinary magic power fluctuations. Ancestral Dragon Pool. This is our ancestral dragon pool. This is great. I can reconstruct my body now. The little ancestral dragon cheered excitedly. He remembered that his name was Long Chuan, the 18th patriarch of the ancestral dragon race. This was their race's ancestral dragon pool, a place where only the patriarch could undergo baptism. The ancestral dragon pool could bestow the blessings and inheritances of his ancestors to obtain supreme power and divine powers. Not only that, but the ancestral dragon pool could also reconstruct one's body. Long Chuan was thrilled. He immediately used the secret technique of the ancestral dragon race to activate the pearls in the mouths of the surrounding dragon skeletons. Those pearls immediately turned into liquid that surged out of his mouth and landed on the altar. Take your shower while I search for treasures, Li Yu said to the little ancestral dragon. All right, the treasure grounds are all there. Long Chuan pointed into the distance. Just now a floating hall appeared out of thin air. Li Yu smiled. Actually, he planned to investigate the hall without Long Chuan's guidance. He quickly flew into the hall. Indeed, there was a dazzling array of divine weapons and treasures. The ancestral dragon race did have a lot of wealth, so Li Yu did not stand on ceremony and robbed them all. The system's voice kept ringing, but soon, ding, collected a heavenly pillar. There's indeed a heavenly pillar here. Li Yu put away the heavenly pillar in satisfaction. He had already successfully found 7 of the 18 heavenly pillars. I wonder where the primordial treasure is hidden. Li Yu began to carefully search the ancestral dragon race's treasure vault. Since the system indicated that there was a primordial treasure here, it should be good. He just did not know what treasure it was or where it was. Li Yu carefully searched all the corners of the hall, but he did not find any primordial treasure. Furthermore, logically speaking, Li Yu's heart of heaven and earth should be able to sense the magic power fluctuations contained in the primordial treasure. Strange, it's not here. Li Yu thought he checked the system interface and carefully looked at the information in the mission notification. Clues regarding the primordial treasure. Li Yu suddenly frowned, feeling that he had misunderstood back then. There might not be a primordial treasure here, only clues regarding it. Li Yu was slightly disappointed, but he felt that it was good to find clues. After all, apart from the creation jade disc, he had no other clues about the creation golden lotus and the primordial pearl. Since it was a clue, it involved the transmission and recording of information. There were many ways to record and transmit information in this world. For example, there were common books, calligraphy records, magic treasures that could record images, and magic treasures that recorded information using magic power and divine sense. Li Yu began to flip through all the books in the hall according to these possibilities, screening the various items he had obtained here. With the heart of heaven and earth, Li Yu achieved the accomplishment of quantum speed reading, which was impossible in his previous life. Of course, his speed reading had nothing to do with quantum fluctuations. He only needed to casually flip through all the books to easily obtain the information inside. He could also easily search for the information he needed from the sea of information. Soon he successfully found records of the Red Lotus of Annihilation in an ancient book, and then Li Yu saw some records of the Golden Lotus of Creation in another ancient book. However, these records were not comprehensive. They were like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle that only presented a portion of the truth. Fortunately, after Li Yu flipped through all the ancient books, he slowly pieced together some unrelated and obscure information in his mind. In the end, it presented the answer he wanted. The Red Lotus of Annihilation and the Golden Lotus of Creation should be of the same origin. For some reason, the original primordial treasure, the Creation Golden Lotus, split into the Great Dao Green Lotus and the Red Lotus of Annihilation. However, it essentially belonged to the Creation Golden Lotus, which was why Li Yu obtained it later. However, that Golden Lotus was not the true Creation Golden Lotus. It needed to fuse with the Great Dao Green Lotus to recover. Looks like I've gained a lot this time. Although he did not obtain the primordial treasure this time, he had obtained crucial information. At least he knew what happened to the Golden Lotus he obtained. I wonder where the Great Dao Green Lotus is. Li Yu thought. Chapter 435, Such Loyalty, 2. Clearly it was not easy to collect these primordial treasures. After that, Li Yu flipped through the other books here to see if he could find any more useful information. Not long after Li Yu and the little ancestral dragon disappeared from the altar, the surrounding space suddenly began to tremble. In the end, the entire meteorite seemed to tremble and the surrounding rock walls began to crack. Waves of powerful aura and magic power fluctuations enveloped over from somewhere. Morong Xingqiao, Great Immortal Milu, and the others' expressions changed slightly as they looked around nervously. Tyree's expression was calmer, but he frowned slightly as he observed his surroundings. He did not expect that person to be here too. Everyone be careful, there's a powerful fellow hidden here. Tyree warned in a low voice. His words made everyone's expressions turn grim. Rumble. Rumble. The surrounding rock walls shook violently as if an earthquake had occurred. Cracks spread like a spider web. Wider and wider, many gravel had already fallen off amidst the tremors. In the end, the rock wall that enveloped the altar cracked like an eggshell. At the same time, a gigantic figure appeared in everyone's field of vision. It was an incomparably enormous black dragon. This dragon was so large that it was suffocating. Its head alone was like a majestic mountain. Its body was like a winding mountain range. At the moment, everyone could only see a portion of the black dragon's body. However, this portion of its body gave everyone a strong sense of pressure. Upon seeing the black dragon, Tyree's third eye immediately opened and he entered combat preparation. It's you again, three-eyed fellow. The black dragon spoke in the human tongue, its voice deafening. Tyree did not speak as he stared coldly at the black dragon. He had seen this black dragon before, but he did not know much about its origins. He only knew that this fellow was not a good person and it was extremely powerful. Tyree, who was at the peak of his strength, had fought it before, but it was only a draw. Now this fellow seemed to have become much stronger. Furthermore, it was clearly hiding here for the ancestral dragon treasury. It's a pity that I didn't eat you last time. You might not be so lucky this time, the black dragon added. Its venomous gaze stared at Tyree, Zhongyu, and the others. Looks like I'm in for a treat today. There's actually a little girl in the form of a divine artifact. The black dragon's enormous head slowly approached, squeezing the void as if it was distorting. Aren't you afraid of bursting yourself, you big mudskipper? Tyree did not speak, but Changjiang number 7 spoke. Upon hearing Changjiang number 7's words, the black dragon looked at it and laughed like thunder. Where did this puppy come from? The black dragon mocked. The terrifying magic power swept towards Changjiang number 7 like a corporeal tide. However, its figure suddenly transformed into a stream of light that instantly entered the black dragon's mouth. In the next second, the black dragon's body suddenly stiffened, then its body squirmed violently and began to expand at a visible speed. Its already enormous body instantly doubled in size, and it was still expanding. Its scales seemed like they were about to split open. Bastard, how dare you play dirty? Get out here! The black dragon roared in horror as its body twisted and struggled violently. However, no matter how it struggled, it could not stop its body from expanding. Don't you like to eat? I'll stuff you to death today. Changjiang number 7's voice sounded from the black dragon's body, equally deafening. Also, you're not worthy of talking in front of me. No, no. As the black dragon roared indignantly, its body expanded into a ball that was even larger than the original meteorite. In the end, with a loud explosion, its body shattered like a balloon that had exploded. Only a giant head was left. However, for creatures at this level, even if their bodies were shattered, their essence souls could survive independently, let alone their heads. The black dragon's head looked at Changjiang number 7's enormous body in horror. It never imagined that it would encounter such a powerful creature. It was so frightened that it immediately turned around and fled. You still want to escape? Changjiang number 7 opened its mouth, and a huge black hole immediately appeared in its mouth that emitted a terrifying devouring power as if it could devour heaven and earth. The black dragon did not escape far before it was locked onto by the terrifying devouring power and dragged back. No, no, if you kill me, my master won't let you off. My master is in the primordial chaos. Before the black dragon could finish its sentence, it was mercilessly swallowed by Changjiang number 7 and let out a long burp. One could vaguely hear the black dragon's unwilling and terrified roar. Immediately, Changjiang number 7's body shrank again to a mini version. Great immortal Mi Lu Ritian Zhongyu Morong Xingqiu and the others were dumbfounded and shocked. They could sense how powerful the black dragon was. In the end, its body exploded so easily by Changjiang number 7. The black dragon's head, which was like a towering mountain, was devoured. Chapter 436, Such Loyalty. 3. As expected of Liu's pet, it was equally decisive in killing. There's a world in number 7's stomach. Tyree was also shocked. It was against common sense to return to its original appearance after devouring such a large head. They did not expect Changjiang number 7 to be so impressive. They felt that if it really used its full strength, it could devour a planet. After the torture of the black dragon and Changjiang number 7, the meteors wrapped around the altar completely collapsed into countless gravel that scattered in the surroundings. The enormous altar was also exposed. In the ancestral dragon treasury, Liu flipped through all the books and could not help but discover some unexpected information. In the history of the ancestral dragon race, the ancestors of the ancestral dragon race had once mentioned that his master Emperor Yu was going to find Hongmang and sent him to guard the human race's holy mountain. Through this information, Liu could basically confirm that the ancestral dragon race's patriarch seemed to be Emperor Yu's pet. Furthermore, it mentioned that Emperor Yu was going to find the primordial chaos. It was similar to what number 7 and Huang had mentioned back then. He did not expect to be a pet lover. In his previous life, he had many pets and all of them were ridiculously strong. Just as Liu put away all the ancient books and prepared to leave the hall that he had emptied, a deafening dragon roar suddenly sounded outside, and a powerful aura reverberated through the surrounding space along with the sound wave. Liu walked out of the hall and saw a mountain range that seemed to be cast from gold. It rose and fell entrenched in the sky above the altar. It was the little ancestral dragon that had reconstructed its body. The 9 complete ancestral dragon skeletons that were originally entrenched around the altar became incomplete. Many bones were missing from each skeleton. Clearly, Long Chuan's body was reconstructed through those bones. Looks like you've succeeded. Liu flew over from the direction of the hall with a smile. Seeing Liu fly over, Long Chuan immediately transformed into his human form. Then he knelt in the air and kowtowed respectfully. Long Chuan greets master. Liu was slightly surprised when he heard Long Chuan's words, wondering if this fellow was the ancestor of the ancestral dragon race. However, thinking back to the history of the ancestral dragon race, their ancestor was not called Long Chuan, and Long Chuan should be the 18th patriarch. Why do you call me master? Li Yu asked the question in his heart. Because you're the master of our ancestral dragon race. As the patriarch, when we accept the baptism of the dragon pool, we will obtain some of our ancestors' memories, and the most important one is related to you. Our ancestors told us to remember that you are the savior of our ancestral dragon race and our eternal master. You are the ruler of this world and the emperor who rules over all races. Although Master had once left, our ancestors had always believed that you would return. We ordered our descendants to not forget their roots and honor you as our master for generations. Long Chuan said with a pious gaze. He had already recovered most of his memories. Hearing Long Chuan's words, Li Yu understood and could not help but feel a little touched. He did not expect the ancestral dragon race to be so loyal. It seemed that his predecessor had a way with pets. He made these pets so loyal that even if he died they had to remember his appearance. However, on second thought, Li Yu felt that the ancestral dragon ancestor was not only loyal but also intelligent. He was also worried that after he died his heir would not recognize his master and offend him. Then what awaited their race was probably destruction. Well done. Chapter 437, Devouring Cloud. 1. After Changjiang No. 7 killed the black dragon, he quickly collected the black dragon meat that had exploded into countless pieces. Everyone looked at him in surprise, wondering what he was up to. He said, "Although this black dragon is a little ugly, the meat is really good. Master will definitely like it." Everyone came to a realization and could not help but laugh. At this moment the light on the altar lit up again and two figures walked out of it. They were Li Yu and Long Chuan. This is that little ancestral dragon? Everyone's gazes gathered on Long Chuan, who was beside Li Yu, and they immediately guessed his identity. Li Yu waved his hand and kept the 8-divisional pagoda in the system space again. Then he looked at the giant floating rocks in the surroundings in surprise. There were also fragments of the corpses of some unknown creatures. Clearly a battle had occurred here not long ago. Master, let me prepare dragon meat for you." Changjiang No. 7 ran over eagerly. What happened? Li Yu asked in confusion. Changjiang No. 7 explained what had just happened casually, and Tyree added a few words. It should be the natural enemy of our ancestral dragon race, black ferocious dragon. Long Chuan said after hearing Tyree's description. The black ferocious dragon was a variant born from heaven and earth. It was extremely powerful, and not many people in the ancestral dragon race were its match back then. This fellow had always coveted the ancestral dragon pool in the ancestral dragon treasury and liked to eat the ancestral dragon race. At least a dozen ancestral dragons had died in his hands. This number did not sound like much. However, in the heyday of the ancestral dragon race there were only more than 20 pure-blooded ancestral dragons. Master, have a taste. This black dragon meat is not bad, but it's a little troublesome to eat. Changjiang No. 7 said with a grin. Li Yu looked at the dragon meat that Changjiang No. 7 brought over and smiled. He flipped his palm and the heaven and earth cauldron was taken out before it rapidly enlarged. In the blink of an eye it transformed into a giant cauldron that stood on the altar. A smile surfaced in everyone's eyes. They knew what Li Yu wanted to do by taking out the heaven and earth cauldron. This supreme-grade supreme artifact, the heaven and earth cauldron that could refine sacred medicines, had long become Li Yu's barbecue stove. The life spirit True Flame became an outstanding barbecue chef under Li Yu's guidance. Every time Li Yu threw the meat and seasonings into the cauldron, the life spirit True Flame would roast the meat until it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, giving it a delicious appearance. Another treat. Ri Tian said with a smile. The last time he ate Li Yu's roasted meat he really savored it every day. He did not expect to eat Li Yu's roasted dragon meat today. This was really a joyous occasion. After the black dragon meat was roasted, Long Chuan enjoyed it. Thinking of his companions who had been eaten by the black ferocious dragon, he felt that every bite was revenge for his clansmen. After the dragon meat feast, Li Yu and the others set off again to find the location of Emperor Yu Mountain. However, about an hour after Li Yu and the others left, space suddenly twisted into a vortex and an extraordinary figure flew out. This person was tall and his long green hair was like silk. His jade-like face was handsome and his eyes were like stars that flickered with a dark blue light. There was no expression on his face. His entire body was enveloped in countless mysterious golden runes. With every step he took, a circle of golden ripples would appear under his feet and many strange golden runes flickered inside. He looked at his surroundings and frowned slightly. Then he waved his hand and picked up a small piece of black ferocious dragon meat. At the same time a dark light flashed in his palm. The dragon meat immediately transformed into smoke that condensed into a strange totem in his palm. He formed hand seals and tapped the air in front of him with a buzz. Circles of ripples appeared in the air like water. The ripples instantly swept through the surroundings and the entire space seemed to have stopped. Immediately the surrounding scene began to change. It was as if time had reversed and the surrounding scene became the moment the black ferocious dragon saw it before it died. On the screen was the figure of Changjiang number 7 and a few blurry figures at the side. At this point a cold glint flashed through the man's eyes, then he waved his hand and the surrounding void returned to normal. Then he suddenly stretched out his palm. Circles of profound totems surfaced around his arm, turning into countless symbols that silently fused into the void. His figure disappeared on the spot. At the same time, somewhere in the nether cloud void, the Wang family was carefully advancing. They were also disturbed by the fog in the illusory cloud along the way. Fortunately, the Wang family's secret technique was effective against various illusions. Therefore, after falling into the illusion a few times, they successfully escaped danger. "Father, look, there seems to be land in the distance again," Wang Jiabao suddenly said with a grave expression. They had encountered such a scene several times in the past. They thought that it was the location of the grotto heaven, but they realized that it was an illusion. The Wang family, who had suffered a few times, felt fear when they saw the mountains. However, they were here to find the immortal cloud mystic realm, an Emperor Yu mountain. They could not ignore it. Chapter 438, Devouring Cloud 2, let's go take a look. Wang Lin brought his clansmen and slowly approached. Everyone held their breaths and focused their breathing, faintly discernible. They were in no hurry to enter. Their gazes carefully identified the details, searching for anything unreasonable or strange. "Everyone be careful," Wang Jiabao warned in a low voice. As for Wang Lin, he frowned. After some careful observation, he felt that this place did not seem like an illusion. Furthermore, he suddenly realized that the surrounding mist seemed to have lost its hallucinatory effect. This should be the real place, Wang Lin said. In front of him was a beautiful mountain range. Green mountains and bamboo were surrounded by clouds. Hearing Wang Lin's words, everyone relaxed a little, but only a little. He was still on guard, stopping to observe every distance. However, just as everyone arrived near the mountain range, a giant figure suddenly appeared out of thin air behind them, instantly enveloping everyone. Everyone from the Wang family turned around in surprise and saw an enormous monster. This monster did not look ferocious and even looked a little ferocious. However, the pressure it emitted made everyone's faces sink. Clearly, this was a fellow who could threaten them. If Li Yu and the others were here, they would definitely be shocked to discover that the monster was identical to Changjiang number 7. Almost the moment this monster appeared, a terrifying devouring power swept out of its mouth. It instantly enveloped the Wang family. Not good. The expressions of the Wang family changed drastically. They immediately used all their strength to resist the devouring power and used their divine powers to counterattack. However, two weaker members of the Wang family were pulled away by the devouring power and instantly devoured by the monster. Seeing this, the rest of the Wang family immediately used their divine powers to attack the monster, crazily wanting to kill it and save their clansmen. Facing the siege of the Wang family, the monster seemed to be at a loss. It suddenly transformed into a wisp of cloud and fled into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Damn it!" Wang Lin said indignantly. "What is that guy? It should be a living being from this nether cloud void. Bastard, if I see this guy again, I'll kill him," everyone from the Wang family said angrily. They were naturally heartbroken that their companion had died. It was a pity that that fellow had fled too quickly. At the same time, it was not only the Wang family, the others in the nether cloud void encountered the same thing one after another. Some of them had seen Changjiang number 7 before, so they were a little surprised when they saw the monster appear. Some were even caught off guard at the first moment, and they unfortunately became the monster's food. Fortunately, the monster fled immediately, allowing most to survive. "What's going on? Isn't that monster Cultivator Li's pet? Why did it suddenly attack us? Could it be that he was also disturbed by the illusion and attacked us? That shouldn't be the case with Cultivator Li around. What kind of illusion can't be broken? Perhaps Cultivator Li isn't by its side." Some survivors who had seen Changjiang number 7 speculated. They could not understand why Changjiang number 7 would suddenly attack them. However, Liu and the others who were near the immortal cloud mystic realm encountered the same thing. Everyone was shocked when they saw the Changjiang number 7 transformed from the ghost cloud rushing over. However, the ghost cloud was slashed into thin air by Liu. It's the devouring cloud stage. These ghost clouds have all become devouring clouds, Zhongyu said in a low voice. So that was the devouring cloud just now, Ri Tian said. Liu was not too affected by this. It was just that he could not understand why the devouring cloud would transform into Changjiang number 7 to attack them. How strange. Even if they turn into devouring clouds, why would they turn into my appearance? Changjiang number 7 asked in confusion. Yeah, the ghost cloud this time is indeed strange. Zhongyu also had a strange expression. Everyone should be careful, Great Immortal Milu reminded. Alright, let's continue to take a look at this mountain range. Liu did not think too much about it and looked at the beautiful mountain range in front of him. According to Zhongyu, she had lived here for a long time. The immortal cloud mystic realm might be here. Liu's motive for this trip was not to find the immortal cloud mystic realm. However, since he had encountered it, he naturally had to enter and take a look in case there was a surprise. When I lived here back then, it was lively. Many powerful creatures lived here and some human experts. Zhongyu continued to talk about the matters here. Her words made Liu's eyes flash as he looked at her in surprise. Human experts? That's right, many human and demon experts have always lived in the nether cloud void. Furthermore, their cultivation system is somewhat different from the humans of the outside world. However, many human experts I've encountered in the past should not be inferior to the heavenly venerables of the outside world. Upon hearing this, Liu frowned slightly as if he had a new understanding of this place. A human expert with a cultivation system different from the outside world piqued his curiosity. However, since there were many experts here whose strength was inferior to a heavenly venerable, why was it that no one from the nether cloud void was on the divine power rankings, bloodline rankings, physique rankings, and so on? Furthermore, the Heavenly Dao rankings could not be seen here. Was it because of the special laws of heaven and earth here that even the Heavenly Dao rankings could not interfere? Why were the two hidden grotto heavens on the rankings then? This contradiction did not make sense. Experience told Liu that something was wrong. The nether cloud void was strange to begin with. Many signs now seemed to prove that this place was similar to the burial earth world and was far from what it seemed. When Liu and the others arrived at the hinterland of the mountain range, they saw the valley that was like a paradise. The scenery was breathtaking. The immortal energy in Dao runes were rich. Although it was still inferior to the current nine-tailed mountain, it could be considered a treasure land. Many extraordinary creatures and human experts were indeed resting in the valley. Many human buildings and cave abodes were protected by various complicated array formations. Many of them were in seclusion. Their auras were indeed extraordinary. The people here don't hate outsiders, nor do they mind others coming here to cultivate. However, if someone has designs on their cave abode, it's a different story. However, when I lived here, most people adhered to morality and rules. Those who did not follow the rules were basically expelled from here. I wonder if those old friends still live here? Zhongyu asked with a slightly excited expression. The time she lived here back then was unforgettable and she had many friends here. It was a pity that she wanted to leave the nether cloud void and see the wider world, so she left this place. It had been almost 100 years since they last met. Now she seemed to feel honored to have returned home and she was eager to catch up with her friends from the past. However, when Zhongyu and the others arrived in the valley, they realized that the living beings resting here were like birds startled by the twang of a bow. They quickly dispersed and hid. Most of them looked hostile and the rest had complicated expressions. The entire valley no longer seemed as peaceful as before. Instead, it was filled with tension. Fortunately, she was familiar with some faces. Upon seeing this, Zhongyu immediately guessed that this was no longer the home he was familiar with. Something had happened here while he was away. Who are you? A few men with cold gazes flew over from afar and asked coldly. Zhongyu looked at the unfamiliar men in front of her and frowned slightly. Then she looked at someone she knew not far away and immediately flew over. Uncle Muhan, do you remember me? Zhongyu asked. You're little you? The middle-aged man called Muhan recognized Zhongyu. Is Uncle Li still around? Zhongyu asked. Uncle Li was once the strongest person here and could be considered the commander, but he was not the ruler. It was just that everyone respected him and some of the rules here were set by him. It was also because of him that this place was so harmonious. Uncle Lee is dead. The situation here has long changed. This place is already under the control of Hongzun, the man called Muhan whispered. Chapter 439, Reunion 1. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Who are you? What are you doing here? Those cold-looking men asked coldly. Before the men could finish their sentence, Tyree gave them a look. The deterrence emitted by the dual pupils immediately silenced them and they could not help but take a few steps back. Seeing that these outsiders did not seem to be easy to deal with, a few of them exchanged glances. One of them quickly left and flew towards a cave abode in the distance. Where are Uncle Ta, Uncle Shui and the others? Zhong Yu asked. These were the experts who had once treated her well and guarded this place with Uncle Lee. Uncle Da was not convinced by Hongzun's control and was also killed. Uncle Shui was severely injured and Uncle Da's daughter was reduced to Hongzun's servant. She chose to submit to Hongzun and is currently living in a disadvantageous area, said the man called Muhan. Hearing Muhan's words, Zhong Yu frowned and an unknown fire could not help but ignite in her heart. She finally understood that the person called Hongzun controlled this place after killing Uncle Lee, Uncle Ta and the others who were unconvinced. The rest could only choose to submit. However, they were also driven to a disadvantageous place to cultivate. The so-called disadvantageous place was the worst place here. She thought that she could reunite with her former friends after her return. She did not expect that everything had changed here. Those she cared about were either dead or injured and her former home had been occupied. This made it impossible for her to remain calm, nor could she sit back and do nothing. Li Yu basically understood what was going on. He looked at Zhong Yu and said, "Do what you want." Zhong Yu looked at him gratefully and great immortal Mi Lu stood beside her. Her gaze suddenly turned sharp like two sharp swords stabbing at the cold-faced men. At the same time a powerful suppression poured out and instantly enveloped the men. How could the men withstand Zhong Yu's suppression? They were pressed to the ground and their faces instantly turned pale. Zhong Yu, whose power had been activated by Li Yu, was now on par with Tyree. She did not need anyone's help to deal with these minions. She had only released a portion of her suppression power just now. If she used her full strength, these men would probably be pressed into the mud. Where is Hongzun? Zhong Yu asked coldly. Who dares to behave atrociously in my territory? With a furious shout, a short fat ball-like old man flew over. With every step, space shook slightly. The powerful aura sent chills down the spines of Muhan and the other natives present. Tyree frowned slightly as a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. He did not expect a top expert to be hidden here. He could sense that this person was extremely powerful, at least much stronger than the heavenly venerables he had seen before. Furthermore, his aura was strange. Perhaps it was as Zhong Yu had said, it was related to their unique cultivation system. You're Hongzun? Zhong Yu looked at the short and fat old man. The old man arrived and swept his gaze over Tyree, Li Yu, Zhong Yu and the others. A trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. The expression on his face immediately changed. The anger from before had long disappeared, replaced by a fake smile. Everyone, what happened? Did my disciple offend you? The short and fat old man asked with a smile. Surprise surfaced in the eyes of Muhan and the other natives. They did not expect that this arrogant and despotic Hongzun would actually flatter Li Yu, Zhong Yu and the others. This was beyond their expectations. However, Zhong Yu did not say a word and attacked directly with a wave of her hand. The phantom of the Eastern Emperor Bell immediately condensed in the air. It was like a giant mountain smashing down. The terrifying suppression made Hongzun's expression change. He immediately circulated all his magic power and used his strongest defensive divine power and magic treasure to resist. He did not dare to underestimate Zhong Yu because he could clearly sense how extraordinary Zhong Yu was. This woman's strength was probably above his. Miss, we have no grudges. Why did you attack me? Hongzun gritted his teeth and resisted the suppression of the Eastern Emperor Bell with difficulty. No grudges? You killed Uncle Li, Uncle De and the others today. Zhong Yu will avenge them. Zhong Yu said coldly. Then she shouted angrily and pressed her palm down. The Eastern Emperor Bell's power instantly multiplied. The terrifying suppression caused circles of ripples to appear in the space under Hongzun's feet. The world kept trembling and the terrifying aftershocks of magic power made the expressions of Muhan and the others change drastically. Hearing Zhong Yu's words, Hongzun's heart sank. He did not expect Li Zun to have such an impressive relative. He was really unlucky this time. Hongzun was well aware that the woman in front of him was extremely powerful, especially with such a terrifying suppression that even he could not withstand. Furthermore, there were two men beside her that he was even more afraid of. Miss, this nether cloud void is already the territory of the Primordial Emperor. I'm only following orders. If you kill me, you'll be offending the Primordial Emperor. He hates it when others offend him. If you make him unhappy, everyone here will die. Hong Zun hurriedly mentioned the person behind him. Zhongyu, Liu, Tairi, and even Changjiang number 7 frowned in confusion. Chapter 440, Reunion, 2, Primordial Emperor? Liu was surprised this name sounded scary. However, on second thought, Liu could not help but raise his brows. His intuition told him that the Primordial Emperor might bring him new clues about the primordial treasure. When I killed that black dragon previously, he also said something about primordial chaos. Looks like they were talking about the same person, said Changjiang number 7. Black dragon? That's right, that's the black ferocious dragon. That's the Primordial Emperor's mount. Hong Zun hurriedly said, feeling even more shocked. These guys were indeed terrifying. Even the black ferocious dragon was killed by them. However, on second thought, Hong Zun panicked even more. Since they had already killed Black Li Lulong, they did not care about killing him anymore. It's over. In that case, I can't let you live, Li Yu said coldly. His words made Hong Zun's heart sink to the bottom. He roared in despair and tried his best to break free from Zhong Yu's suppression to escape. However, killing intent surfaced in Zhong Yu's limpid eyes. She pointed her finger again and a bell sounded in the air, causing the world to tremble. Hong Zun's fleeing figure immediately froze as his body was crushed by the Eastern Emperor bell that descended from the sky. Hope surfaced in the eyes of Mu Han and the others. This fellow who bullied them was finally dead. As for those from Hong Zun's faction, they were scared out of their wits and immediately turned around to flee. Zhong Yu was about to pursue those people, but she was stopped by Li Yu. Let them report to that Primordial Emperor. I want to meet this guy who calls himself the Primordial Emperor. All right. Zhong Yu nodded. Seeing that everyone from Hong Zun's faction had fled, the people living here were not too excited. In fact, their eyes were filled with worry. After all, they were afraid of the Primordial Emperor behind Hong Zun, the expert who now controlled the entire Nether Cloud Void world. Although the strength Zhong Yu displayed surprised them, they felt that she might not be the Primordial Emperor's match. Furthermore, the people Zhong Yu brought were outsiders. Even if Zhong Yu used to live here, she clearly did not belong here anymore. If these outsiders killed Hong Zun and could not defeat the Primordial Emperor, they would still be the ones suffering. Little Yu, thank you for helping us get rid of that Hong Zun, but you have to be careful of that Primordial Emperor. He's indeed not to be trifled with. His power is beyond imagination. Mu Han walked forward and said gratefully. The surrounding natives gathered around to express their gratitude and also to understand the identities of this group of outsiders. Uncle Mu Han, don't worry, my master's power is also beyond imagination, Zhong Yu said with a smile. How much do you know about the Primordial Emperor? Li Yu asked Mu Han. Senior Xue knows more. Mu Han cupped his hands. He could tell that Li Yu was clearly the leader of this group of people and should be the master Zhong Yu mentioned. Uncle Mu Han, bring us to see Uncle Xue, Zhong Yu said. Okay, follow me. Mu Han nodded. Li Yu turned to look at Tairi and the others. You guys wait here first, I'll be back soon. With that said, he and Zhong Yu followed Mu Han into the distance. Senior Xue hasn't recovered from her injuries, so she's been in seclusion to recuperate recently, Mu Han explained as he led the way. How long has that Hong Zun occupied this place? Zhong Yu asked. Not long after you left, Hong Zun and his group arrived. However, he was still polite in the beginning. Senior Li also allowed him to open a cave abode. However, after this fellow sided with the Primordial Emperor, his true colors were revealed. After Li Yu and Zhong Yu left, Morong Xingqiao, Great Immortal Mi Lu Tairi and the others split up and circled the paradise. Changjiang number 7 let itself loose. One moment it chased after the 7 colored butterflies in the flowers, and the next it ran to scare the spirit beasts resting in the forest. It was a pity that it did not look scary. Those spirit beasts were not afraid of it at all. The scenery here is indeed not bad, Morong Xingqiao sighed. Although this place could not compare to the 9-tailed mountain, it had its own style. This place looks like the place Immortal Lord Lu Qi told me about back then, Great Immortal Mi Lu suddenly said with a complicated expression. She still remembered that Immortal Lord Lu Qi had once told her about this place. The cultivation Holy Land he described was very similar to this place. Back then they had planned to come here to live in seclusion and cultivate. They did not expect to end up like this. Senior Milu, I believe Senior Lu Qi must still be alive, Morong Xingqiao tried to comfort great immortal Milu. However, she suddenly stopped in her tracks and looked straight at a bamboo house in the bamboo forest in front of her. The scene in front of her was similar to the scene in life that immortal Lord Lu Qi had told her about back then. A bamboo house was built in the bamboo forest and her favorite flower was in front of it. A bamboo pavilion was built in the courtyard and 2 rattan chairs were placed there. They drank tea and admired the flowers when they were free. Morong Xingqiao also looked at the bamboo house curiously. However, when she saw great immortal Milu's trembling eyes, she seemed to have guessed something and could not help but reveal a pleasantly surprised expression. Senior Milu, this is. Xingqiao, follow me. Great immortal Milu pulled Morong Xingqiao and ran towards the bamboo forest. She looked nervous, but her eyes were filled with anticipation and a trace of worry. Chapter 441, Reunion 3. She seemed afraid that she would be disappointed. The two of them arrived in front of the bamboo house. The bamboo house was protected by a restriction, but after carefully observing the magic power resting in the restriction, great immortal Milu became even more excited because she felt that the aura was familiar. It should be immortal Lord Lu Qi. However, immortal Lord Lu Qi did not seem to be in the room. Xingqiao, he's here, he's really alive, this is where he lives, he once wanted to bring me here. Great immortal Milu held Morong Xingqiao's hand and said excitedly, "This is great, Senior Milu, I knew that immortal Lu Qi was still alive." Morong Xingqiao was also pleasantly surprised and was sincerely happy for great immortal Milu. Great immortal Milu hurriedly ran to a nearby house to inquire about immortal Lord Lu Qi. Indeed, as great immortal Milu had guessed, the owner of the bamboo house was immortal Lord Lu Qi. "Do you know where Lu Qi went?" Great immortal Milu asked anxiously. She really wanted to see her husband. "Brother Lu? He should be out picking herbs. Are you his wife?" The neighbor suddenly asked in surprise. "That's right, you know me?" Great immortal Milu was also pleasantly surprised. "Yes, Brother Lu said that he's here to wait for his wife." Upon hearing this, great immortal Milu was touched, but she was also happy. After countless years she could finally reunite with her husband. In the forest in the distance, Changjiang No. 7 was jumping up and down in the forest. In the end, it bumped into a sleeping behemoth on a hillside. The behemoth was like an ape, but its skin was like a crocodile's skin, only its head had a tuft of soft fur. It made it look strange and ugly. "Little guy, where did you come from? How dare you disturb my sleep?" The giant beast sat up like a small mountain. It looked coldly at the bell that was not even the size of its pinky. "Little guy? You're the little guy, right?" Changjiang No. 7 said unhappily. "Ha ha ha, you're not even as big as my little finger. Tell me, are you a little fellow?" The giant beast stretched out its little finger and waved it in front of Changjiang No. 7. Before it could finish its sentence, it was shocked to see the so-called little fellow's body rapidly enlarge, becoming as big as it in the blink of an eye. Then it continued to expand, pressing down on the surrounding trees and causing the ground to collapse. In the end, it could no longer see Changjiang No. 7's head, only its limbs. "Now you know who the little fellow is." Changjiang No. 7 also raised its pinky and waved it in front of the giant beast. The giant beast was completely dumbfounded. It looked at the indescribably large Changjiang No. 7 with its mouth agape, and a chill ran down its spine as the tiny tuft of hair on its body stood up. However, right at this moment, the Wang family members who were exploring this forest in the distance also saw the towering Changjiang No. 7. A cold glint immediately surfaced in their eyes. "It's that monster again. So it escaped here. Bastard, you can't escape this time," everyone from the Wang family said angrily. Previously they felt that the monster was not that terrifying, so they were not afraid when they saw it again. Instead, it was furious that 2 of its clansmen had been devoured by it. It immediately rushed over with a murderous expression. Chapter 442, Primordial Emperor 1. Changjiang No. 7 picked up the giant beast that called it little fellow. It was as tiny as a mouse compared to it. It trembled in fear and almost peed its pants. However, right at this moment, divine powers and magic treasures hit its back one after another. It was as if small stones and firecrackers had hit a steel plate. They did not cause any damage to Changjiang No. 7 and were even bounced off. Sensing that someone was attacking it, Changjiang No. 7 turned around in surprise and saw more than 10 cultivators attacking. Changjiang number 7 found it strange it could not help but look at the giant beast in its hand that had already fainted from fear. It thought that this giant beast was those people's pet and they attacked it because of that. Therefore Changjiang number 7 was not angry at all, it was even a little apologetic for scaring the other party's pet into fainting. However, the current Changjiang number 7 not only scared the giant beast unconscious but it also scared Wang Lin, Wang Jiabao and the rest of the Wang family to death. Their fatal attack just now did not hurt a single hair of the other party and was even bounced off. This big fellow in front of them was clearly not the same as the one they had encountered previously, it was stronger than they knew. This was especially true when it turned around and looked over the terrifying aura, frightened everyone in the Wang family and they immediately turned around and fled. Hey, don't go, it's a misunderstanding, I didn't mean to harm your pets. Seeing those people flee in fear, Changjiang number 7 hurriedly shouted. Immediately its enormous body blocked in front of the Wang family like a wall that reached the sky. Everyone from the Wang family did not dare to move as they looked at the enormous Changjiang number 7 in horror. Hey, your pet isn't dead yet, it just fainted. Changjiang number 7 brought the giant beast in front of the Wang family. It was not afraid of these people, it was mainly because it had caused a lot of trouble for Emperor Yu in the past. Emperor Yu had punished it greatly for this and left a shadow in its heart. It was afraid that it had done something to make Li Yu unhappy again. Looking at the strange bald star that was sent to them, the Wang family could not help but take a step back. Compared to the size of the giant beast, the Wang family still seemed tiny. However, they were stunned when they heard Changjiang number 7. Pet? What pet? The Wang family looked at each other, but after some thought they seemed to understand and could not help but be even more surprised. The powerful monster in front of him was clearly different from the ones he had encountered previously. This one was powerful, but it did not kill the innocent, it was a good monster. It seemed like they were lucky. I am fine, just let it go, Wang Lin said. Although the Wang family's attack on the Changjiang number 7 did not cause any damage to it, the considerable commotion still attracted the attention of everyone in the valley. Tyree and Ritan flew over to check on what was going on. Number 7, did something happen? Tyree asked. Other than Wang Jiabo, everyone from the Wang family was shocked to see Tyree. They all knew Tyree, who had once been ranked 3rd on the demon hunting rankings. He was an existence that the various large factions feared. Fortunately, this person was not really a wicked person. Furthermore, Tyree's background had already changed on the rankings to that's quite a large. Therefore everyone knew that Tyree had already followed Li Yu and become his subordinate. Oh, it's nothing, it's just a misunderstanding, Changjiang number 7 said. That's right, it's all a misunderstanding, Wang Lin immediately added, but he was still shocked from the looks of it. This powerful monster was with Tyree. Then what about those monsters we encountered previously? Did Tyree subdue this monster? However, right at this moment a tearing sound was heard. Immediately a large group of figures flew over. Powerful magic power fluctuations swept over with killing intent. Evil creature, how dare you devour my son, hand over your life. The person shouted angrily and attacked Changjiang number 7 without a word. However, their attacks did not harm Changjiang number 7 either. Changjiang number 7 was even more dumbfounded. What was going on? Wang Lin and Wang Jiabo looked at each other with strange expressions. They were well aware that this group of people had clearly encountered the same thing as them. Hey, wait a moment, fellow cultivators, it's a misunderstanding. Wang Lin hurriedly rushed forward and stopped the group of people. He knew this group of people. They were from the Mu family of the Luo Heaven Immortal Realm. The person in the lead was the Mu family's Master Mu He. Master Wang, you're here too, why did you say that just now? Mu He asked in confusion. The monster we encountered was not this one, Wang Lin said. So what? I'm going to kill this beast to avenge my son. Mu He was clearly a little overwhelmed. He knew that he could not win, but he still insisted on fighting. Of course, it was clear from his words that his son had been devoured by a monster. The grief and anger had made him lose his mind. At this point, Changjiang number 7 and Tyree finally understood that it was all a misunderstanding caused by the devouring cloud. Changjiang number 7's body rapidly shrank. Although it was attacked by those weak immortals, it was still unhappy. However, it did not intend to stoop to their level. After all, the main culprit was the strange devouring cloud. Chapter 443, Primordial Emperor 2. Seeing Changjiang number 7 shrink, the Wang family and the Mu family were filled with surprise. The killing intent of the Mu family seemed to weaken slightly. As Changjiang number 7 shrank, everyone finally saw the fairyland-like valley and their eyes revealed a trace of surprise. It was clear that the immortal cloud mystic realm they were searching for was likely here. Everyone, I understand now you should have encountered the devouring cloud, Tyree walked forward and said in a low voice. The moment they saw Tyree, Mu-He and the rest of the Mu family were shocked. Hearing his words, they could not help but frown. Tyree did not say anything else and roughly explained the devouring cloud and the strange things they had encountered. So you only encountered those devouring clouds that have transformed into number 7. Otherwise, with its strength, a single drop of water could shatter your souls. Tyree said seriously. He was not exaggerating, these people were indeed not strong enough. There's actually such a thing. Wang Lin and Wang Jiabo looked at each other. They did not expect that it was really a misunderstanding. Fortunately, this divine beast called number 7 had a good temper, otherwise they would probably be dead by now. Furthermore, this was Cultivator Li's pet. This was really a big misunderstanding. I've really offended you just now. Wang Lin hurriedly cupped his hands and apologized to Changjiang number 7 and Tyree. As for Mu-He and the others who had calmed down, they felt a lingering fear. They had really just escaped the gates of hell. Therefore he cupped his hands and said, I apologize for my offense just now, please forgive me. It's fine, it's all those damned devouring clouds' fault, it's not your fault. Changjiang number 7 did not take it to heart. Senior Tai, if I'm not wrong, this is the immortal cloud mystic realm, right? Wang Lin cupped his hands and asked. Probably. Tyree nodded non-committally. The smiles on the faces of the Wang family intensified. Although they had experienced twists and turns and lost a few clansmen, they had finally found the immortal cloud mystic realm. Although they hoped to find Emperor Yu Mountain, it was clearly not bad to find the 4th-ranked grotto heaven. Senior Tai, can we cultivate here? Wang Lin asked weakly. Probably, as long as we obtain the approval of the cultivators here, there shouldn't be a problem. Tyree said. Thank you, Senior Tai. Wang Lin said happily. In his heart, this place had probably already become Li Yu's territory. As long as Li Yu's men agreed, they could openly open a cave abode here to cultivate. Tyree did not say anything else. Instead, he brought Ritian and Changjiang number 7 back to the valley. The Wang family and the Mu family hurriedly flew into the valley. The natives in the valley looked at them warily. Wang Lin glanced at the surrounding natives and hurriedly caught up to Tyree. He cupped his hands and asked, Oh yes, Senior Tai, I wonder if Cultivator Li is here too? Yes. Tyree nodded. This is great, we're fortunate enough to see Cultivator Li with our own eyes today. Wang Lin said excitedly. Wang Jiabao's eyes brightened as well. He had heard much about what had happened from his father, but he had just returned from the ancient road to heaven, so he had never seen Li Yu with his own eyes. Therefore he was pleasantly surprised to hear that Li Yu was here. He looked forward to seeing this legendary figure who had destroyed the entire demon realm with one hand. Seeing that the group of people seemed to know Li Yu and the others, the natives in the valley relaxed a little. At Li Yu's place, Muhan brought them to the place where Venerable Shui was in seclusion. They saw the benevolent-looking old man with white hair and beard. Li Yu also learned some information about the primordial emperor from Venerable Shui. No one knew where this person came from. He was extremely powerful and possessed unfathomable power. He could control time and space with ease. Currently, the entire nether cloud void was under his control, and those ghost clouds listened to him. This person is already the absolute ruler of this void. No one is his match. Venerable Shui said with a gloomy expression. The power of the primordial emperor made him despair, and he could not think of resisting at all. Girl, listen to me. Hurry up and bring your friend away from this place. If the primordial emperor really comes, none of you will be able to leave. Venerable Shui added. Zhongyu did not speak. She could understand how Venerable Shui felt. After all, he did not know how powerful Li Yu was, nor did he know anything about the outside world. Furthermore, he said that for their own good and did not want to implicate them. Li Yu stood at the side and did not speak. He became increasingly curious about the primordial emperor. Such a powerful person had never appeared on the Heavenly Dao rankings. This person was indeed not simple. Furthermore, not long ago those illusory clouds turned into devouring clouds and took the appearance of Changjiang number 7. This fellow clearly did it. Uncle Shui, rest assured and recuperate. We will handle this matter ourselves. Zhongyu said in a low voice. Girl, you shouldn't have come back. Venerable Shui said with a sorrowful expression. He was well aware that they had killed Hong Zun and offended the primordial emperor. Even if they left now, it would probably be difficult for them to leave the nether cloud void unscathed. As they spoke, thick clouds suddenly gathered in the sky above the valley. It was as if the clouds in the entire nether cloud void had condensed here, forming a giant spherical cage that imprisoned this area. Countless devouring clouds transformed into creatures that looked like Changjiang No. 7. They surfaced in the dense clouds and roared. The terrifying magic power was like a torrential flood that poured down from the sky and drowned the entire valley. Everyone immediately felt suffocated and their hearts turned cold. Upon seeing this, the natives in the valley were horrified and panicked. Some even crawled on the ground in fear. "He's here, the primordial emperor must be here," someone shouted. Snow Venerable Zhongyu and Liu immediately sensed the terrifying magic power fluctuation. Snow Venerable's expression darkened as he said worriedly, "It's over, the primordial emperor is already here. He's here after all." Liyu's lips curled into a smile as he immediately turned around and left. In the valley, Tyree frowned as he looked up at the sky, thinking to himself that this guy was pretty quick. The expressions of the Wang family and the Mu family were ugly. The powerful magic power that spread down from the sky terrified them instinctively. "Senior Tai, what's going on?" Wang Lin asked with an ugly expression. "It's nothing serious." Tyree could not be bothered to explain. "These imposters, I'll devour you all." Changjiang No. 7 was furious when it saw the devouring clouds in the sky that had transformed into its appearance. Its body enlarged and it opened its mouth to devour the devouring clouds. However, right at this moment, a giant palm reached out from the dense clouds. It was as if the sky was pressing down on Changjiang No. 7. It pressed Changjiang No. 7's body to the ground, immobilizing it. Tyree was shocked to see this. He did not expect the primordial emperor to be so impressive as to subdue Changjiang No. 7 so easily. Looks like this guy does have an extraordinary background. However, right at this moment, a sword shadow seemed to flash past the thick clouds that enveloped the valley, were instantly combed into the middle. Immediately, the devouring clouds in the shape of Changjiang No. 7 collapsed with a roar and the dense clouds instantly dissipated. "I didn't expect you to still be alive," a voice sounded in the world. This voice seemed to come from all directions, making it difficult to find its source. Liu looked around and frowned slightly. He could not sense the person who spoke at all. "You're the primordial emperor? Stop pretending. Do you dare to come out and fight?" Liu asked coldly. At the same time, the space in the void twisted into a vortex and an extraordinary figure walked out. This person was tall and his long green hair was like silk that fluttered without wind. His face was as white as jade and he was extraordinarily handsome. His eyes were like stars that emitted a dark blue glow, and his appearance and bearing were not much inferior to Liu. "Long time no see, Emperor Yu." The man's lips curled into a faint smile. Liu looked at this person and expressed that he did not know him, but it was clear that he knew him well. To be precise, he knew his predecessor. Chapter 444, True Opponent, 1, Uncle Shui. He's the primordial emperor? Zhongyu looked at the man who had appeared out of thin air in surprise and asked. "Indeed, where did your master come from?" Venerable Shui looked at Liu in the air in shock and asked. He was shocked when he saw Liu sweep through the devouring clouds that filled the sky with a single strike. He did not expect Liu to be so powerful. When he heard the conversation between the primordial emperor and Liu, he was even more surprised. He did not expect the primordial emperor to know him and even call him Emperor Yu. Master's background is not simple. He's the eternal emperor of the human race. Zhongyu proudly introduced Liu's previous life. In the air, Liu was even more surprised when the primordial emperor appeared. He realized that even if this person stood in front of him, his heart of heaven and earth could not sense him at all. He could not even touch this person with the power of his primordial origin true body. It was as if there was a barrier around him that isolated everything. Even the laws of heaven and earth could not affect him at all. Liu seemed to understand why this person did not appear on the Heavenly Dao rankings. Perhaps he was an existence that had truly escaped the control of the Heavenly Dao and transcended this world. Was he really the primordial emperor? Liu was shocked, but he felt that it was impossible. If he was that powerful, he should not have hidden in the nether cloud void and would have already controlled the myriad worlds. There were many strange things about this person, but he had to admit that he was indeed the most unbelievable fellow he had encountered so far. "Don't you recognize me?" The primordial emperor looked at Liu in surprise. However, judging from Liu's reaction, he was even more certain that Liu really did not know him. Are you here to catch up with me? Li Yu asked coldly, even though the primordial emperor was clearly related to his predecessor. However, they were clearly not close friends. Haha, you should know why I'm here. Someone dared to kill my capable subordinate in my territory, so I naturally can't let him off easily. However, since the murderer is Emperor Yu's man, this matter can be reduced to a small matter. I have to give Emperor Yu face, right? It's just that, as the saying goes, a life for a life, so Emperor Yu only needs to hand the murderer to me to deal with. Also, this animal killed my mount. I originally planned to kill it, but for the sake of Emperor Yu I'll spare its life and let it be my mount. Li Yu's expression turned even colder when he heard the primordial emperor's words. He thought that the primordial emperor wanted to negotiate with him, but he ended up coming here to denounce him. He even wanted Li Yu to hand Zhongyu over and use Changjiang No. 7 as his mount. Li Yu really wanted to use his hometown's words to reply to him, "Shameless dog, why don't you go to heaven instead?" The so-called giving him face was a blatant slap to his face. I don't need you to give me face. That Hong Zun deserved it. He deserved to die. As for wanting my pet to be your mount, you're not worthy. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yu pulled out the sword behind him and slashed seriously. Blast! Space shook violently and a circle of spatial ripples seemed to spread out like a shockwave from Li Yu's sword. Wherever it passed, space shattered like a shattered mirror and the primordial emperor's body collapsed. A gigantic spatial rift seemed to stretch through the entire sky like a natural chasm, tearing the nether cloud void into two. All the clouds and mist were instantly swept away. One could even vaguely see the vast sea of stars outside the nether cloud void in a corner of the Heavenly Dao rankings. The primordial emperor was reduced to ashes by Li Yu's sword, and the endless void was split into two by Li Yu's sword. All the natives in the valley were dumbfounded. This was especially true for Venerable Shui. His old face was filled with shock. He also understood why Zhongyu dared to kill Hongzun and why they were not afraid of the primordial emperor at all. Emperor Yu's strength was truly earth-shattering, not inferior to the primordial emperor. Of course, apart from those natives, the Wang family's Wang Jiabao was also stunned. This was the first time he had witnessed Li Yu's power, as the saying when seeing was believing. The power of that sword just now could only be felt with one's own eyes. He killed the primordial emperor with a single strike and slashed open an indescribable spatial chasm in the strange and unpredictable nether cloud void. This suddenly reminded him of the natural chasm at the entrance of the burial earth world. The giant spatial rift that seemed to lie across the vast sea of stars was like a wound in the universe. Perhaps it was slashed out by a god like Li Yu. Master, is that primordial emperor really dead? Ri Tian asked Tyree. Tyree shook his head. From Emperor Yu's expression, he might not be dead yet. At the moment, Li Yu was still frowning and he did not put away the sword in his hand. He looked around as if he was searching for something. This was completely different from Li Yu's previous reactions when facing enemies. As Tyree had said, Li Yu did feel that the primordial emperor was not dead. Although a trace of surprise flashed through the primordial emperor's eyes when he slashed out just now, there was no fear nor was there any reaction when facing death. No matter how good this fellow's temperament was, logically speaking, if he was killed with a single strike, he would definitely not be as calm as before he died. Chapter 445, True Opponent 2. The only possibility was that he was not afraid of Li Yu's sword. However, Li Yu was sure that it was definitely not an illusion. Either he had some sort of heaven-defying life-saving ability, or it was only an incarnation or a clone. His true body might be hidden in the surrounding void or even not here at all. According to Venerable Shui, this person could control time and space and possessed many unpredictable divine powers. Furthermore, Li Yu's heart of heaven and earth and the power of the primordial origin true body could not sense or touch him at all. This also meant that this person was not simple. Long time no see. Emperor Yu's strength has indeed increased again. This strike almost took my life. The primordial emperor's voice sounded from all directions. The moment this voice sounded, the expressions of the native cultivators in the valley changed. The Wang family and the Mu family were also shocked. The primordial emperor is still alive. He didn't die from such a terrifying strike. The primordial emperor is indeed not simple. This guy is amazing. He actually escaped Cultivator Li's sword. Zhongyu frowned and Shuizun's expression darkened. He looked at Tyree beside him. Where is your main body? Why don't you come out and fight me? Li Yu said coldly. As soon as he said it, the surrounding space kept fluctuating. The endless power of the great Dao was like countless threads that darted through the surrounding void. Li Yu knew that his words were law and the power of the Heavenly Dao was capturing the primordial emperor. Unfortunately, this fellow had used some unknown method that even the laws of heaven and earth could not do anything to him. However, right at this moment the space where the primordial emperor was rapidly began to heal. Furthermore, the healing method seemed to be reversing time. The primordial emperor's figure condensed from the shattered state and appeared in front of Li Yu again. Li Yu frowned even more when he saw this, and he was rather surprised. He could tell that the primordial emperor had used a time-type divine power to reverse the time. No wonder he was not afraid of his serious strike just now. This ability to reverse time was a little freakish. However, from this point the primordial emperor in front of him was indeed not his main body. After all, reversing time was not something that could be done with divine power. It required extremely powerful magic power to continuously output. It had to be known that reversing time was a continuous process of resisting the laws of heaven and earth. If the primordial emperor died, it would be useless even if he used the divine power to reverse time before he died. That was unless he possessed the great Dao golden body, the heart of heaven and earth and the protection of the Heavenly Dao. However, it was clear that this fellow was not like that. Regardless, the primordial emperor was indeed the strongest fellow Li Yu had encountered so far. He was a true opponent. The moment the primordial emperor condensed again, the system interface suddenly popped up in front of Li Yu again. It was information about the primordial emperor. Primordial Pearl. Li Yu's eyes brightened and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. He did not expect a surprise here. He did not expect the primordial emperor to have an extraordinary background. No wonder he called himself the primordial emperor. He was transformed from the primordial pearl. Of course, this was only his incarnation and not his main body. Furthermore, according to the system's introduction, the primordial pearl possessed the ability to conceal the heavenly secrets and escape the control of the Heavenly Dao. In other words, the laws of heaven and earth and the myriad of great Dao in the world were no threat to the primordial pearl. This was basically equivalent to all divine powers and techniques being useless to him. This was also why his heart of heaven and earth, great Dao golden body and primordial origin true body were useless against him. After all, these required the power of the Heavenly Dao to execute. This also explained why such an expert had never appeared on the Heavenly Dao rankings. Furthermore, he had clearly used some powerful methods to make the people in the nether cloud void escape the control of the Heavenly Dao. This was why the experts here did not appear on the Heavenly Dao rankings. As for why those two grotto heavens were on the rankings, it was unknown. It was clear that the laws of heaven and earth could not do anything to the primordial emperor, but the power of his sword was still a threat to the primordial pearl. It could even temporarily break through some of his defenses, allowing the system to detect his true identity. However, Li Yu could not understand why the primordial pearl was so powerful that it had to hide here to hide from the Heavenly Dao. Was he afraid that someone would find him? Or was he afraid that the Heavenly Dao would harm him? Perhaps it was all possible, or there was another reason. However, one thing was certain: his main body would not appear easily no matter what. Without the system's guidance, it would be difficult for him to find where his main body was hiding. Sigh. Collecting primordial treasures was indeed difficult. Emperor Yu has the discerning eye. Although I'm only an incarnation, it's impossible for Emperor Yu to kill me. Of course, there's no life and death grudge between us, and I don't want to make both sides suffer. Therefore, we will each take a step back today. I will not pursue the matter. However, I would like to invite Emperor Yu to leave the nether cloud void. From now on, we will mind our own business. How about that? The primordial emperor asked in a low voice. Although his tone seemed neither servile nor overbearing, anyone could tell that he had admitted defeat. It was clear that Li Yu's strike had intimidated him. It was true the primordial emperor was well aware that although Li Yu could not kill him or find his main body, he could not kill Li Yu. There was nothing he could do. The current Emperor Yu was clearly much stronger than before. Especially since his attainments in the sword Dao had already surpassed the laws of the Heavenly Dao. Under that sword, that old fellow's power was trash. If his main body encountered him again, it was hard to say who would win. Therefore, he chose to back down. The expressions of the native cultivators in the valley turned grim again. They were well aware that if Li Yu and the others really left, the primordial emperor would probably not let them off easily. After all, from a certain perspective, Zhongyu had killed Hongzun because of them. Sai, the venerable Shui, sighed helplessly. Although he was shocked by Li Yu's power, the primordial emperor was clearly not weak either. When the two immortals fought, it was the ants like them who suffered. Since the primordial emperor had chosen to give in, Li Yu could not continue to tangle with him for their sake. The primordial emperor doesn't know my master well enough, Zhang Yu said. However, when Li Yu heard the primordial emperor's words, he fell silent for a moment. His eyes flickered and the corners of his mouth curled into a thought-provoking smile as he nodded noncommittally. Seeing Li Yu's reaction, the primordial emperor smiled and was about to leave when Li Yu slashed again. This sword slashed through space again, mercilessly destroying the void that had yet to fully heal. The primordial emperor's figure was also puzzled as he collapsed in shock and anger. Why are you doing this? Since I've already chosen to retreat, why are you still unwilling to forgive me? Do you have to fight me to the death? The primordial emperor's angry voice reverberated through the void. Li Yu's sudden strike was clearly beyond his expectations, and of course it was beyond the expectations of most people present. Everyone thought that Li Yu would really give up and walk separately from the primordial emperor. After all the other party had already given and their strength was on par and there was no life and death grudge, no one would choose to fight the other party to the death. It's fine, I just want to see if your incarnation can be condensed again. Anyway, you've already said that I can't kill you, Li Yu said with a smile. The primordial emperor was speechless. Please leave this place. After a long silence, the primordial emperor's voice sounded again. Can't your incarnation be condensed again? Sigh, how boring, you can't even withstand 2 of my strikes. Li Yu muttered to himself, and the primordial emperor was so angry that he could not speak for a moment. Immediately the shattered void reversed time again and his incarnation recovered. I've already said that you can't kill me, don't waste your magic power and time. Li Yu slashed again and the incarnation dissipated into thin air again. I'm sorry, I didn't control the power in my right hand, Li Yu said with a smile. This time the primordial emperor's anger really exploded. Chapter 446, Speechless Primordial Emperor. 1. Li Yu's actions caused the primordial emperor to break down and everyone was dumbfounded. He did not know what Li Yu was up to. He had clearly made peace and knew that it was only an incarnation. He knew that even if that incarnation was destroyed, it could still condense again. However, why did he still destroy the incarnations one after another? What do you want? The primordial emperor's voice sounded again. It was clear that he was suppressing the anger in his heart. I'm sorry, I really couldn't control myself just now. I won't attack you again this time, Li Yu said with a smile. In that case, please leave the nether cloud void with your men as soon as possible, the primordial emperor added. I'll leave after I'm done, Li Yu said while staring at the shattered void in front of him, waiting for the primordial emperor's incarnation to condense again. Li Yu was well aware that the primordial emperor could not delay for too long before using the time reversal divine power. After all, the longer he delayed, the greater the price he would have to pay. It was like the difference between pulling a heavy object that had fallen into a 10-meter hole back to the ground and a heavy object that had fallen into a 100-meter hole. Therefore, Li Yu was certain that the primordial emperor would reverse time again. Unless he did not want this incarnation anymore. However, through Li Yu's experiment just now, it was clear that the primordial emperor still valued this incarnation. It might be his only avatar, and it had taken him a lot of effort to condense it. As the first emperor of the human sovereign era, you must keep your word. The primordial emperor began to threaten Li Yu. Li Yu ignored him and waited calmly for time to turn around. Indeed, the primordial emperor reversed time again and restored his incarnation. This time, the moment the primordial emperor's incarnation condensed, he turned around and fled without a word. If not for the fact that the surrounding space had been destroyed by Li Yu and was extremely unstable, so he could not use spatial teleportation, he would have definitely teleported away from this place. The primordial emperor had only restored the space around his body, and the space he restored was less than 10 feet around him. The space further away had always been in an unstable state of collapse and repair. Using spatial teleportation under such circumstances might turn his incarnation into a kite with a broken string. Hold on! Li Yu shouted. The primordial emperor, who was about to escape, paused and turned to look at Li Yu in surprise. What is it? Asked the primordial emperor. I want to ask, how much magic power do you consume every time you reverse time? Li Yu asked with a smile. His words almost angered the primordial emperor to death. You still have the cheek to ask? I've almost been emptied by you. Not much. The primordial emperor replied helplessly and prepared to leave. He did not expect another strike from Liu behind him. The primordial emperor's incarnation was reduced to ashes again. Little sword, what are you doing? Why aren't you listening? I've already promised him not to attack anymore. How dare you take the initiative to attack the primordial emperor? Liu raised the sword in his hand and pointed at the sword as he berated. Then he looked in the direction where the primordial emperor's incarnation had collapsed and said with a guilty expression, I'm really sorry, my sword is insensible. It actually took the initiative to ambush the emperor. I'll definitely punish it severely later and make it not return to its sheath for 3 days and 3 nights. The primordial emperor was speechless. This scene amused the Wang family and the Mu family below. Even the native cultivators could not help but laugh. Venerable Xuan Zhongyu looked at each other. They finally understood that Liu had no intention of letting the primordial emperor's incarnation leave. As for what he wanted to do, anyone with a discerning eye could tell. He was trying to force the primordial emperor's main body over. What kind of deep hatred does Emperor you have with the primordial emperor? Why must they fight to the death? Yeah, if the primordial emperor himself comes, it's hard to say who will win. I have to say that Emperor Yu is really ruthless. He's probably going to anger the primordial emperor completely. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot share one mountain. Emperor Yu probably wants to lure him here and eliminate him completely. The primordial emperor was about to explode with anger. This fellow's skin has become thicker after his rebirth. Do you think I'm a fool? Why wouldn't I listen to you? Will you King say that your divine power was disobedient next time and used itself without permission? Are you trying to make things difficult for me? Primordial Emperor, you won't stoop to the level of a sword, right? Seeing that the primordial emperor did not speak, Liu added. The primordial emperor did not speak this time. Instead, he used powerful magic power to forcefully repair the damaged void around him. At the same time, he reversed time and condensed his incarnation. He planned to wait for his incarnation to condense before teleporting away. However, he did not expect Liu to be even more ruthless this time. Before his incarnation could recover, Liu slashed out again. Space shattered as the primordial emperor's incarnation collapsed again. At the same time, the primordial emperor's furious roar sounded. Li, what the F***ck do you want? I'm really sorry, I'm a little used to slashing you. As soon as I saw your incarnation, I wanted to attack again. I couldn't control myself just now. Liu smiled innocently. Chapter 447, Speechless Primordial Emperor, 2, his words completely shut the primordial emperor up. Liu was clearly making things difficult for him. After a moment of silence, the primordial emperor's angry voice sounded again. Alright Li, you're not bad, you've successfully angered me. I don't want this incarnation anymore. The primordial emperor's words baffled Liu. He thought that he could anger the primordial emperor and make his main body come over to fight him to the death. This way he would have a chance to obtain the primordial pearl. In the end, he never imagined that the primordial emperor would do such a thing and abandon his incarnation. This stunned Liu for a moment. Everyone in the valley was dumbfounded when they heard the primordial emperor. They thought that the primordial emperor was going to fight Liu to death. They did not expect him to choose to give up his incarnation. Wow, how could he tolerate this? You can even tolerate such humiliation from Liu? What kind of endurance is this? Of course, everyone knew that the primordial emperor had probably really admitted defeat. Perhaps he was indeed afraid of Liu's power. Therefore, even his main body did not dare to fight Liu head-on. Liu was silent for a moment. The shattered space had not been repaired in time, had not reversed. The primordial emperor seemed to have really given up on his incarnation. Furthermore, this fellow did not speak anymore. Liu could not sense any abnormal fluctuations in the surroundings. The primordial emperor seemed to have really left. Boring, I thought I had met my match. I didn't expect him to be a coward too. Liu remarked loudly. His goal was actually very simple. On the one hand, he wanted to anger the primordial emperor, and on the other hand, he hoped that he could attack the other party many times to make him reveal a flaw and allow the system to capture the location of his main body. Clearly, angering the other party had failed. The primordial emperor did not respond when Liu spoke, so he had probably left. Hence, Liu opened the system interface and checked. He was immediately pleasantly surprised. Indeed, the location of the primordial pearl appeared in the system mission notification. Emperor Yu Mountain? This fellow's main body is actually hidden in Emperor Yu Mountain. If I didn't have the system, I wouldn't have thought that he would be hidden there. Li Yu thought. It was clear that his previous actions had worked. He had destroyed the primordial pearl's incarnation many times, allowing him to constantly release magic power to reverse time, so he gave the system enough time to trace the source of his magic power and find his main body. This made things simple. Father, did the primordial emperor really admit defeat just like that? Wang Jiabao asked, not satisfied. He had hoped that the primordial emperor would be angered and attack with his main body to fight Li Yu for 300 rounds. He did not expect the primordial emperor to be so cowardly as to swallow his anger. It was a little disappointing. Looks like it. Wang Lin shook his head in disinterest. Li Yu was in no hurry to go to Emperor Yu Mountain. After all, that would alert the primordial pearl in advance. He only needed to pretend not to know where he was and follow his original plan to find Emperor Yu Mountain. This way the primordial pearl would definitely not suspect that Li Yu had discovered his whereabouts and fled in advance. After all, he would definitely think that the most dangerous place was the safest. Greetings, Emperor Yu. Seeing Li Yu fly to Tyree's side, Wang Lin immediately rushed over with the Wang family and bowed. Jiabo, hurry up and bow to Cultivator Li. Wang Lin patted Wang Jiabo beside him. Hearing this, Wang Jiabo recovered from the shock of Li Yu's extraordinary aura and immediately knelt and kowtowed. Emperor Yu, thank you for your guidance and help on the ancient road to heaven. The Wang family is eternally grateful. In the future, our Wang family will serve you faithfully. Wang Lin's generous speech stunned Wang Jiabo. What is my father doing? When did I obtain Li Yu's guidance and help on the ancient road to heaven? Hearing Wang Lin's words, Li Yu looked at him and then at Wang Jiabo, who was kneeling on the ground. It was clear that he had seen a projection on the ancient road to heaven. Get up, there's no need for formalities. Li Yu nodded. Thank you, Emperor Yu. Wang Lin bowed again. He was overjoyed and thought to himself that he was really smart. It successfully attracted Li Yu's attention and even hooked up with this mighty figure. It was no longer a secret among the top factions of the various immortal realms that the god phantom that had once appeared on the ancient road to heaven was Li Yu. Furthermore, the existence of the divine power rankings had already explained everything. Wang Lin knew that the juniors on the ancient road to heaven had also encountered Li Yu's projection and obtained his teachings. Therefore, Wang Lin had an idea just now and lied that his son Wang Jiabo had also obtained Li Yu's cultivation technique. He guessed that even if Li Yu did not transmit the technique subconsciously, he probably could not remember who was who. Li Yu's reaction and answer clearly proved that his guess was right. Furthermore, he had successfully attracted Li Yu's attention, especially his son Wang Jiabo. He took the initiative to express his gratitude and indicated that the Wang family was willing to join Li Yu. Although Li Yu did not give a clear answer, he did not refuse. This way the Wang family could take the opportunity to join Li Yu in the future. The Wang family could use this as an excuse to expand their influence and revive their glory. Chapter 448, Speechless Primordial Emperor. 3. Of course he did hope that the Wang family would have the chance to become Li Yu's subordinate and work for him. He had achieved his wish. Wang Lin's actions dumbfounded the Mu family's master Mu. He finally understood Wang Lin's true intentions and immediately rushed over with his family members to kneel and kowtow. It gave Li Yu a fright. Immediately Mu, he said with snot and tears, the Mu family greets Emperor Yu. We thank you for saving our lives and for avenging my son. The Mu family has nothing to repay you with. From now on we are willing to follow Emperor Yu's lead and do anything for him. Hearing Mu He's words, the corners of Wang Lin's mouth twitched and he was displeased. This old fox actually learned my scheme. How shameless. Brother Mu, why do you say that? Wasn't your son devoured by that devouring cloud? Wang Lin asked coldly. That's right, my son was devoured by that devouring cloud. I'm in so much pain that I wish I could destroy all the devouring clouds to avenge my son. Fortunately, Emperor Yu has just destroyed those devouring clouds and killed the primordial emperor behind the scenes to resolve the hatred in my heart. I can't repay this kindness without the Mu family. Mu He kowtowed a few more times to Li Yu. The corners of Wang Lin's mouth twitched. You're repaying kindness by force. Why don't you say that Cultivator Li destroyed the demon realm and saved everyone in your Mu family, including your descendants? Although he complained in his heart, Wang Lin could not say anything. After all, everyone had the same goal and wanted to take the opportunity to curry favor with Li Yu. Alright, get up. Li Yu waved his hand and then he withdrew his gaze and flew towards Zhongyu with Tyree Ritian in Changjiang No. 7. Master. Zhongyu cupped his fists. Venerable Shui also stepped forward and bowed with cupped hands. Greetings Emperor Yu, I failed to recognize your greatness. I didn't know that you were Emperor Yu. If I have offended you today, I hope you can forgive me. I would like to thank you on behalf of my dead friends for avenging us and returning peace to this place. Venerable Shui's words were powerful and sincere. They were indeed from the bottom of his heart. Although he knew that the primordial emperor had not really been eliminated, the deterrence Li Yu gave him should be able to restrain him a little. He probably would not take action for the time being. You're too kind. This is a personal grudge between me and the primordial emperor. Li Yu smiled. Sect Master, what should we do next? Should we continue to search for Emperor Yu Mountain? Tyree suddenly asked. But we'll rest here for a day before setting off to continue our search for Mount Yu, Li Yu said. At this moment Morong Xingqiu and Great Immortal Mi Lu ran over. In the bamboo forest, Great Immortal Mi Lu and Morong Xingqiu withdrew their gazes from the distance. They had seen the battle between Li Yu and the primordial emperor. Now that the battle was over, they retracted their attention. Senior Mi Lu, wait for me here. I'll tell the sect master the good news first, Morong Xingqiu said with a smile. Alright. Great Immortal Mi Lu nodded. However, right at this moment a surprised and nervous voice suddenly sounded. Mi Lu. Upon hearing this voice, Great Immortal Mi Lu's body trembled as she turned around excitedly. As she looked, an immortal-like figure stood there. It was her husband, Immortal Lord Lu Qi. Chapter 449, Building a City 1. When he saw Great Immortal Mi Lu, Immortal Lu Qi really thought that he was dreaming or hallucinating. He did not even dare to shout loudly, afraid that he would shatter this beautiful illusion. However, the moment Great Immortal Mi Lu rushed over and hugged him, he realized that everything was real. Mi Lu was not dead. She had really found her way here. After countless years, they had finally reunited again. At this moment, Immortal Lord Lu Qi felt as if he was in a dream. The excitement and joy in his heart transformed into a deep hug. Morong Xingqiu was sincerely happy for Great Immortal Mi Lu and Immortal Lu Qi. When she saw them reunite, a touched smile surfaced on her face. She left quietly, leaving the two of them to reunite. They had a lot to say after not seeing each other for so long. Morong Xingqiu found Li Yu and told him about Great Immortal Mi Lu and Immortal Lu Qi. After hearing this news, apart from being surprised, Li Yu was naturally happy for Great Immortal Mi Lu. The heavens indeed favored these loyal people. Now that the lovers were reunited, it seemed like their trip was not in vain. If he could find Emperor Yu Mountain and obtain the primordial pearl, this trip would be complete. Alright, let the couple reunite properly. Let's not disturb them tonight, Li Yu said with a smile. Everyone nodded with a smile. However, there was no day or night here and it was easy to ignore the time. However, as an outsider, Li Yu was still extremely sensitive to the passage of time. After that, the natives of this valley gathered around Li Yu to express their gratitude to him and Zhongyu. They were willing to listen to Li Yu's arrangements, only hoping that they could restore the order and rules set by Uncle Li. Li Yu left this matter to Zhongyu. Zhongyu did not decline. This was her hometown and the people here were her former relatives. Many had even lived here with her. She hoped that this place could become better and that it could be peaceful forever. However, she knew that since this place was on the Heavenly Dao rankings, it was impossible to return to the past. This place would definitely welcome more and more outsiders. For example, more and more people would come to visit the Wang family and the Mu family in the future. In the past, this place was vast and sparsely populated. Everyone could rely on simple rules and verbal promises to maintain normal order. However, although the increase in outsiders would definitely cause a storm here, there would also be many unnecessary disputes. Therefore, Zhongyu hoped that everyone could establish a city together and select highly respected people to form an elder council to manage the city and establish a unified faction. Furthermore, this place would belong to the Qingyun sect in the future. As long as they belonged to the Qingyun sect, most outsiders would probably restrain their greed and not dare to have any designs on this place. They would not cause trouble here and would obediently listen to arrangements and follow the rules. All the rules of this city would be refined based on the order established by Uncle Li back then to formulate more perfect and detailed rules and regulations. A series of rules would be set for the management and arrangements of outsiders. According to Zhongyu's initial idea, he would establish a special cave abode in area to accept outsiders and provide them with a place to cultivate. However, if outsiders wanted to cultivate here, they would have to pay a reasonable tax. Half of the income was for the construction and management of the city, while the other half belonged to the Qingyun sect. Zhong Yu's idea was unanimously agreed upon by the natives and they even applauded. They knew that Zhong Yu had a point. Furthermore, they had just overthrown Hong Zun's rule and oppression not long ago. They did not want to repeat the same mistake. They were willing to submit to the experts and establish a stronger and better faction here to protect their home. This was especially true for Zhong Yu's idea of dealing with outsiders. It resolved their worries and established a plan that would benefit both of them. Of course, Zhong Yu's idea satisfied Li Yu. It coincided with his inner thoughts. With the Qingyun sect's current strength and influence, it could definitely answer to 100 voices in the myriad worlds. Many factions were willing to take the initiative to submit and follow his lead. However, Li Yu was well aware that those were not his true minions. To be precise, those people were willing to listen to him only because he was powerful enough. It was more for their own benefit. Building a relationship based on benefits and deterrence was not that reliable. Only a faction that he personally established and nurtured would truly belong to him and be loyal to him. He would become a unified entity with the Qingyun sect and fight for the same ideals. Therefore, Li Yu felt that he should begin nurturing and establishing his own faction in the myriad worlds. In the future, if he wanted to rebuild the Heavenly Court and rule over the myriad worlds, relying on the Qingyun sect alone was clearly not enough. If he wanted to establish the true number one faction in the universe, he had to extend his hand into every corner of the universe. This was his first hand stretched into the nether cloud void. The native experts here would become the strongest bones in his palm. Of course, apart from establishing his own faction, he had another idea. He wanted to recruit the juniors of the various factions, especially the divine sons and elites of the various factions, young people who might become the rulers of the various factions in the future, into the Qingyun sect. Chapter 450, Building a City, 2. This way it could strengthen the bond between the Qingyun sect and the various factions. Master, what do you think? Zhong Yu looked at Li Yu. Very good, Zhong Yu, you're more familiar with this place. Stay behind for the time being and put your thoughts into practice. Li Yu said with a smile. Yes, I will not disappoint, Master. Zhong Yu said happily. She was happy that Li Yu could trust her, and she was even happier to help her former hometown and friends build a bad home. It could allow them to live in peace in this paradise forever. Zhong Yu quickly gathered everyone in the valley and began to discuss and formulate the city's construction plan. Zhong Yu, I plan to stay here with your brother-in-law in the future. Great Immortal Mi Lu suddenly said. Back then she had planned to live in seclusion here with Immortal Lu Qi. Now that they had finally arrived and reunited, she did not plan to leave. Sure, with you around in the future I can even help the sect master manage this place. Zhong Yu said with a smile. This was indeed the best home for Great Immortal Mi Lu. Furthermore, it would be convenient for her to help Li Yu supervise this place in the future. After that, under everyone's brainstorming, the specific plan was quickly formulated. The city was named Immortal Cloud City. Furthermore, the first-generation Elder Council headed by Great Immortal Mi Lu and Snow Venerable was elected as the future top management organization of Immortal Cloud City. After that, other management departments were set up one after another. Candidates were selected according to their cultivation level. Then the person in charge of the various departments would be chosen through a vote. Morong Xingqiao and Tai Ri provided a lot of valuable experience during this process. After all, Morong Xingqiao controlled the Mystic Bird Palace and its many subsidiary cities in her previous life. Although Tai Ri did not establish his own faction, he was knowledgeable and knew a lot, so he helped fill in many crucial details. Everything went smoothly after the various rules, order, and functions of the Immortal Cloud City were confirmed. Everyone prepared to begin construction. It was not difficult for cultivators to build a city that could accommodate 1 million people. The construction of the city began soon. The city that was to be built here was different from the cities in the mortal world. It was not the kind of city with houses and intersecting streets. This city was more like the structure of a sect. Greetings, City Lord Zhong. Wang Lin arrived beside Zhong Yu and bowed with a flattering expression. He learned that a city was about to be built here and it belonged to Li Yu's Qingyun sect. As the city lord, Zhong Yu would have to obtain the Qingyun sect's approval if he wanted to cultivate in this blessed land in the future. What's the matter? Zhong Yu asked seriously. I heard that a city is being built here. My Wang family wants to contribute to Emperor Yu in this place. Wang Lin said with a smile. Zhong Yu nodded when she heard Wang Lin's words. She did need manpower. After all, it would be faster to build the city with more people. Alright, in that case your Wang family can assist in the extraction of wood. Zhong Yu said. Alright, City Lord, please let us know if you need anything. Wang Lin was overjoyed. He was well aware that as long as they could contribute to this construction, their Wang family would have a chance to have a place to stay in Immortal Cloud City in the future. After receiving the order, Wang Lin excitedly gathered the Wang family and began to assist in the extraction of the wood. After that, the Mu family ran over to pay their respects to Zhongyu and also expressed their hope to contribute to the construction of the city. However, they also mentioned an additional condition that they hoped would allow the Mu family to cultivate here in the future. This displeased Zhongyu. The Mu family kept saying that they wanted to repay the favor and were willing to submit to Liu and work for him. However, they had yet to do anything before discussing conditions. The Mu family seemed to be too eager for quick success and were quite hypocritical. Even if the Wang family was also feigning civility, they were at least willing to take action. In fact, Zhongyu had already decided that since the Wang family took the initiative to help this time, she would provide their family with a free cultivation place in the city in the future. We have enough manpower now, so there's no need to trouble your Mu family in the future. Immortal Cloud City can accept outsiders to cultivate here, but you will have to pay a tax. The exact price will be announced later, Zhongyu said seriously. Upon hearing this, Muhi's expression changed as he immediately reacted. He was indeed a little anxious just now. He should not have raised the condition right away. For a moment he felt a little awkward. He cupped his hands with a bitter smile. An additional person is an additional help. Before Muhi could finish his sentence, Zhongyu flew away. She felt that if the Mu family was really sensible, they should take the initiative to work by themselves. After all, no one was restricting their actions. If they were unwilling to help, they could forget about cultivating here for free. Seeing Zhongyu leave, Muhi's expression turned even uglier. He knew that he had been too foolish. Master, let's take the initiative to help as long as we're doing something. Sect Master Li will definitely see it. Since we want to work for Cultivator Li, we have to show our sincerity, a Mu family member said. Muhi fell silent. He really wanted to slap himself twice. How could he say such stupid things just now? He said that he wanted to repay the favor and serve, but he immediately asked for benefits. Even if a saint encountered such a person, he would be annoyed. Come, let's help too. Muhi said he felt that regardless of whether they could stay in the end, he could at least show Liu their sincerity. With the addition of the Wang family and the Mu family, the construction speed of the Immortal Cloud City instantly increased significantly. Zhongyu, I'll leave this place to you for the time being. Liu prepared to bring everyone to Emperor Yu Mountain first. Alright, have a safe journey, Master. Zhongyu bowed with cupped hands. She knew that with Liu's strength, no danger in the Nether Cloud Void could threaten him. Therefore, even without him leading the way, they could still successfully find Emperor Yu Mountain. Liu nodded, and then he left the Immortal Cloud Mystic Realm with Morong Xingxia, Tairi, and Ritian. With the system's notification, he had roughly locked onto the location of Emperor Yu Mountain. As long as he searched in that direction, he would definitely find it. As he advanced, Liu realized that the number of devouring clouds here had clearly decreased. Furthermore, after the devouring clouds encountered Liu, they fled into the void to hide. Clearly, Liu had successfully intimidated the entire Nether Cloud Void. The Immortal Realm's Mystic Realm was not close to Emperor Yu Mountain. It took Liu almost 3 days to find it. The so-called Emperor Yu Mountain was also a vast continent. The continent was a little like a disk floating in the Nether Cloud Void, as if it was floating with those clouds. This continent was magical. The terrain on both sides was almost identical. From afar, it was like a shadow reflected on the water. Only by looking carefully could one notice the difference in details. In fact, in the Nether Cloud Void, these two sides could be called the earth, and the sky above them could be called the sky. An extremely magnificent mountain peak stood in the middle of the continent. The mountain peak looked like an extraordinary god. From afar, it stood between the heavens and the earth, majestic and domineering. The ground on both sides was covered in lush vegetation. It was filled with vitality, and strange flowers and trees could be seen everywhere. The scenery was not inferior to the Nine-Tailed Mountain at all. When he saw this continent, Liu did feel a sense of familiarity, as if he had once dreamed of this place. Perhaps these were some of the memories engraved in his blood. This place is so strange. Tairi's face was filled with surprise. This was the first time he had seen such an interesting continent. However, just as Liu saw Emperor Yu Mountain, the system interface popped up in front of him. It was an introduction to Emperor Yu Mountain. It turned out that Emperor Yu Mountain was originally a strange stone floating in the primordial chaos. Later on, it was brought back by Liu's previous life. It was embedded into the primordial world and became a strange mountain. Later on, Liyu's previous life became the true emperor of the human race after he stood at the peak of the world. He carved it into its current appearance. He refined it into a magic treasure and built a blessed land. However, the system did not describe why Emperor Yu Mountain appeared here. So it's the masterpiece of my previous life. No wonder this continent looks like a spinning top from afar. Chapter 451, Still Can't Hide. 1. For Emperor Yu Mountain to become a blessed land second only to the nine-tailed mountain in the universe. It was not only because this mountain was a primordial level treasure but also because Emperor Yu had fused many array formation great Dao into it back then. It was only after fusing with the various Kanate cardinal treasures he had collected from the universe that it became so extraordinary. It was as if it had condensed the power of the great Dao and all the luck in the universe inexhaustible. Many powerful creatures lived on Emperor Yu Mountain but no one could be seen. However, there were clearly traces of human cultivation here. Other than the original buildings on Emperor Yu Mountain, there were no other signs of human cultivation here. There were also many pavilions and buildings that looked like cities. From the scale, there were at least millions or even tens of millions of people living here. However, they had all left overnight. Furthermore, they left in a hurry as if they were escaping. Clearly these people were under the control of the primordial emperor and he should have asked them to leave this place. Perhaps he did not want the people here to reveal more information about him to Liu. Or perhaps they were deliberately creating an illusion to make Liu believe that they had already escaped. Regardless, this place had clearly been occupied by the primordial emperor for many years. Liu understood why the primordial emperor had always asked them to leave the nether cloud void. He probably did not want him to discover the existence of Emperor Yu Mountain. However, Liu guessed that the primordial pearl should not know that this place was called Emperor Yu Mountain, a magic treasure refined by his previous life. They did not know that the Heavenly Dao rankings had already exposed these two grotto heavens to everyone in the outside world. Otherwise he would not have said something like letting Liu and the others leave the nether cloud void. After all, he knew that Liu's true purpose here was for Emperor Yu Mountain. He would definitely not expose himself here. They would not choose to continue hiding in Liu's magic treasure ground. Wouldn't that be walking into a trap? Liu believed that in order to escape the control of the Heavenly Dao and conceal the heavenly secrets, the primordial pearl had also made him a frog in a well, a bird in a cage. Therefore he should be completely unaware of the outside world, including the Heavenly Dao rankings. As Liu flew into Mount Yu, many blurry memories were faintly discernible in the depths of his mind. A strange feeling surfaced in his body as if it was a special reaction. Not only that, but Emperor Yu Mountain seemed to have sensed Liu's arrival and its former master. The entire ground suddenly shook slightly as if a sleeping beast had awakened. An ancient aura spread out. Even the plants on the ground trembled slightly. The living beings living inside looked up with eyes filled with fear. Gradually the connection between Liu and Emperor Yu Mountain became stronger and a seven-colored halo surfaced on the ground. At the same time, the primordial pearl hiding inside Emperor Yu Mountain was shocked. The abnormal reaction of the primordial stone gave him a bad feeling, especially when he sensed a certain consciousness appearing in it and sensed the aura it emitted. They seemed to be welcoming Liu's arrival, causing the primordial pearl to panic. He had expected that Liu would discover this place sooner or later, but he never imagined that this primordial stone seemed to be related to him. In fact, this primordial stone was Liu's magic treasure. F***ck, it can't be that coincidental, right? The primordial pearl complained in its heart. However, right at this moment Liu's voice suddenly sounded, "Primordial Emperor, come out, I know you're here." The primordial pearl was shocked, but it still had a trace of hope. It's not that easy to trick me. The primordial pearl was well aware that Liu would definitely guess that it had once lived here after seeing the scene here, so it deliberately said that to trick him out. I won't fall for your trick. Primordial pearl, why aren't you out yet? Do you want me to find you myself? Liu's voice sounded again. This time the primordial pearl was horrified as a chill ran down its spine. How did he know my main body? The primordial pearl was shocked. He never imagined that Liu knew he was the primordial pearl. Even Emperor Yu in his previous life did not know that he was transformed from the primordial pearl. To be precise, no one in this world knew the name and existence of the primordial pearl as a Kanate primordial treasure. It was even stronger than the golden lotus of creation and the creation jade disc. However, his reputation was far inferior to the two. This was also the reason why he could survive until now intact. The Golden Lotus of Creation and the Creation Jade Disc were too dazzling and known to the world in the end because they were too powerful. They were suppressed by the Heavenly Dao. The Creation Jade Disc later shattered and became material for refining magic treasures. The Golden Lotus of Creation did not have a good ending either. It split into the Great Dao Green Lotus and the Red Lotus of Annihilation. The former was later subdued by the ancient human emperor. The latter was nowhere to be found. As he could conceal the heavenly secrets and avoid the control of the Heavenly Dao, he kept a low profile and kept his whereabouts hidden. Therefore, apart from mighty figures born from some ancient worlds, almost no one in this world knew of the existence of the primordial pearl. He had also successfully avoided the suppression of the Heavenly Dao, nor had he become the magic treasure of the human emperor. Chapter 452, Still Can't Hide. 2. Unexpectedly, Liu knew that he was the primordial pearl. This was too strange. No wonder this damned fellow insisted on making things difficult for me a few days ago and deliberately provoked me. He knew that I was the primordial pearl all along and had designs on my main body. Damn it, how did he know? What a freak. He's still so freakish in this life. No, he's even more freakish. Liu deliberately said that to trick the primordial pearl out. After all, he could not confirm where the primordial pearl was hidden. This fellow could even dodge the Heavenly Dao. His concealment ability was definitely the best in the world in terms of hiding. This primordial pearl was definitely the ancestor. Tairi Ritian Morong Xingqiu and even Changjiang No. 7 were shocked. They did not know why Liu suddenly called the primordial emperor the primordial pearl, nor did they know what it meant. Primordial pearl, you're a dignified Khanate primordial treasure, self-proclaimed primordial emperor, a powerful existence comparable to the creation god. But it's not befitting of your status to be so cowardly. Moreover, I have no grudges with you. The reason why I came to find you is to discuss important matters with you. Let's work together to establish a new heavenly court and rule over the myriad worlds, all right? Liu continued. However, his words did not cause much of a reaction from the primordial pearl. Instead, it shocked Tairi Morong Xingqiu and the others even more. There was a lot of information in Liu's words. It turned out that the primordial pearl was actually a Khanate primordial treasure, a creation godlike existence. No wonder he was so powerful, but they had never heard of such a treasure in this world. What shocked them more was that Liu actually wanted to rebuild the heavenly court. They could sense that Liu was not joking when he said those words. He had a serious expression. Was this the mission Liu shouldered after his reincarnation? However, it made sense. In his previous life, Liu was the human emperor who founded the glorious era of the human race. Later on, the heavenly courts of the ancient immortal realm might have originated from that era. Now that the heavenly court was no longer around, the ancient immortal realm had collapsed and split up, and the human race's power had collapsed. They no longer had the cohesiveness of the past, and the human race did not have its former glory. In fact, the entire myriad worlds were in a state of disunity, and their Dao techniques were gradually declining. Morong Xingqiu, Tairi and the others who had once lived in the ancient immortal realm knew best that the current saints and saint kings of the immortal realm were more than a little inferior to the saints and saint kings of the ancient immortal realm. To put it bluntly, the strength of the current saint was inferior to the most ordinary pseudo-saint back then, and the great saint was inferior to the saint back then. As for the weakening of the saint king, it was even more serious. Therefore, as the former human sovereign who had once led the human race to its peak, Liu definitely hoped to reproduce the glory of the past. Even if he had not recovered his past memories, the conscience engraved in the depths of his soul would not change. Therefore, what he said was definitely true. He really wanted to rebuild the heavenly court and condense the power of the myriad worlds to revitalize the great Dao of cultivation. The primordial pearl still did not react. He knew about the destruction of the heavenly court, so he was not surprised by Liu's plan to rebuild it. As for Liu's offer to join forces and discuss important matters with him, he was even more uninterested. Furthermore, in his opinion, this was all a scheme by Liu to trick him into revealing himself. His true motive was to obtain the treasure. In his previous life, Emperor Yu had entered the primordial world many times to find the primordial treasure. He had not succeeded. Furthermore, even if he was not afraid of Liu, he was also afraid of the suppression of the Heavenly Dao. Therefore, staying hidden was the only great Dao he believed in. Liu was helpless when he saw no reaction from the primordial pearl. He admired this fellow's endurance. It seemed impossible for him to take the initiative to come out now. He had to think carefully about how to control Emperor Yu Mountain. In that case, the primordial pearl had to come out even if it did not want to. With this in mind, Li Yu focused his attention on sensing the strange connection between him and Emperor Yu Mountain. Gradually he realized that his consciousness was slowly immersed in that feeling. Soon he sensed that a certain consciousness in the Emperor Yu Mountain was slowly waking up. Then it formed a connection with Li Yu's consciousness, slowly coming into contact and fusing. In an instant Li Yu established a certain bloodline connection with Emperor Yu Mountain, and his consciousness fused into it. Blast! The entire Emperor Yu Mountain shook and circles of ripples appeared in the surrounding void. The power of heaven and earth fluctuated violently and an ancient aura spread throughout the entire Emperor Yu Mountain. It was nebulous primordial chi and aura that made living beings instinctively revere it. In an instant countless living beings living here crawled on the ground and trembled. The primordial pearl hidden inside Emperor Yu Mountain was also shocked. He did not expect that the primordial stone was really Li Yu's magic treasure. This fellow had really looted a lot from the primordial world back then. He had no choice but to appear. If he still did not come out of the primordial stone, he would be captured by Li Yu along with the primordial stone. Furthermore, as Li Yu controlled Emperor Yu Mountain, his consciousness immediately sensed the location of the primordial pearl. The primordial pearl naturally sensed Li Yu's consciousness. Knowing that he had nowhere to hide, he could only fly out and transform into the primordial emperor. Chapter 453, Still Can't Hide, 3. However, this figure was condensed from magic power and not a true physical embodiment. His incarnation had already dissipated into thin air after being slashed by Li Yu. "We meet the primordial emperor again," Li Yu said with a smile. However, he did not expect that the moment the primordial emperor appeared, he would immediately attack him. The terrifying magic power was like a giant hand that easily tore through space and slapped heavily at Li Yu. Space seemed to be pushed back by that terrifying force as if it wanted to devour Li Yu. Li Yu frowned, but he did not hesitate to slash out. Blast! The space that rolled over collapsed and the terrifying magic power was instantly destroyed. However, Li Yu slashed again. The brilliant sword might seemed omnipresent as it instantly enveloped the primordial emperor's body. However, golden runes flickered around him and countless mysterious totems surrounded him. Space overlapped and it was like countless barriers that enveloped his body before finally neutralizing Li Yu's sword might. Li Yu's lips curled into a smile. As expected of a true primordial treasure, it was indeed powerful. Although he was afraid of breaking the primordial pearl earlier and did not use his full strength, he could not help but admire it. However, this strike was enough to annihilate any powerful living being in the myriad worlds. Furthermore, the primordial pearl clearly did not spend much effort to withstand his strike. Clearly his main body did have the ability to fight him. Perhaps he was one of the few existences in the world who could compete with him. Thinking about how he was still a little bit away from becoming invincible, it probably included the primordial pearl. "You should have sensed the sincerity of my strike just now. I don't want to injure your main body, nor do I want to become enemies with you. I need you to help me rebuild the heavenly court and we'll work together. You probably don't want to be enemies with me either. After all, it's not beneficial for either of us to fight. If my body is destroyed, the Heavenly Dao will reconstruct it for me and my soul will not be destroyed. However, if this pearl of yours is accidentally damaged by me, I wonder if the Heavenly Dao can help you repair it?" Li Yu asked calmly. He knew that the primordial pearl must be afraid of something since he hid his tracks and evaded the Heavenly Dao. Therefore he used the Heavenly Dao to scare him. After all, if it could be resolved with verbal escape, there was no need to use force. He could not bear to break this pearl. Li Yu's words made the primordial pearl fall silent. For a long time he was indeed afraid. If he was really careless and allowed Li Yu to break through his defense, he would be discovered by the Heavenly Dao. At that time, the Heavenly Dao would send down a lightning tribulation. Coupled with Li Yu, he would probably be doomed. However, he did not want to cooperate with Li Yu. After all, in his opinion, Li Yu only wanted to use him, be it humans, demons or magi. They had always treated these primordial treasures as magic treasures and not friends. They were treated as weapons and had their powers used by others. However, just as the primordial emperor was hesitating, dark clouds suddenly gathered above his head. Countless pitch-black clouds seemed to have appeared out of thin air and enveloped the entire sky. The terrifying heavenly might was like an invisible hand that instantly pressed down on his body. Countless lightning bolts were like giant dragons darting through the clouds, emitting terrifying magic power fluctuations. Upon seeing this, the primordial emperor's expression changed drastically. He knew that the Heavenly Dao had discovered him. It was the heavenly tribulation that was about to descend. Furthermore, it was the strongest heavenly tribulation in the world, the strongest power of the Heavenly Dao. It was a heavenly tribulation that was enough to threaten a primordial treasure like him. This heavenly tribulation was enough to destroy a world and turn an ancient divine artifact into nothingness. Chapter 454, Primordial Treasure. On the rankings. 1. The pitch-black tribulation clouds were thick like boiling tar condensing into a giant cage in the sky. The brilliant heavenly might was like a giant hand that pressed down on the primordial pearl's body and suppressed its power. Countless lightning bolts constantly accumulated power, ready to descend on him at any moment with all the power in the world. Seeing the appearance of the heavenly tribulation, the primordial emperor's expression turned ugly and he complained endlessly in his heart. He never imagined that he would be discovered by the Heavenly Dao. He had clearly hidden flawlessly. How did the Heavenly Dao discover him? Was it because of the battle with Li Yu just now? Or did the Heavenly Dao discover him because of Li Yu? Was Li Yu related to the Heavenly Dao? The primordial emperor recalled Li Yu's words and felt that his guess seemed to be right. He did not expect to fall into Li Yu's hands, nor did he expect that Li Yu had already become the lackey of the Heavenly Dao. It seemed like he was doomed today. The tribulation clouds kept rolling and surging, slowly condensing into a giant black vortex. It was like a monster that wanted to devour the heavens and the earth. The flickering lightning was like the fangs of this monster that emitted a terrifying cold light. At the same time, countless strange runes surfaced in the surrounding void, emitting a strange power that twisted the surrounding space. Li Yu vaguely saw a huge cage appear in the space as if it was about to imprison the primordial pearl. This tribulation cloud is so terrifying. Tyree exclaimed in his heart. He had seen the heavenly tribulation before. His third eye was also in existence that had suffered the wrath of the heavens. However, none of the heavenly tribulations he had seen could compare to this one. Even though he was watching from the side and did not withstand the pressure of the heavenly tribulation, he still felt a chill run down his spine. It was clear how terrifying the pressure the primordial emperor locked onto by the heavenly might had endured under the tribulation clouds. What did the primordial pearl do to deserve this? The Heavenly Dao actually wants to kill him. Changjiang No. 7 said in a low voice. This was the first time it had seen such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. Furthermore, it could sense that it seemed like it was about to destroy the primordial pearl. No wonder he's been hiding. Li Yu finally understood why the primordial pearl had to avoid the Heavenly Dao and hide in the nether cloud void. It seemed like the Heavenly Dao wanted to destroy him. However, how did the Heavenly Dao discover him? This fellow could conceal the Heavenly Dao's perception of him. Was it because Li Yu discovered his main body that the Heavenly Dao could sense him? Li Yu felt that this was highly likely. After all, he possessed the great Dao golden body and the heart of heaven and earth. He was simply the embodiment of the Heavenly Dao. Therefore, perhaps the Heavenly Dao had discovered him after he discovered the primordial pearl. In that case, he seemed to have been used by the Heavenly Dao. Thinking of how the creation jade disc had shattered and the creation golden lotus had split, it seemed that these primordial treasures were intolerable items of the Heavenly Dao. However, Li Yu could not let the primordial pearl be destroyed. He had to stop this heavenly tribulation. How could he stop it? This was the power of heavenly punishment, the power directly bestowed by the Heavenly Dao. Could he stop it? Li Yu was not sure either. Furthermore, he did not dare to brandish his sword at the heavenly tribulation. It would not be worth it if he accidentally caused trouble. After some thought, he thought of his ability to speak like the law. He wondered if it could stop the arrival of the heavenly tribulation. Disperse! Li Yu shouted at the tribulation clouds. As expected, the laws of heaven and earth instantly dispersed the terrifying tribulation clouds. The countless terrifying lightning bolts disappeared like phantoms, and the brilliant heavenly might and the mysterious cage that restrained the primordial pearl disappeared. It was as if nothing had happened just now. Peace returned to the world. However, the lingering fear on the primordial emperor's face and his shocked expression still explained what he had just experienced. Shock. At the moment, the primordial emperor was really shocked. He did not expect that Li Yu's words would actually make the heavenly tribulation dissipate. What kind of power was this? Did Li Yu already control the Heavenly Dao and truly surpass this world? No wonder he was so powerful that he could easily destroy his incarnation with a single strike. No wonder he knew his true identity. It seemed that his ability had already surpassed the Heavenly Dao. He could hide from the Heavenly Dao, but he could not escape its eyes. Sigh. It was a pity that he had painstakingly avoided the Heavenly Dao for countless years but could not escape Liu in the end. The primordial emperor was well aware that he had no other choice when facing a powerful existence like Liu. If he did not submit, his outcome would probably not be any better than the creation jade disc. Furthermore, he had hidden himself back then because he was afraid of the suppression of the Heavenly Dao. Now that the Heavenly Dao listened to Liu, did he have a choice? However, the primordial emperor knew that even if he submitted to Liu, his fate would probably not be any better. Liu was most likely planning to use his power to rebuild the heavenly court. He might not be able to escape the fate of becoming a tool in the end. Sigh. He thought about how the birth of the primordial treasure, the heaven-splitting divine axe, became the tool used by Pangu to split the world apart, and how the primordial treasure, the creation golden lotus, became the tool. It was as if the primordial chaos nurtured these primordial treasures as tools for those creation gods. This was fate, and he could not escape in the end. Chapter 455. Primordial treasure on the rankings. 2. Primordial emperor, have you considered it? Liu could roughly guess what the primordial emperor was thinking from the change in his expression. After all, he had just saved his life and dispelled his worries about the heavenly tribulation. Most importantly, he did not have a choice. Unless he was not afraid of death. However, it was clear that he was more afraid of death than anyone else, which was why he had been hiding. Tell me how you want to cooperate with me. The primordial emperor was silent for a long time before he suddenly spoke. Cooperation? What cooperation? Liu pretended to be confused. He had previously said that the cooperation was only based on the situation at the time, that was to lure out the primordial pearl, so he could only propose a cooperation plan. However, it was different now. He had forced out the primordial pearl because he controlled Emperor Yu Mountain. The Heavenly Dao had also captured the primordial pearl and could send down a heavenly tribulation to kill it at any time. Now that his bargaining chip had completely changed, how could he talk about cooperation with him? There were only two options in front of the primordial pearl. Either submit to me and become a quiet primordial treasure, or die. If the primordial pearl really could not submit, Liu did not mind shattering it and reconstructing it. Although it was a little troublesome, it was fine as long as he could complete the system mission. Upon hearing Liu's words, the primordial emperor's expression darkened as he said with an ugly expression, "Didn't you just say that you wanted to cooperate with me to build the heavenly court together? Oh, that was before you attacked me. Now there's only submission and no cooperation," Liu said with a refined smile. However, his elegant and easygoing smile was like a demon's smile in the eyes of the primordial pearl. It was sinister and ferocious, and it infuriated him. How did Emperor Yu become so despicable and cunning after his rebirth? Is this guy still the guy I once knew? Heavenly tribulation. Liu's expression suddenly turned cold as he shouted. At the same time, the heavenly tribulation that had just disappeared appeared again as if it was a magic trick. The terrifying thick clouds condensed into a giant vortex again. Terrifying lightning accumulated power in the vortex, stirring and twisting space. F***CK. The primordial emperor really did not know if he should curse. It seemed that the Heavenly Dao really listened to Liu and was on call. Furthermore, it was clear that he had already been locked onto by the Heavenly Dao. If he said no now, Liu could make the heavenly tribulation turn him into ashes. What the F***CK is there to talk about? Do I have anything to talk about? I'll either die or submit. At this moment, not to mention the primordial emperor, even Tairi Ritian Moron Xingqiu and Changjiang No. 7 were shocked. This was the first time they had seen Liu control the heavenly tribulation. However, the heavenly tribulation was a prestige that the Heavenly Dao could not offend. It was an authority that no one could control. Even if Liu could command the law, it did not mean that he could directly control the heavenly tribulation. Furthermore, the fact that they were ordered around by him simply made them wonder if the heavenly tribulation was an illusion conjured by Liu. Was the Heavenly Dao under Liu's control? Master is so powerful. Changjiang No. 7 was proud. In its previous life, it had never seen Liu have such divine might that he could even control the heavenly tribulation sent down by the Heavenly Dao. This ability was simply too awesome. This was going to be exciting. The primordial emperor would probably have no choice but to submit. He sensed that the surrounding space was restrained by the Heavenly Dao again, that his body was locked onto by the laws of the Heavenly Dao, and that terrifying magic power fluctuations were constantly spreading down from above. The primordial pearl panicked. He had lived in seclusion for so many years he could not die here for nothing. I'm willing to submit. The primordial emperor lowered his proud head and said indignantly. Hearing the primordial emperor's words, Liu beamed and waved his hand disperse. As soon as he said that the Heavenly Dao cooperated extremely well, it sounded the metal and collected the clouds, and the scene of the heavenly tribulation instantly disappeared. Alright, if you want to submit, then remove your guard and let me leave a mark in your body. Liu had already learned how to use his Heavenly Dao divine blood to cooperate with the power of the heart of heaven and earth to form a slave mark. The primordial emperor hesitated, struggled, and was conflicted. He was really unwilling to become Liu's magic treasure. Ever since he was born, he had never submitted to anyone and had always been like an untamed wild horse. However, he still could not escape the fate of being tamed and was about to be reined in by Liu. It was clear how much internal struggle and conflict he needed to experience. Liu was in no hurry to rush her. He knew that the primordial pearl was struggling internally, but he was also wary of tricks and kept his sword ready. If he dared to act rashly, he would definitely cut off his path with a single strike. After some internal struggle, the primordial emperor's figure dissipated and transformed into the true appearance of the primordial pearl. It was a pearl that seemed to condense a star in the universe. There were specks of starlight inside, as if countless nebulae were flickering and changing inside. It was extremely miraculous. The surface of the pearl emitted 7-colored light, and countless mysterious and ancient symbols circled the void around it. Upon seeing this, Liu knew that the primordial pearl had chosen to submit. He did not say anything else and immediately took out a drop of blood to condense it into a special mark that was imprinted on the surface of the primordial pearl. In an instant, Liu's divine blood transformed into countless golden inscriptions that were imprinted on the primordial pearl before disappearing. Liu's heart of heaven and earth instantly developed a bloodline connection with the primordial pearl. With a thought, he could control the power of the primordial pearl. Hum. The primordial pearl immediately shook as if some invisible shackles had been broken. A powerful and ancient aura constantly spread out, turning into circles of golden ripples. The power of heaven and earth began to surge into the pearl. The rich power of the great Dao gathered into a small golden dragon that fused into the primordial pearl. In an instant, the aura of the primordial pearl seemed to be constantly rising and becoming stronger. The restriction that the Heavenly Dao gave me has been lifted. This feels so comfortable. The primordial pearl said happily. It was like the relaxed feeling of a person carrying a sandbag and removing it. During the beginning of the world, the primordial pearl did not avoid the newly formed Heavenly Dao. Later on, when the Heavenly Dao formed, it began to restrict and suppress their primordial treasures. Only then did the primordial pearl begin to dodge the Heavenly Dao. However, the restraining power from back then had not been completely eliminated and had always existed. Now that he had become Liu's magic treasure, the Heavenly Dao seemed to have removed the suppression on him, allowing him to release his power proudly. It even instilled new power into him. Almost at the same time, multicolored light enveloped the sky. On the Heavenly Dao rankings of the myriad worlds, countless auspicious scenes surfaced as the vast power of heaven and earth gathered in the sky. It instantly attracted the attention of countless people. Everyone looked at the sky in surprise and saw the rankings dazzling with golden light. The magic treasure in second place changed again. Previously it was the Gate of Fortune. Later on it disappeared and became the Pango banner. Now the Pango banner had returned to third place, and the second place was the primordial pearl. However, what shocked everyone more was the magic treasure's rating. Innate primordial treasure. What level is this? It must be a magic treasure that surpasses divine artifacts. Primordial, isn't this the period before the creation of the world? Heavens, it's actually a primordial treasure. And it's a innate primordial treasure. There really is a primordial treasure in this world. It's said that the divine axe Pango created was a innate primordial treasure. Look at the owner of that primordial treasure. Liu, the owner is Liu. This is unbelievable. Where did Liu obtain the primordial treasure? When I saw Liu's name, I suddenly felt that it was normal. Heavens, this primordial treasure is only ranked behind Liu's ordinary sword. What level is that sword? Yeah, this is unbelievable. The appearance of the primordial pearl caused another stir in the various immortal realms, even though they did not know what it was. However, they still knew a little about the name of the innate primordial treasure. For a time, countless people in the myriad worlds sighed endlessly. They were so excited that it was as if they had obtained a primordial treasure. Chapter 456, Liu wants to establish a sect in the immortal realm? 1. Ding, collected primordial pearl. As the system's voice sounded, the primordial pearl fell into Liu's palm and became one of his magic treasures. The mission to collect the 3 primordial treasures finally had a qualitative leap. Liu's trip to the Nether Cloud Void could be considered to have come to a satisfactory end. The immortal cloud mystic realm had been found and was about to become his faction and expand in the Nether Cloud Void. Great immortal Milu had also found immortal Lord Lu Qi as she wished. Not only did he find Mountju, but he also subdued the primordial pearl by accident. It was an absolute surprise and it made his trip worthwhile. This is unbelievable, a grand primordial treasure was subdued just like that. Tyree still felt as if he was in a dream. He knew better than anyone what the connate primordial treasure meant and how powerful and extraordinary it was. He did not expect Liu to subdue it without much effort. The entire process was simply a dream. Liu had refreshed his understanding of experts again. To be able to control the heavenly tribulation and command the power of the Heavenly Dao. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would probably never have imagined it in his life. Little primordial, I'll give you a few drops of divine blood to condense your incarnation again. Liu said to the primordial pearl in his hand. Little primordial? What kind of name is that? I don't want such a shameful name. I'm a grand connate primordial treasure. I will never. I'm talking to you, little primordial. Why isn't there any reaction? Liu's voice suddenly became serious. Yes, Emperor Yu, what can I do for you? The primordial pearl hurriedly replied. I said I'll reward you with a few drops of divine blood to condense your incarnation again. Do you want to stay in my storage magic treasure? Liu asked seriously. All right, thank you, Emperor Yu. The primordial pearl was delighted. He naturally wanted to condense an incarnation again so that he could enjoy the joy of being a human. Furthermore, he did not have to be afraid of the suppression of the Heavenly Dao in the future. He could hide everywhere and walk openly in the myriad worlds. Thinking of this, the primordial pearl seemed a little happy. After that, Liu forced out drops of blood essence from his fingers and shaped a new body for the primordial pearl. However, as this body had to withstand the powerful power of the primordial pearl, Liu had really spent a lot of effort for this primordial pearl to successfully condense a physical body. Furthermore, under the combined effect of Liu and the primordial pearl, the condensed body seemed to be a little too powerful. In fact, the moment this body condensed, the power of the great Dao was like golden dragons that manifested from the void and injected into this body. Countless great Dao inscriptions fell from the sky like flower petals, presenting a spectacular scene. Various extraordinary scenes of heaven and earth surfaced in the void, and the phantoms of ancient gods were even faintly discernible. Not only that, but the moment this body condensed, tribulation clouds condensed in the sky again, thunder rumbled, and the might of the heavens was vast. However, the heavenly tribulation was dispersed by Liu in the end. Heavens, what kind of powerful body did Master create for the primordial pearl? Changjiang number 7 exclaimed in its heart. Tyree was also dumbfounded. This body could actually trigger such a phenomenon and attract a heavenly tribulation. It was clear that this body was somewhat heaven-defying. He had probably condensed a powerful special physique that was on par with his dual pupils. At the moment, the primordial emperor was also extremely excited. He could also sense how extraordinary this body was. It was many times stronger than the incarnation he had condensed in the past. He did not expect Liu's blood essence to have such power. Not only could it help him shape his body, but it could also condense such a powerful and extraordinary physique. Liu's power was simply terrifying. The primordial emperor's feelings could only be described with one word. How awesome! Almost at the same time, new changes occurred on the Heavenly Dao rankings that had just calmed down. Everyone's attention immediately shifted from the Magic Treasure rankings to the Heavenly Physique rankings. The Chaos Divine Body, ranked 3rd on the Physique rankings, became 4th. The original 3rd place was replaced by a new name. Physique rankings number 3, Primordial Sovereign Body. Owner, Little Primordial. Origin, 3,000 worlds. That's quite a large. Gasp! Countless people in the myriad worlds were shocked again when they saw the new physique information on the rankings. Furthermore, it was not difficult for everyone to associate it with the primordial pearl. For a time, everyone's imagination was activated again and various guesses began to explode. However, no one would have thought that this new physique was actually condensed from Li Yu's blood, otherwise everyone's expressions and feelings would probably be similar to Tyree. Thank you, Emperor Yu, for shaping my body. The primordial emperor cupped his hands and kowtowed deeply. This time he was sincerely grateful, and the ill feelings he had for Li Yu instantly lessened. Perhaps submitting to Li Yu was not as bad as he thought. After shaping the primordial pearls, Li Yu looked at Emperor Yu Mountain again, then with a thought the void around Emperor Yu Mountain began to fluctuate. A gigantic spherical light barrier surfaced out of thin air and enveloped the entire Emperor Yu Mountain. Chapter 457, Li Yu wants to establish a sect in the immortal realm? 2. Runes flickered on the light barrier and a golden light spread. The surrounding void was slightly twisted by the pull. The power of Emperor Yu Mountain was truly activated immediately. It slowly shrank under Li Yu's control. The space enveloped by the light barrier shrank as well, and all the living beings inside shrank before being kept by Li Yu in the system space. He planned to bring Emperor Yu Mountain back and place it in the immortal realm. He would build the largest city in the 9 heavens, immortal realm, Emperor Yu City. It was the cornerstone of the Qing Yun sect's entry into the immortal realm. In the future he would establish the #1 academy on Emperor Yu Mountain, the Emperor Yu Academy. It was open to the young disciples of the various immortal realms. At that time the Emperor Yu Academy would definitely become the strongest faction in the 9 heavens immortal realm. It would also use this opportunity to expand its connections and resources, allowing its foundation to be deeply immersed in every corner of the immortal realm and become more stable. Let's go back to the immortal cloud city first. After putting away Emperor Yu Mountain, Li Yu immediately led everyone to leave and fly towards the immortal cloud mystic realm. The land in the nether cloud void was constantly drifting, so it took Li Yu and the others a few days to find the immortal cloud mystic realm again. On the way, Li Yu and the others encountered many people from the immortal realm. They were still searching for the immortal cloud mystic realm and Emperor Yu Mountain. However, they did not know that these 2 grotto heavens now belonged to Li Yu. The nether cloud void had already become much safer because of Li Yu's terrifying sword might. Those ghost clouds had basically hidden. Therefore these people from the immortal realm basically did not encounter much danger over the past few days. When Li Yu and the others returned to the immortal realm's mystic realm, the construction of the immortal cloud city was almost coming to an end and the operation of the entire city was gradually on the right track. Furthermore, apart from the Wang family and the Mu family, many people from other factions had arrived over the past few days. For example, the Jun family, the Jiang family, and the Limitless Star Palace. These people learned that this place already belonged to Li Yu and that he had established the immortal cloud city. In the future, as long as anyone paid the corresponding spirit stones and immortal jade, they could rent a cave abode or cultivate here. Because of Li Yu's deterrence, no one dared to have any ill intentions. Furthermore, after they sensed the extraordinariness of this place, they wanted to stay here and cultivate. Therefore people from the various factions paid money to rent the houses and cave abodes here for cultivation. They also became the first batch of foreign tenants in Immortal Cloud City. Li Yu did not expect that his dream of becoming a landlord would come true in the other world. If he had such a place to collect rent in his previous life, wouldn't he have to sleep until he woke up naturally every day and count money until his hands cramped? The Wang family and the Mu family have contributed to our city's construction. This time I've prepared a cave abode for each family for your clansmen to cultivate in the future. In the future your families must continue to contribute to Immortal Cloud City. Zhongyu said to Wang Lin and Mu He. Hearing Zhongyu's words, both Wang Lin and Mu He were extremely excited, especially Mu He. He thought that he had said something wrong last time that displeased City Lord Zhong, but he did not expect City Lord Zhong to be so magnanimous. Not only did she not mind, but she also rewarded them with a cave abode. Thank you, City Lord. In the future our Mu family will do our best to help you. We are willing to serve you. Mu He was extremely grateful. It's the same for my Wang family. I'll listen to the City Lord's orders in the future. Wang Lin was also extremely grateful. Alright, there's no need to thank me. You guys can leave first. I still have something to deal with. Zhang Yu said. Yes. We'll take our leave first. Wang Lin and Mu He left, their backs filled with excitement. You're efficient. Li Yu arrived beside Zhongyu and remarked with a smile. Indeed, capable people made one worry. Now that the Immortal Cloud City was handed over to Zhongyu to manage, he did not have to worry about it in the future. He only needed to worry about Zhongyu occasionally. Master. Zhongyu hurriedly bowed respectfully. No need for formalities, little Yu. You did well. This place is better than I expected. Li Yu said seriously. Hearing Li Yu's praise, Zhong Yu's face flushed slightly, but she was overjoyed in her heart. She smiled and said humbly, I have a lot to learn from you, master. Oh yes, master, did everything go smoothly on this trip? It went smoothly. Oh yes, I might have to go back later. I'll leave this place to you for the time being. Li Yu added. Master is going back so soon? Zhong Yu was a little reluctant to part. Immediately a wisp of red surfaced on her face as he said nervously, then, before we leave, let little Yu serve master again. Hearing Zhong Yu's words, the corners of Li Yu's mouth curled into a holy smile and then he nodded. It was time for the bell to ring through Immortal Cloud City. After a passionate night, Li Yu left the Nether Cloud Void with Morong Xingxiao, Tairi and the others. However, he did not return to the Qingyun sect directly. Instead, he arrived at the Forsaken Heaven Immortal Realm first and took out Emperor Yu Mountain. He placed it in the air of the Forsaken Heaven Immortal Realm and left. Compared to the vast Forsaken Heaven Immortal Realm, Emperor Yu Mountain seemed small. However, to the people of the Immortal Realm, Emperor Yu Mountain was like a small continent. It was so large that people could not help but feel tiny standing below. The entire Emperor Yu Mountain floated in the air like a gigantic sky that blotted out the sun. Chapter 458, Li Yu wants to establish a sect. In the sudden appearance of Mount Emperor Yu instantly attracted the attention of countless people from the Immortal Realm. A large number of people gathered and sized up the continent and the beautiful scenery with shock and curiosity. Where did this land come from? It's said that Li Yu put it here. Li Yu? That's right, someone saw Li Yu arrive here and then this strange continent appeared. No wonder it's Li Yu. This continent looks extraordinary, strange flowers and trees, rare birds and beasts. It feels more like the ancient immortal realm than our immortal realm. Could this be a fragment of the ancient immortal world? It might even be a fragment of the heavenly court. It's a pity that we can't enter. This continent is enveloped by a huge barrier. Look at the Heavenly Dao rankings, someone exclaimed. Everyone looked at the Heavenly Dao rankings and saw some changes in it. In the second place, Emperor Yu Mountain's location changed from the Nether Cloud Void to the Forsaken Heaven Immortal Realm. In an instant, everyone's hearts trembled as they immediately realized what this extraordinary continent and the towering mountain were. This is actually the second-ranked Emperor Yu Mountain. Emperor Yu Mountain has also been found by Li Yu. He's too powerful. The first and second place have already become Li Yu's territory. That's right. It's said that Emperor Yu was Li Yu to begin with. Heavens, this is unbelievable. Li Yu actually moved Emperor Yu Mountain directly here from the Nether Cloud Void. But why did he leave Emperor Yu Mountain here? Perhaps he plans to share this treasure land with our immortal realm? Dream on, this is the second-ranked Grotto Heaven. Perhaps he just left it here temporarily. Do you think Li Yu plans to establish the Qingyun sect in our immortal realm and use Emperor Yu Mountain as the sect's location? I guess it's possible. That's great. If he plans to establish a sect in the immortal realm, our disciples will have a chance to enter the Qingyun sect. Yeah, that's possible. Countless people from the Forsaken Heaven Immortal Realm speculated. The news of the appearance of Emperor Yu Mountain in the Forsaken Heaven Immortal Realm instantly spread to the various immortal realms. People from the various large factions rushed over after hearing the news, and they were all shocked by the extraordinary appearance of Emperor Yu Mountain. Furthermore, the news that Li Yu was going to establish a sect in the immortal realm spread. It became the truth that people believed from the beginning. For a time it could be said that a stone caused 1,000 ripples. The various large factions were also excited and immediately began to select their disciples to prepare for the Qingyun sect's entry. As for the top elites of the families and factions who were still on the ancient road to heaven, they were burning with anxiety. For example, the Gongshu family, the Qin family, the Jun family and other families. On the one hand, they hoped that their elites could complete the ancient road to heaven and see what was at the end, and if they really had the chance to become a god. On the other hand, they looked forward to seeing their prodigies enter the Qingyun sect and become the disciple of a true god like Li Yu. After all, this was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They did not want their disciples to miss it. That was why they were worried that they were currently on the ancient road to heaven and could not enter the Qingyun sect immediately. Chapter 459, Appearance of the Ten Realms Rift. 1. After Li Yu returned to the Qingyun sect, he began to prepare for the establishment of the Emperor Yu Academy. Of course, he who had always hated trouble naturally handed over this cumbersome mission. He only provided a rough idea and a fragmented opinion. He left the details to Ji Qinglan Fengxian and Morong Xingxiao. The three of them had experience managing sex countries or top factions in their previous lives. It was perfect for them to lead the way in establishing the academy. As for the Qingyun sect's development, it was basically maturing Tang Chi Ichio Gu Yuchi Meng Sueki Luli Shan Ruoshui, and the other first-generation managers could even become retired managers. Many young disciples could now hold their own and participate in the actual management of the sect. In addition, Elder Nye, an experienced and responsible elder, was in charge. Therefore, Liu planned to transfer most of the Qingyun sect's higher-ups to the academy to participate in the construction and management of the Emperor Yu Academy. After arranging the establishment of the academy, Liu did not stay idle. Instead, he soaked in the comfortable hot spring while thinking about the progress of his current mission. Liu had more or less explored the various mission clues he possessed. He had obtained the information he needed, and he had collected most of the magic treasures he needed. The only thing that could be developed further was the heaven-shrouding door. Perhaps only by opening that door could he find more clues to complete the mission. If he wanted to open the heaven-shrouding door, he would have to find the Kongtong seal in the Ten Realms Rift. However, he could not enter it yet. Therefore, he could only slow down and wait for the Ten Realms Rift to open. Ji Qinglan, Feng Xian, and Murong Xingxia were also efficient. They quickly formulated a specific plan for the construction of the academy. The three of them began to divide the work and assist each other. They also selected suitable candidates from the sect and formed their own teams to begin the construction plan of the academy. Feng Xian was in charge of the overall construction plan of the entire academy. Murong Xingxia was in charge of the future division of functions, the current comprehensive screening of various resources, and the specific rules management and other details after the academy was completed. Meanwhile, Ji Qinglan was in charge of handling external resources, the academy's publicity, and the recruitment of disciples. Soon the preparations were completed and Liu nodded in approval. The three of them led their teams and followed Liu to the Emperor Yu Mountain of the Forsaken Heaven Immortal Realm. At the moment, there were still many people gathered around Emperor Yu Mountain who had come because of its reputation and those sent by the various large factions to collect information. Seeing Liu bring his men over, they opened the barrier and everyone instantly boiled over. Ji Qinglan did not waste such a good publicity opportunity and immediately informed everyone about the Emperor Yu Academy. This news was like a heavy bomb that instantly shook the various immortal realms. Luo Heaven Immortal Realm, Jun Family Estate. Patriarchates confirmed Liu does plan to enter the immortal realm. He wants to establish an academy on Emperor Yu Mountain and recruit prodigies from all over the world. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As expected, the previous news wasn't groundless. They actually want to establish an academy. Great, this is definitely great news for us, Jun Shini said happily. He was well aware of what Liu's establishment of the academy meant to them. This was a chance for the elites of their families to learn and interact with the strongest person in the world. He would definitely have the chance to listen to Liu's lecture and answer his questions. The main reason was that Emperor Yu Mountain was ranked second in the Blessed Land. It was definitely a great opportunity for disciples to enter there to learn and cultivate. Coupled with Liu's supreme fortune, it would definitely affect all the students in the academy. Furthermore, those extraordinary experts under Liu would definitely be included in the academy. It was a good opportunity for his disciples to expand their connections and get to know these people and learn from the elites of the various top factions in the world. It's a pity that Wu Hui is still on the ancient road to heaven. I wonder when he can finish walking it. Jun Shini was a little anxious. He naturally hoped that Jun Wuhui could enter the academy the most, but he could not be in a hurry. He could only choose the other sequences in the family and prepare to enter the academy. After that, Jun Shini immediately held a clan meeting and informed everyone about the Emperor Yu Academy. Fourth brother, prepare the construction materials, and craftsmen immediately follow me to Emperor Yu Mountain. The Emperor Yu Academy will definitely require a lot of manpower and resources. This is a good opportunity for our Jun family to perform, Jun Shini said. Yes, the family head is right. Regardless of whether they accept our kindness, our sincerity must be delivered, an elder said. He was well aware that the number of factions who wanted to send money and people to Liu could not be counted on 10 hands. We can't delay this matter. The various large factions have probably thought of this. We should set off as soon as possible, otherwise it will seem too insincere. I'll do it now. Jun Shini's fourth brother Jun Wuchi immediately stood up and went to arrange for craftsmen to prepare various construction materials. Chapter 460, Appearance of the Ten Realms Rift. 2. Jun Shini chatted with the others about the Emperor Yu Academy. I have to say that Li Yu is indeed a magnanimous person who cares about the world he taught on the ancient road to heaven, and now he plans to establish an academy to educate us. His efforts are worth it, Jun Shini remarked. He respected Li Yu greatly. This was not only because he had once obtained the Dao technique taught by Li Yu, but also because of his recent actions. He turned the tide in the burial Earthworld and stopped a calamity that might threaten the myriad worlds. He had also easily resolved the potential danger brought by Tyri and eliminated the demon realm that was like a parasite by himself, eliminating the true future threat of the immortal realm. If not for Li Yu, the current Nine Heavens immortal realm would probably have fallen into a calamity and could not rest in peace. As the news of the Emperor Yu Academy spread, the various top factions of the Nine Heavens immortal realm brought gifts and people to congratulate Li Yu, hoping to help him build the academy. For a time, Emperor Yu Mountain could be said to be lively. The manpower and resources provided by the various large factions were more than enough. The craftsmen and materials they provided were enough to build an immortal realm, let alone an academy. Ji Qinglan received these people. He did not refuse the good intentions of the various families, but he naturally did not accept the manpower and resources sent by them. Instead, he left 2 craftsmen and a small portion of supplies for each family. However, this number was still shocking, and it almost included the best craftsmen in the various immortal realms. As the saying went, everyone had a higher chance of success. The construction of the Emperor Yu Academy progressed at lightning speed. The recruitment announcement of the Emperor Yu Academy was also released. The first batch of the academy planned to recruit 10,000 disciples. As long as they could pass the academy's assessment, they could become disciples. At that time, 1,000 elites would be selected through the competition to be nurtured as elites of the academy. The number of 10,000 did not sound like a lot, but compared to the countless geniuses in the myriad worlds, this number was a drop in the bucket. There were tens of thousands of top factions in the myriad worlds, including a faction like the primordial Dao Immortal Sect. There were at least 100,000 in the myriad worlds. Furthermore, he could not only choose 1 or 2 disciples from those top factions and families, therefore the chances of giving them to ordinary factions were even slimmer. However, this matter also ignited the enthusiasm of the young disciples of the various immortal realms and the hope in their hearts. Countless young people began to cultivate crazily, hoping to obtain the qualifications to enter the Emperor Yu Academy. The various large families also tried their best to pour resources into the number 1 prodigy of their families. After all, everyone knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Becoming a disciple of the Emperor Yu Academy was equivalent to soaring into the sky and becoming infinitely bright. In the Sun family residence, 2 elders stood side by side. They looked at the sweating youth in the courtyard who was cultivating diligently with faces filled with relief. Ever since the news of the Emperor Yu Academy came out, Little Tian's cultivation has become even more hard-working than before. Little Tian's talent is outstanding and he cultivates diligently. He should have a chance of passing the Emperor Yu Academy's assessment. This group of young people is so lucky now. I really wish I could return to my youth and fight for a spot. Yeah, even us old fellows are tempted. Emperor Yu Mountain is the second-ranked grotto heaven. In the future, these children will definitely have the chance to cultivate in the first-ranked Nine-Tailed Mountain. What's more tempting is Li Yu to be able to cultivate under his guidance. This group of youths will be limitless. Grandson, you must work hard and fight for our Sun family. Yes, Grandpa, I'm determined to get into the academy this time. Ambitious. Oh yes, Grandpa, I'm going to the chaotic divine region to train and hone my combat experience. I want to give it a try too. Ha ha ha, alright then, let your third uncle bring you there. At this moment, the young disciples of the various large families in the myriad worlds seemed to be on steroids as they cultivated crazily to become disciples of the Emperor Yu Academy. Li Yu was a hero to these youths, a godlike existence who was the idol of countless youths. Their admiration for Li Yu had transformed into motivation for cultivation. For some girls, this motivation surged even more. For example, Qin Shuhua from the Qin family. Ever since she heard about the Emperor Yu Academy, she had begun hellish devil training. This surprised the Qin family. Although Qin Shuhua was talented, she preferred the 4 arts to cultivation. Furthermore, she had always been aloof from worldly affairs. She never cared that her strength was inferior to others, nor was she willing to compete for fame and status. Logically speaking, the Emperor Yu Academy should not be attractive to her. There were many disciples in the Qin family who were more likely to enter the Emperor Yu Academy than Qin Shuhua. Therefore everyone from the Qin family was shocked to see Qin Shuhua cultivating so desperately. However, no one dared to criticize her because of her status. In fact, not to mention the Qin family, even Qin Jingyun had never seen his daughter cultivate so desperately. She was much more hard-working than any disciple of the Qin family. Qin Jingyun did not expect his daughter to suffer so much and have such shocking willpower to erupt with such powerful energy. Indeed, the power of love was the strongest power in the world. Qin Jingyun naturally understood why his daughter was so hardworking. This girl, Qin Jingyun's heart ached. She knew that her daughter seemed to have become a different person ever since she saw Liu with her own eyes. His heart had been completely seized by Liu. Now, in order to become a disciple of the Emperor Yu Academy and obtain the chance to approach Liu, he was cultivating at all costs. Qin Jingyun's heart ached a little. He even wanted to stop Qin Shuhua because in his opinion there was a high chance that this love would not end. However, he understood Qin Shuhua's personality. If she did not even have the chance to fight for what she loved, it was impossible for her to give up so easily. Forcefully stopping the interference would only make her suffer more, and it might even backfire. Therefore, even if Qin Jingyun could not bear to see his daughter torture herself like this, he had no choice. Perhaps the emotional barrier was the one his daughter had to experience in this life. At the foot of the nine-tailed mountain in Huafan village. I wonder if there will be an elder class in the future. Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming teased. He was naturally joking. However, the older generation did not have the chance. Fortunately, his grandchildren did. He was indeed envious of the young people. Now they were so lucky to have the chance to cultivate in such a good place and obtain the cultivation technique of the strongest person in the world. Go back and ask if the Emperor Yu Academy is recruiting you. We might have a chance to become a teacher there. Heavenly Venerable Zhongyu smiled. That's not a bad idea. Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming smiled. Suddenly a black bolt of lightning seemed to flash across the sky. At the same time, space fluctuated violently as a chaotic aura spread down from the sky. Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming and Heavenly Venerable Zhongyu looked at the sky in surprise and saw nothing. Before long the black lightning appeared again. This time Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming saw that it was not lightning but a spatial rift. After the crack appeared in the sky of the Jingxing realm, for a moment it disappeared again. Could this be? Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming was shocked, but he was not surprised by what the crack was. Instead, he was shocked by how it had appeared here. Old Lei, the aura emitted by this crack seems to be the Ten Realms Rift. Heavenly Venerable Zhongyu suddenly said. That's possible, but why would the Ten Realms Rift appear here? Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming was well aware that the Ten Realms Rift usually appeared in the Immortal Realm or near the Chaotic Star Domain. This was the first time he had appeared in the lower realm. The black crack appeared in the sky again, but it did not flash away this time. Instead, it slowly expanded and spread until it seemed to tear the sky into two. Rich chaotic aura spread out and one could vaguely see through the crack. The space inside seemed to be filled with purple, red, white and golden lights that blended but not mixed together, as if nebulae of different colors were mixed together. Seeing the scene in the crack, Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming and Heavenly Venerable Zhongyu were even more certain that it should be the passageway to the Ten Realms Rift. Chapter 461, Void River. 1. The appearance of the Ten Realms Rift in the Jingxing realm caused a stir. However, the mortals of the Jingxing realm had long witnessed various miraculous scenes. Their attainments in the entire world had become valiant. Coupled with the presence of a god like Liu, they would not panic no matter how shocking the scene was. Instead, they were abnormally calm. Dad, what is that? A 3-year-old girl looked at the terrifying spatial rift in the sky and asked curiously. That's a painting drawn by immortals in the sky, the girl's father said with a smile. It's so beautiful, Daddy. If we have immortals here, where are they? The girl asked. See that? It's in the mountain over there. The man pointed at a mountain peak shrouded in immortal fog that reached into the clouds in the distance. That was where the nine-tailed mountain was located. At the moment in the nine-tailed mountain, the Qingyun sect disciples were also amazed by the crack in the sky. For a moment they discussed it animatedly and guessed what it was. Elder Nia quickly recognized that it should be the legendary Ten Realms Rift, so he immediately sent someone to the Forsaken Heaven Immortal Realm to report this to Liu. However, as the crack appeared, the various holy lords and elders of the Star Realm gathered towards it one after another to investigate. There's something wrong with this crack, everyone, you'd better be careful. Holy Lord Daoi said with a serious expression. The holy lords and elders of the other holy lands were also rather cautious. No one dared to approach rashly. After all, the crack was filled with energy that they feared. Furthermore, their divine senses could not penetrate too far into it. The space inside seemed extremely vast. Standing outside the crack, they could only see the tip of the iceberg and they could not determine what that place was. However, everyone was more curious than afraid about such an extraordinary place. Although that mysterious and unknown place meant danger, it also meant that there might be great opportunities. As the saying went, humans died for wealth. Cultivators' desire for resources and opportunities was often stronger than mortals. After all, wealth came from danger. If they really obtained a heaven-defying opportunity, it meant that they could touch a higher cultivation realm or even change their fate. However, just as everyone was sizing up the crack curiously and warily, a few figures suddenly passed through the dazzling halo and appeared in everyone's field of vision. Immediately he flew out of the crack under everyone's surprised gazes. These people had extremely powerful auras and extraordinary looks. After they came out, they immediately sized up their surroundings. Phew! I'm finally out. This is the lower realm. Yeah, it's really strange. The entrance to the 10 Realms Rift has actually appeared in the lower realm this time? The few of them discussed as they casually swept their gazes across the people from the various holy lands. However, he ignored their existence as if he had seen a group of ants. Let's go home. As they spoke, they flew into the distance and instantly disappeared from everyone's field of vision. Upon hearing their conversation, everyone from the various holy lands was excited. It turned out that the crack in front of them was the 10 Realms Rift. With the Heavenly Dao rankings, they were no strangers to the 10 Realms Rift. The previous Magic Treasure rankings and the Paradise rankings had the name of the 10 Realms Rift. Clearly, the 10 Realms Rift was a place filled with opportunities. However, the danger level was probably unbearable for them. I didn't expect it to be the 10 Realms Rift. The holy lords muttered in their hearts. The spatial rift in front of them was like a mountain of gold piled on the other side of the abyss. The danger of the abyss made them shrink back, but the golden mountain on the other side kept teasing the yearning in their hearts, making them hesitate for a moment. As everyone hesitated, a stooped figure suddenly appeared in front of them. At the same time, a terrifying domain power instantly enveloped the surroundings. The color of the world changed. The surrounding void seemed to have instantly become a netherworld. The light was dim and cold winds blew. The expressions of the people from the various holy lands changed drastically. They wanted to escape, but they realized that their bodies seemed to be pressed down by a ghost and could not move. At the same time, they saw ferocious ghosts appear behind the others in their field of vision. He reached out his withered hands and grabbed their necks. They immediately felt suffocated and sensed a strange power sucking their vitality and essence energy. A group of mortals, but it's barely enough for me to recover some of my lifespan. The stooped old man grinned. Sensing the loss of their vitality, the expressions of the people from the various holy lands turned ugly. They were horrified and regretful. Curiosity killed the cat and greed killed the man. However, right at this moment, a gigantic lightning axe descended from the sky and slashed at the stooped old man. The old man's expression changed as he pressed his palms together. Those ferocious ghosts instantly flew up from behind everyone and rushed towards the lightning axe together. Blast! With earth-shattering thunderclaps, those evil ghosts quickly turned into smoke amid miserable cries, but they could barely block the attack with the thunder axe. At the same time, the suffocating and life-devouring power disappeared. The people from the various holy lands heaved a sigh of relief, glad that they had Liu and the Qingyun sect as their backing. Chapter 462, Void River, 2, Lamingzi. The stooped old man said coldly with a ferocious expression. "Humph, Ghost King, this is not a place for you to behave atrociously. If you don't want to die, get lost." Lamingzi said coldly. Previously, when he saw someone coming out of the 10 Realms Rift, he was worried that someone would do evil here. Therefore, after discovering the Ghost King Lord's appearance, he rushed over. Indeed, he saw that the Ghost King Lord wanted to devour the vitality of the people from the various holy lands to increase his lifespan. Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming did not want to interfere and interrupt his mortalization. However, he knew that the experts of the Qingyun sect had basically gone to the immortal realm to prepare for the Emperor Yu Academy. No one could deal with this Ghost King. If he stood by and allowed these people to kill the innocent here, Liu would definitely complain that they were sitting back and doing nothing when he returned. Therefore, Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming still chose to attack. Humph, Lei Ming, when did you start guarding a group of ants?" Ghost King mocked. I think you've been trapped in the 10 Realms Rift for too long and have become a frog in a well. This isn't the ordinary lower realm, this is the Jingxing realm, Liyu's territory. Lei Mingzi said coldly. Upon hearing Liyu's name, the Ghost King was expressionless and even a little puzzled. Seeing his expression, Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming was basically certain that the Heavenly Dao rankings should not be visible in the 10 Realms Rift. Looks like you've really become a frog in a well. I don't want to talk nonsense with you either, hurry up and scram, I don't want to increase the killing, said Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming. The Ghost King's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at the Heavenly Dao rankings in the sky. He saw Liyu's name. Seeing the information on the Heavenly Dao rankings, the Ghost King's expression changed again and a trace of shock surfaced in his eyes. He immediately understood why Lei Mingzi had said that. The Ghost King was slightly afraid, although he did not know where Liyu had come from. It was clear that this fellow was ridiculously powerful. If he really offended him, he would probably die. Farewell. The Ghost King glanced at Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming again before leaving dejectedly. Thank you for your help, expert. The people from the various Holy Lands cupped their hands in gratitude. They had just escaped the gates of hell. This 10 Realms Rift is not a place you can go. Don't stay here anymore and leave quickly, said Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming. Everyone from the various Holy Lands nodded. They had naturally recognized this fact, so they cupped their hands and bade farewell before leaving. At the same time, a large group of Heavenly Venerable experts rushed over one after another. Although mortalization was important to them, the opportunities in the 10 Realms Rift were equally tempting. Lei Mingzi, do you want to enter the 10 Realms Rift with us? Heavenly Venerable Xian he asked. No. Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming had no distracting thoughts now. He only wanted to walk the mortal path. This 10 Realms Rift has already been sent to our door and you're still not going? Heavenly Venerable Xian he asked. Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming did not speak. He was about to return to Hua Fan village to continue his cultivation when two more figures flew out of the spatial rift. The two of them had just flown out of the 10 Realms Rift when they were shocked by the scene in front of them. The powerful aura of nearly 20 Heavenly Venerable Realm experts gathered would scare anyone. Furthermore, those two were only at the Holy Lord Realm. What surprised the two of them more was why there were so many Heavenly Venerable experts guarding this place. Logically speaking, the appearance of the 10 Realms Rift was unpredictable, and these Heavenly Venerables were each in a world. No matter how well informed they were, they should not have gathered so quickly. Was everything just a coincidence? But wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Greetings, Heavenly Venerables. The two cupped their hands respectfully. Seeing that the Heavenly Venerables ignored them, they hurriedly left. Soon another figure flew out of the 10 Realms Rift. However, the moment he flew out, his expression changed drastically and he immediately turned around and flew back. The Heavenly Venerables present ignored the person they had scared away. After some discussion, the few people led by Heavenly Venerable Xian he flew into the 10 Realms Rift first. The other Heavenly Venerables flew into the 10 Realms Rift one after another, while Heavenly Venerable Lei Ming turned around and returned to Hua Fan village. After a moment of hesitation, Heavenly Venerable Zhonyu chose to fly into the 10 Realms Rift. In the Forsaken Heaven Immortal Realm on Emperor Yu Mountain, Guoqilan and Long Chuan rushed over from the Jingxing realm and reported the news of the 10 Realms Rift to Liyu. It's finally here. Liyu was overjoyed. He was waiting for the appearance of the 10 Realms Rift. He did not expect it to happen so soon. Furthermore, it had actually appeared in the sky above their Jingxing realm. Liyu quickly called Ji Qinglan, Morong Xingxiu and Feng Xian over and told them about his trip to the 10 Realms Rift. Sect Master, don't worry and go to the 10 Realms Rift. Leave the construction of the Emperor Yu Academy to the three of us. We promise that the Emperor Yu Academy will prosper. Feng Xian patted his chest and said, Okay, then I'll leave this place to you. Liyu naturally trusted the three of them. Moreover, he had no intention of handing the academy over to the three of them. After briefly explaining some things about the academy, Liyu brought Long Chuan and the Qilin back to the Jingxing realm. Then he brought Tairi Changjiang No. 7 and Huang into the 10 Realms Rift. Tairi was familiar with the situation in the 10 Realms Rift. He had entered it twice in the past. According to Tairi, the most suitable place for treasure hunting in the 10 Realms Rift was the Void River. The so-called Void River was not actually a river, it was a strange energy that flowed in space. It was made of a special substance that looked like a fluorescent liquid. Every time the 10 Realms rift opened, the Void River would appear countless strange substances float out of many spatial rifts. It contained many magic treasures and various incomparably hard objects that had been devoured by the shattered space. After all, an object that could withstand the turbulence and the tearing of powerful energy in the Void River was at least comparable to an ancient saint weapon. Of course, there might be some powerful creatures that had been devoured by the shattered void in the Void River. As for the Kongtong seal, I think that since the Heavenly Dao rankings can show that it's in the 10 Realms rift, it must have existed here a long time ago and not rushed in by the Void River this time. Therefore, I think we can search the ZG Black Domain. Almost no one can enter there. No one has discovered a divine artifact like the Kongtong seal until now. It should be hidden in those areas that no one can reach, Tyree said in a low voice as he led the way. Liu nodded. He agreed with Tyree. However, as he entered the 10 Realms rift, Liu realized that a notification had appeared in the system mission roughly indicating the location of the Kongtong seal. Of course, it's possible for the Heroic Spirit Peak too. The Heroic Spirit Temple at the top of the Heroic Spirit Altar is also a place almost no one has entered, Tyree added. Liu was no stranger to Heroic Spirit Peak. It was a treasure land ranked second only to Emperor Yu Mountain on the rankings. We'll pass by the Heroic Spirit Peak before heading to the ZG Black Domain. We can take a look there first. I believe that with the Sect Master's strength he can definitely ascend the Heroic Spirit Altar and enter the Heroic Spirit Temple, Tyree continued. In fact, Tyree had some selfish motives because he had always been curious if anyone could really ascend the Heroic Spirit Altar and what was inside. Sure, let's take a look at the Heroic Spirit Peak. Liu nodded. He was also curious about what kind of existence this Heroic Spirit Temple that no one could enter was. The news that the 10 Realms rift had appeared in the Jingxing realm quickly spread among the various large factions of the Nine Heavens Immortal Realm. The top experts of the various top factions also arrived in the Jingxing realm and entered the 10 Realms rift. Their first goal after entering the 10 Realms rift was naturally the Void River that might contain countless magic treasures. Of course, they would also give it a try at the Heroic Spirit Altar. After all, it was said that one could obtain the inheritance of the gods by ascending the Heroic Spirit Temple. Chapter 463, the name that surfaced in the broken memory. 1. In the 10 Realms rift, Liu and the others arrived at the so-called Heroic Spirit Peak without any obstructions. Of course, their success was not because the 10 Realms rift was peaceful, but because they were too powerful. On the way, they encountered ignorant creatures who basically died in the hands of Changjiang No. 7 and Huang. Even those terrifying spatial storms and chaotic laws were no threat to Liu and the others. Furthermore, many cultivators who had always been hidden in the 10 Realms rift and specialized in hunting outsiders were so frightened by the powerful auras of Liu and the others that they did not dare to show their faces, much less provoke them. Therefore, even though it was a crack in the 10 Realms for heavenly venerable experts, it was like walking on flat ground for Liu and the others. When Liu and the others arrived at Heroic Spirit Peak, many people were gathered there, including the heavenly venerables who had entered before Liu a few days ago. However, most of them had been cultivating here for countless years or had never left since the last time they entered. They only had one goal: to ascend the Heroic Spirit Altar and enter the Heroic Spirit Temple to obtain the inheritance. Even though they had failed time and time again, they were still persistent in believing that they could understand the mysteries and find a way to achieve their goal. They were the same as those who had once guarded the Gate of Fortune. They treated these mysterious, unknown, and extraordinary ruins as their faith and a platform to defy the heavens and change their fate. It was like the Luo River and the unknown place on the other side, attracting countless people to want to cross the river and even risk their lives. Of course, as the third-ranked Grotto Heaven, Heroic Spirit Peak was definitely a cultivation holy land, even though most people could only stay at the bottom of the peak far from the altar at the top. Only a small number of people could withstand the pressure emitted by the altar and cultivate near it. However, this place was still superior to most Grotto Heavens. Even the bottom edge of the mountain contained rich Dao runes. This so-called Heroic Spirit Peak was indeed an extremely magnificent and beautiful mountain. However, its mountains seemed to have penetrated the spatial barrier and entered the 10 Realms rift. No one knew which world was connected to the bottom of the mountain, nor could anyone pass through the spatial barrier. On Heroic Spirit Peak was the Heroic Spirit Altar that everyone was fascinated by. From afar, the Heroic Spirit Altar looked like a majestic pyramid with more than 10,000 steps. The top of the pyramid was enveloped by 7-colored light and no one could see what was inside. That's the Heroic Spirit Altar, Tyree pointed at the pyramid-shaped building on the heroic spirit peak. The heroic spirit altar we're looking at now is only its external appearance and not its true appearance. Only those who have truly ascended the heroic spirit altar will know the true scene on it. Only then will they be able to see the heroic spirit temple floating in the 7-colored auspicious clouds above the altar, Tyree continued. The moment you step onto the heroic spirit altar, you seem to have entered another world. The surrounding scene has changed completely. You seem to be on a battlefield. The flames of war burn the sky and blood stains the ground. Countless corpses lie under your feet and the smell of blood and charred earth fills your nose. Wails and roars fill your ears. The path in front of you is the altar stairs that look like a staircase to the sky. At the end of the stairs is the heroic spirit temple floating above the 7-colored auspicious clouds, emitting a dazzling light. However, below the temple countless ancient gods and soldiers stood in the clouds. The pressure they emitted was like an invisible and bone-chilling hand that held one's body tightly in its hand. It squeezed one's body organs, meridians, dantian and even soul. It was also like a mortal facing the torrential tsunami wave that was rolling towards him. Furthermore, the higher the altar went, the greater the gravity and the more compressed the space was, making every step difficult. When he reached 2/3 of the way, he felt as if he had to use his body to forcefully pass through the thick stone wall. Furthermore, from the middle of the altar there would be a powerful heroic spirit or a terrifying primordial murderer guarding every 10 steps. You had to defeat them before you could continue forward. On the last third of the journey there might be your obsession, desire, greed, 7 emotions, 6 desires, and all the inner demons manifested by fear. That was the truly terrifying existence and the most difficult one. Of course, the challenges everyone encountered in the last third might be different. In fact, the situation every time the same person encountered it was different. However, as long as he turned around slightly or took a step back, he would fall from the altar and return under it. Of course, if he did not turn around and retreat, he might be killed by the guarding heroic spirit and his inner demon. Back then I reached the point where there were only 5 steps left. I could no longer advance and almost died there. At this point Tyree seemed to have some feelings. His expression became complicated and he even had a lingering fear. However, he did not say what inner demon he had encountered at that time. Liu did not intend to ask further as his attention was almost focused on the altar. Chapter 464, the name that surfaced in the broken memory. 2. Upon hearing Tyree's words, Liu became more interested in the altar. It did seem extraordinary. Tyree continued, however, when you reach the last 50 steps you will see a mysterious woman. She sits cross-legged on the 7th step and silently plays the zither. The sound seems to contain endless longing and sorrow, moving people. If you are immersed in it you will not be able to help but cry. If you're moved by her music you might have a chance to attract her attention. I easily reached the 20th step with her help the first time. Is that woman a guardian heroic spirit too? Long Chuan asked curiously. He had also tried to break through this altar, but unfortunately he had only reached the halfway point, so he did not know if there was any other woman playing the zither above. No, she should be someone like us who ascended the altar. At first I thought she was a heroic spirit. Later on, when I reached the 7th step on the altar for the last time, I was fortunate enough to speak to her. I found out that she was waiting for someone there, someone she loved deeply. They agreed to walk up the heroic spirit altar together, Tyree replied. Then why did she insist on ascending to his lover on the 7th level of the altar? It's not good to stay up there. Long Chuan asked in confusion. He understood that not staying on the altar for a second longer was torture. I don't know either, I asked, but she didn't answer. Furthermore, she should have been waiting there for a long time. However, I feel that she's far stronger than me. She should have the ability to reach the top of the altar, but it was also possible that she had stopped there because she had to wait for her lover to appear. If so many years had passed, I wonder if she had waited for her lover, would she still be there? Tyree looked above the altar and sighed. The Grand Star Lord is about to ascend the altar again. As soon as Tyree finished his sentence, there was a sudden commotion on Heroic Spirit Peak. Someone tried to step onto the altar on Heroic Spirit Peak again. Furthermore, from the expressions and reactions of those people, it was clear that this person called Grand Star Lord was quite famous. His every move was the center of attention, and it was even apparent from their expressions and reactions. Liu, Tyree and the others approached and saw a middle-aged man walking towards the Heroic Spirit altar. From this person's aura, he was at least in the heavenly venerable realm, and he was the strongest among them. The Grand Star Lord reached the 20th level last time. He's only short of the last 20 levels. This time he can probably go up a few more levels. Yeah, he might even reach the altar this time. A few cultivators discussed. Someone at the side sneered and said, if you could ascend the altar with just your mouth, even a wild dog by the side of the road could do it. That's right, there are always people who like to flatter others. Someone echoed, his face filled with disdain. What's there to flatter about reaching the 20th level at most? My master reached the 10th level back then. The difficulty of the last 10 levels is doubled per level over the years. There were plenty of people who stopped at a certain level for hundreds of thousands of years. That's right, in the past 100 years this Grand Star Lord has only walked 2 more levels. He hasn't even touched the last 10 levels and he wants to ascend this altar in one go? Dream on. If you have the ability, try it yourselves. Although Grand Star Lord only reached the last 20 levels, he can definitely reach the top of the altar with his strength and cultivation. It's just that he was unlucky not to obtain the help of that zither girl, otherwise he would have reached the top of the altar long ago. That's right, if not for that woman's help back then your master would never have reached the 10th level. Dream on. The two groups of people argued non-stop. Shut up all of you. An old man with long purple hair sitting cross-legged on a stone block nearby shouted coldly. His words immediately silenced everyone, and they did not dare to say anything else. The old man slowly stood up and looked at the man called Grand Star Lord as he walked up the first step. Blast! Space seemed to tremble as the power of heaven and earth fluctuated violently. The Grand Star Lord's figure disappeared from the altar as if he had entered another space. At the same time, the first step of the altar emitted a faint light. Soon a dim light appeared on the second step, followed by the third. Liu understood. Although the surrounding crowd could not see the figure of the person ascending the altar, they could see the dim light on the stairs. From this he could roughly deduce where he had reached. However, he did not know how to tell who had reached which step if more people ascended the altar at the same time. Or could only one person be allowed to go up at a time? Tyree, can 2 or more people ascend this altar at the same time? Liu asked the question in his heart. Yes, but if you ascend the altar at the same time, the pressure on the person walking behind will be much stronger than when he's alone. He might even be disturbed by the person in front of him during the battle. In short, it's more difficult to ascend the altar with others at the same time. This is also the experience summarized by predecessors. So many people would not choose to ascend the altar at the same time as others. Tyree explained. Chapter 465, the name that surfaced in the broken memory. 3, Liu nodded. So that was how it worked. The person called Grand Star Lord did not slow down. He quickly reached the 100th level, but his speed clearly decreased. After that he slowed down. Almost 2 hours had passed and he had only walked less than 1/10 of the altar. It's been so long? Liu complained. If he waited until he finished logging in, it would probably be half a month. Usually it takes at least a month to pass the last 100 levels. It might even take a year. So slow? Liu was shocked. However, the 10 Realms Rift will last for 100 years. Every time it appears so many people are in no hurry to ascend the altar. Of course, most people will quickly fall back after ascending the altar. Tyree added. I don't have the time to wait for him. Liu said. Then his figure flashed and flew under the altar before stepping onto it. Blast! Space shook again and the power of heaven and earth fluctuated again. Liu's figure disappeared from the altar. However, almost everyone's attention was on the Grand Star Lord, so everyone only sensed that someone had ascended the altar when they felt the space tremble. What's going on? Did someone else just ascend the altar? Looks like it. The first step is lit up. Someone has really entered the altar. Who was that just now? Did you see that? I didn't notice. I saw a figure in my peripheral vision. He's probably new and doesn't know the rules. Everyone discussed animatedly. They had basically not noticed Liu earlier. However, the purple-haired old man who had stopped everyone from arguing earlier could not help but look at Liu with sparkling eyes. Then he turned to look at Tyree and the others. In fact, this old man had already noticed them when they first arrived. Look, that person has stopped on the first step. Yeah, haha, he's indeed new. He must be scared silly by the scene in front of him. Don't tell me this guy will fall off the first step. Ha 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 ha. Everyone mocked mercilessly. After all, Liu had indeed stayed on the first step for a long time. However, Liu, who was on the altar, looked at the heroic spirit hall above him and the ancient heroic spirits in the clouds in a daze. It was not that he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Instead, the moment he entered, he heard the zither melody that was filled with sorrow and yearning. As if struck by lightning, his soul was deeply touched. Countless broken memories seemed to slowly surface in the depths of his soul. Those memories were like a dream or a real experience. They seemed to have suddenly appeared, or they had always been in his mind. However, in the memory fragments there was a figure with black hair like a waterfall, and a graceful figure who always liked to wear light blue dresses. At the same time, a name surfaced in his mind, Yu Miaoying. The moment this name appeared, a soft place in the depths of Liu's heart seemed to be touched, and his heart seemed to melt under the zither music. Complex emotions assaulted him. There was love, sorrow, apology, and joy, but most of it was longing. Chapter 466, So Fast. 1. Looks like this person is really scared silly. It's been so long since he moved. Yeah, but it's strange, why hasn't he fallen yet? Did he faint on the spot from the shock, so he wasn't eliminated just because he didn't retreat or look back? Haha, that's possible. He must have fainted from fright. This guy is also the first person in history. So they won't be eliminated directly if they faint? I really don't know, I've never encountered such a strange thing before. He fainted on the first step. Hey, is anyone coming in with me to see if this brother is dead or alive? Many people present began to mock and ridicule wantonly. Hearing those people's words, Changjiang No. 7 and Huang were displeased. However, before Changjiang No. 7 could attack, a hair of Huang's pierced through the man who was laughing the loudest like an arrow. The man's voice stopped abruptly as he turned around in horror. However, just as he was about to struggle, his body was instantly sucked dry and died. This scene frightened everyone present into silence as they looked at Huang in shock. Although a few people who were close to the killed man were furious when they saw their good friend killed, they did not dare to speak. That was because the person who was killed was not weak. However, that fur monster only used hair like threads to suck it into a dried corpse. He did not even have the chance to fight back or struggle. This ability was truly shocking. In addition, Tairi, the primordial pearl, and Long Chuan beside it were clearly not simple. Therefore everyone was stunned. No one dared to question why they had killed, and they were even more curious about these people's backgrounds. Whoever dares to offend my master again will suffer the consequences, Changjiang No. 7 said coldly. Although its appearance determined that even if it made the most ferocious expression, it still did not look ferocious at all. However, his words were filled with deterrence, and it was beyond their expectations. They finally understood why the man had been killed. It turned out that the fellow who had fainted was their master. If even his pet was so strong, his master must be very strong. However, since he was an expert, why did he faint from fright? Was he not strong enough and merely relied on his pets? Everyone was silent. Although they had various thoughts, no one dared to discuss it casually. The purple-haired old man frowned slightly, and he was also surprised by Liu's identity. Where did this guy come from to have such a powerful group of followers? Why did he stay on the first step for so long? It was not only the purple-haired old man who was puzzled, even Tairi, Long Chuan, and the others were puzzled. They had no idea why Liu kept staying on the first step. They naturally did not think that Liu could not withstand the pressure or was shocked by the scene inside. However, it was precisely because of this that they were increasingly puzzled. What's wrong with Master? Why? Before Changjiang No. 7 could finish his sentence, the halo on the first step disappeared. Finally he moved. Everyone's eyes focused as they looked at the next step. However, no halo lit up. All the halos had disappeared. Upon seeing this, everyone cursed with strange expressions. They felt that this person had definitely been eliminated, and their gazes had already gathered below the altar. However, no one fell from the altar. Everyone was even more puzzled, but right at this moment someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look up." Everyone looked up and was shocked to see a halo light up on a step in the middle of the altar. However, the Grand Star Lord's current location did not change. He was still a third of the way to the altar. This strange scene caused an uproar among the crowd. They were dumbfounded and shocked. What was going on? He was still on the first step a second ago, but in the next second he appeared at the waist of the altar. Were their eyes broken, or was the altar broken? Crossing thousands of levels in an instant? Everyone present felt that what they saw was as unreal as a dream. Haha, Master actually crossed thousands of levels in one step. Changjiang No. 7 shouted in surprise. See? Looks like the sect master was accumulating strength just now. The primordial emperor could not help but laugh. Everything that was happening was indeed a little dramatic. It was fine if Liu did not move, but this move shocked the world. He can actually cross thousands of levels in an instant. This is unbelievable. Tyree was also shocked. He knew all too well that the steps were augmented by extremely powerful laws. Everyone could only ascend step by step. He had tried before. Even crossing 2 steps in a row was extremely difficult. Although he knew that Liu was powerful, Tyree felt that it was already beyond his imagination that Liu could cross dozens of levels in a single step. However, they did not expect him to cross thousands of levels and arrive at the waist of the altar. This was indeed shocking. Could he really ignore all the power of law? Tyree thought to himself, but this made him even more excited. Perhaps he could see the first person to ascend the heroic spirit altar and enter the heroic spirit temple today. He was about to find out what was in the heroic spirit temple. Chapter 467, So fast, too, haha, foolish human, do you see this? This is our master's strength. Changjian number 7 laughed fearlessly. Everyone present was already stunned by the scene in front of them. They had ascended the heroic spirit altar many times and knew how terrifying it was. They also knew that it was impossible to cross more than 1 step. But how could they explain what was happening in front of them? They felt their worldview collapse, and they even suspected that they were dreaming. However, the most shocked person was naturally the Grand Star Lord, who had witnessed everything from the heroic spirit altar. At the moment, the Grand Star Lord stood on the steps with his mouth agape as he looked at the blurry figure more than 2,000 steps above him. He felt that his understanding had collapsed. He had just defeated a guardian heroic spirit and was about to resist the pressure and the laws. He wanted to take another step forward and reach the next level. In the end, he felt a figure fly past his head at high speed. It even brought with it a gust of wind that ruffled his long hair. Immediately after was the terrifying spatial fluctuation. It was as if a huge wave had struck him ruthlessly, almost causing him to fall down the steps. This was the first time he knew that there was someone in the heroic spirit altar who could fly. What was even more ridiculous was that after those guarding heroic spirits rushed at him, they instantly turned into smoke as if water droplets had touched red iron. In the end, he landed at the waist of the mountain. This was King ridiculous. How did he do it? Tai Xingjuan could not understand. However, the blurry figure in front of him seemed extraordinary and dazzling at the moment. It made Grand Star Lord seem to see the shadow of a god he had once glimpsed on the ancient road to heaven. However, Liu stood on the steps and frowned slightly as he sensed the pressure surging down from above. It had to be said that the pressure emitted by the powerful heroic spirits in the sky was indeed powerful. If not for that powerful pressure, he would definitely be able to jump to the top of the altar. After all, the law power here and the extremely compressed space were no obstacle for him. Looking at the heroic spirit phantoms that were watching him from above, Liu really wanted to sweep them all away with his sword so that he would not have to withstand the pressure they brought. However, when he thought about how this place might disappear if he destroyed those heroic spirits, he decided against it. At most, he would take a few more steps. At this moment, the sound of the zither became clearer and clearer. Every rhythm seemed to be striking Liu's heart, and in the end they reached a certain resonance, causing Liu's heart to be immersed in a type of urgent reunion. Niaoyin, wait for me. Liu stared at the top of the altar. He gathered strength in his legs, but the pressure pouring down from above became increasingly intense. However, no resistance could stop his indomitable will. Rumble. The altar under Liu's feet seemed to tremble and the surrounding space fluctuated. At the same time, the expression of the Grand Star Lord on the steps below suddenly turned ugly because he sensed that the pressure pouring down from above had instantly increased by several times. It was even better than when he reached the last 100 steps. Blast! With a loud bang, the Grand Star Lord saw Liu's figure tear through the space in front of him like a sharp sword that shot into the sky. It was as if it wanted to tear apart the heroic spirits that filled the sky. At the same time, a terrifying shockwave swept down from above. Not only that, but the entire altar shook violently the moment Liu jumped. It was as if there was an earthquake, and the Grand Star Lord saw a huge crack spreading down from above. The Grand Star Lord's expression changed drastically as he tried his best to withstand the shockwave. However, the power of the shockwave was too terrifying, coupled with the violent shaking of the altar. In an instant, the Grand Star Lord felt as if the world was collapsing, coupled with the sudden increase in pressure and the impact of space being compressed. It sent the Grand Star Lord flying. Outside the altar on the heroic spirit peak, before the surrounding crowd could recover from the shock, they sensed the intense vibration and the loud noise. Not only that, but the surrounding power of heaven and earth also fluctuated violently. Before they could react, they saw a figure appear from the void and smash heavily under the altar. Everyone focused their gazes and realized that the figure was none other than the Grand Star Lord. Gasp! Everyone was in an uproar again. Those fellows who were with the Great Star Lord rushed over and helped him up. However, before they could ask what had happened, everyone exclaimed again. Look at the top of the altar. Oh heavens, he's already on the last 100 levels. This is unbelievable. How did he do it? Is this person even human? Who is this person? He's too strong. When did such a terrifying expert appear outside? He reached the last 100 levels in 2 steps. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked to the extreme again and could not help but sigh. They had long forgotten about Huang's warning. Chapter 468, So Fast, 3, looks like Master is really going to create history and become the first person to reach the top of Heroic Spirit Peak. Changjiang number 7 laughed. Sect Master is too awesome. Tyree could not help but sigh. However, before everyone could sigh, another earth-shattering bang erupted from the altar. At the same time, everyone felt the ground under their feet tremble. Immediately the altar sank a section and the ground around it collapsed into cracks. Silence. Everyone was shocked into silence and froze on the spot. What kind of terrifying power was this? It could actually sink the altar. He felt that he only needed to use a little more strength to crush this heroic spirit altar. Space shook, the ground shook, and everyone's souls seemed to be trembling. Everyone looked at the altar in a daze as a halo lit up on the last 10th step. On the altar, Liu had already arrived on the 10th step, and he looked at the familiar figure in front of him with a complicated expression. The light blue dress outlined her graceful back. Her black hair was like a waterfall that danced gently along with the zither music. Her slender arms caressed the zither strings and played a mesmerizing song. At that moment her back was facing Liu as she focused on playing her zither. Even the earth-shattering sound did not affect her at all. However, right at this moment her zither music suddenly stopped, as if sensing something. Her jade-like hand stopped in midair and her fingers trembled slightly due to some emotion. She seemed to be about to turn her head, but she stopped. She placed her hand on the strings and lowered her head slightly. She sighed to herself, and her actions revealed the fear of disappointment in her heart. She was worried that she was hallucinating again. She was worried that everything would disappear if she turned around, leaving her with only disappointment. Until Liu spat out that name, Myoin. The moment this voice sounded, her delicate body trembled slightly and her long hair rustled. She picked up the zither and turned around, her exquisite and beautiful face filled with complicated emotions. There was surprise, joy, excitement, nervousness, and even a trace of sorrow. However, the moment she saw Liu, all her emotions transformed into the joy and gratitude of a reunion after a long time. Her beautiful eyes instantly melted. At the same time, countless memories that had been slowly sealed by time surged like a tide. Your Majesty! The woman's red lips parted slightly. Her voice was filled with excitement, but it was low, afraid of shattering the beauty in front of her. However, more memories of Yu Miaoyin surfaced in Liu's mind, and longing and heartache drowned him. He continued to walk up the stairs and slowly arrived in front of Yu Miaoyin. At this moment they could feel the warmth of each other's bodies, their breathing and their heartbeats. It was so real, so hot, and so intimate and familiar. Yu Miaoyin raised her hand slightly and reached out to Liu's cheek. Nervously and excitedly she touched it carefully, afraid that the familiar cheek would be destroyed with a single touch. Sensing the real touch, an excited smile finally appeared on her face. Her eyes suddenly turned red. She had crossed countless years of waiting and one step crossed the eternal world and pounced into Liu's arms to hug the person she had missed for countless years. Chapter 469, No Entry, 1. Liu's heart seemed to melt as he hugged Yu Miaoyin's soft body tightly. He even felt that it was not only their bodies but also their souls that were hugging each other. It was a spiritual contact that surpassed the physical body. This made Liu feel the happiness and gratitude he had not felt in a long time, the fulfillment and peace in his heart. It was as if the boat drifting with the tide had finally arrived on shore, like a traveler who had finally returned home. He had once envied Tyree's undying loyalty and protection for his lover. He was envious of the devotion and loyalty of great immortal Mi Lu and immortal Lu Qi. However, he did not expect that in a certain corner of this world there was a similarly infatuated and loyal woman waiting for him silently. She had endured countless years and silently guarded the love in her heart. Until the end of time it would never change. At this moment Liu seemed to believe in love again. It was as if he had found the feeling of being loved and the satisfaction in gratitude. That feeling was not due to those women's infatuation and admiration for him. It was a bond between the soul and the satisfaction of the spirit. They were two hearts that had been together for countless years and were perfectly compatible. The two of them hugged silently, but it was better than 1,000 words. They even knew all the emotions in each other's hearts and what the other party wanted to say. "Your Majesty, you finally come for your concubine." Yu Miaoying buried her beautiful face in Li Yu's chest and said softly. Emperor Yu had once given her the title of concubine. It was a form of address that she had never forgotten even after countless years. Upon hearing concubine Yu's name, Li Yu's two souls seemed to collide and some broken memories surfaced again. Li Yu could no longer tell if he was Emperor Yu Li Yu or the person who once lived on Earth. He still did not have many memories of Emperor Yu in his mind. In fact, apart from Yu Miaoying, he did not have many memories. However, he vaguely remembered that calling her concubine Yu back then seemed to be influenced by the story of "Farewell My Concubine." He felt that his predecessor was also a transmigrator, no, to be precise, the previous Emperor Yu was himself. However, for some reason he was reborn into the era billions of years later. He forgot his former identity as Emperor Yu, but he remembered what happened when he was on Earth. However, due to the lack of many blank memories in his two lifetimes, there was a sense of separation, making Li Yu feel that Emperor Yu was not the same person as him. However, his feelings for concubine Yu were so real and natural. The contradiction was intense and it made Li Yu uncomfortable. "Forget it, I won't think too much about it." Li Yu shook off his chaotic thoughts and decided not to think about what was going on. He only followed his true feelings. After all, life was a process of self-deception. If they were really that clear-headed, perhaps everyone would doubt their life, doubt themselves, or even lose their minds. "I'm sorry, I've forgotten many things. Fortunately, I haven't forgotten you." Li Yu hugged his arms tighter. A crystalline tear flowed down the corner of concubine Yu's eye, but it was a tear of happiness, the crystallization of all her thoughts. The endless years of waiting were worth it. Li Yu and concubine Yu hugged each other tightly as if time had already become eternal. However, outside the altar, everyone's burning gazes were fixed on the seventh last step. There was a halo there, as if the fire in the night had ignited the hope in everyone's hearts. Their state of mind had already changed from watching a joke to being shocked and to being excited and expectant. They hoped to witness a miracle with their own eyes and see the first person to step onto the top of the altar. Even the Grand Star Lord, who had fallen from the altar earlier, looked at the halo on it excitedly. Everyone was waiting for Li Yu to continue forward. However, after waiting for a long time, Li Yu still remained on the spot. Everyone could not help but feel complicated. Why isn't he moving this time? Yeah, there are only 7 more steps left. Work harder. Some people were anxious for Li Yu. They had thought that they would be able to witness history and miracles. Soon they would see the first person to enter the temple and witness a miracle. However, they did not expect Li Yu to suddenly stop there. Li Yu's previous strength made their faith firm. Perhaps he just encountered a more troublesome inner demon. After all, no matter how strong an expert is, they will have their own inner demon to overcome. It's possible he's already reached the last 7 steps. He's about to succeed. Hold on, isn't that the legendary place where the mysterious zither lady is? That's right, could it be that heroes can't resist beauties? Some people curled their lips into intriguing smiles. They thought to themselves that this expert might have taken a fancy to that zither-playing woman and forced himself on her. Perhaps he was just delayed talking to that woman. Is the sect master the person that woman is waiting for? Tyree's eyes suddenly brightened as he thought of a bold but likely truth. After all, in Tyree's opinion, be it in terms of appearance or strength, only an extraordinary person like Li Yu could match that woman. Only a legendary figure like Emperor Yu was worthy of such a legendary experience. Chapter 470, No Entry, 2. He thought of how Li Yu had stayed on the first step for so long after entering the altar and how he had stopped on the 7th step. Tyree felt that there was something fishy about this. Just as everyone was making wild guesses, Li Yu and concubine Yu were sitting on the steps in each other's arms, telling each other what had happened after they separated, even though the two of them could not remember most of it. However, from Li Yu's words, concubine Yu knew that Emperor Yu seemed to have really encountered danger back then and died after his rebirth. He could not remember many things. Fortunately, he came here and heard her zither music before remembering everything about her. Li Yu learned a lot about his previous life from concubine Yu. It was basically similar to what Changjiang number 7 had said, but there were still some things that he did not know. For example, the heroic spirit altar. The heroic spirit altar was originally in the primordial world. The last time Liu entered the primordial world was to ascend the altar and enter the heroic spirit temple. It was said that Liu ascended the altar and successfully entered the heroic spirit temple back then, but he never returned. Therefore she came here. Unfortunately, because of the fear of losing Liu, she could not defeat her inner demon. In the end, she could only reach the last 7th step and could no longer advance. The door of the temple could already be seen clearly. Therefore she sat facing the temple and waited for Liu's return. It was so long that she had even forgotten where she came from, her name, and even who she was. However, she always remembered that she was waiting for someone to return, someone she loved deeply. You mean to say that he entered the heroic spirit hall back then but never returned? Liu frowned slightly. From the various signs, he must have died in his previous life and returned. However, no one knew how he died. According to concubine Yu, he had died in this heroic spirit temple. What was there? What did I experience back then? Liu could not remember, but he was curious. He looked up at the heroic spirit temple as if the answer was right in front of him. He only needed to walk in to know the truth. Your Majesty, I beg you not to go any further. Don't enter that temple. Concubine Yu suddenly knelt on the ground and begged. She did not want to lose Liu and put him in danger again. Liu's heart softened when he heard concubine Yu's plea. However, he really wanted to understand what was there and what had happened there back then. Concubine Yu, let's go in together. This time I must understand what happened back then, Liu said in a low voice after a moment of silence. Concubine Yu fell silent when she heard Liu's words. Then she stood up and held Liu's hand as she nodded. In that case, I'll accompany you. She was not afraid of death as long as she could be with Liu. She was willing to die with him. Liu nodded, and then he held concubine Yu's hand and stepped onto the steps in front of him again. Blast! The altar shook again and the power of heaven and earth fluctuated violently. However, all the laws of heaven and earth and the power of heaven and earth could not affect Liu, who possessed the primordial origin true body. Even the highly compressed space could not stop Liu's advance. The only thing that blocked him was the pressure emitted by the countless ancient heroic spirits. However, to Liu this pressure was still no threat. He kept walking up the stairs. At the same time, everyone outside the altar was boiling with excitement. Their hearts seemed to be beating fiercely along with Liu's footsteps. Their blood seemed to surge to their heads as Liu continued to rise. They seemed to have penetrated the barrier outside the altar and seen the scene inside. They saw that extraordinary figure tearing apart all obstacles and breaking through all restraints. He pressed forward towards the top of the altar. It's really going to succeed. We're really going to witness a miracle. Everyone's hearts constricted, and they even subconsciously held their breaths as they stared fixedly at the gradually brightening steps. Finally, the last step of the altar lit up. At this moment, everyone's breathing disappeared and their hearts seemed to have stopped beating. The world seemed to fall silent. Every pair of pupils was staring at the steps, waiting for a miracle to occur. Soon the last step was extinguished. At the same time, the void above the altar glowed brightly. Countless rain of light fell and the world shook as auspicious signs filled the sky. Everyone fell silent for a moment before they boiled over. They knew that Liu had ascended the altar and become the first person in history. At this moment, the surrounding crowd was even more excited than Liu himself. It worked! Tyree was also excited. Perhaps he would know what was in the temple today. At this moment, water-like ripples appeared in the space around the altar. Immediately, an illusory light screen shattered and disappeared like a bubble. The actual scene in the altar surfaced. The barrier outside the altar has disappeared. Everyone exclaimed as their gazes gathered at the top of the altar. He immediately saw a man and a woman holding hands as they walked towards the temple. The man had a sword on his back and the woman had a zither on her back. Be it their appearance, temperament, or actions, they seemed compatible and harmonious. They were like a match made in heaven. Walking together seemed to be the best scene in the world. Upon seeing this, the surprise on everyone's faces intensified. They did not have to think to know that the woman must be the legendary Zither lady. So this is the person that woman has been waiting for. Grand Star Lord sighed. Everyone knew the answer when they saw the scene in front of them. Who is this person? Everyone looked at Liu with burning gazes. His extraordinary bearing made them revere and worship him. It also made them more curious about his background. However, Liu was unaware that so many people were watching him. When he held concubine Yu's hand and walked to the door of the temple, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. The system interface suddenly popped up in front of him, and it was a large red exclamation mark. No entry. Liu was shocked when he saw the system's notification. The system won't let me enter the heroic spirit hall either. This was the first time the system had issued such a warning. This warning almost piqued Liu's curiosity. What is in the heroic spirit temple that even the system won't let me in? Is there really danger inside? Is that the 0.0000123% I'm still missing from becoming invincible? Liu pondered. After all, he was not completely invincible yet. He still had the system mission to complete. Perhaps the system would only allow him to enter the heroic spirit temple after he completed the mission and became truly invincible. No matter how curious Liu was, he had no choice but to stop when he saw the system's reminder. He did not want to risk his life. Previously, he dared to bring concubine Yu to this temple because he believed that he had the system. He was far stronger than Emperor Yu in his previous life. Therefore, perhaps places that were dangerous to Emperor Yu in his previous life were not a threat to him now. After all, Liu felt that this altar was not as terrifying as the rumors described. If he really used his full strength, he might even have the ability to destroy this altar and the temple. However, now that the system had warned him, it was probably really dangerous. Seeing Liu suddenly stop, concubine Yu looked at him in surprise, but she did not speak. At this moment, the door of the temple slowly opened. It emitted a fascinating light and even a sense of inspiration. Liu frowned and looked at the temple door for a long time. In the end, he suddenly turned around and pulled concubine Yu down the altar. Upon seeing this, everyone revealed surprised and puzzled expressions. Chapter 471, Past and Present of the Nine Heavens Immortal Realm. 1. The moment the door of the heroic spirit temple opened, everyone's gaze gathered on it. They were attracted by the holy light emitted from the door, and their eyes could not help but reveal yearning. For a moment, everyone seemed to be immersed in the holy light, unable to extricate themselves, wishing they could enter. Go in. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go in. Everyone shouted anxiously in their hearts. They could not help but entrust their desire to Liu. It was like when he subconsciously put himself in the shoes of that stick. They urgently hoped that Liu would enter soon and look forward to what would happen next. They could not help but feel their blood boil and get excited as if they were the ones who wanted to enter. However, no one expected that Liu would turn around and leave after they got so excited. Furthermore, he left resolutely, without hesitation, without looking back. Liu's actions surprised everyone, and they suddenly felt angry that they had wasted their efforts. Why didn't he go in? Why? What's going on? Why did he leave? Everyone was in an uproar, and they could not help but feel depressed. If not for the fact that they were shocked by Liu's power, they really wanted to pull him over and question him. Why didn't the sect master enter the temple? Tyree was also puzzled and even felt inexplicably disappointed. He thought that he could find out what was in the temple today, but he did not expect that Liu did not enter. What did he see? Tyree frowned when the temple door opened just now. Liu might have seen something inside that made him change his mind. As Liu left the temple, the barrier that enveloped the altar surfaced again, concealing the scene inside. At the same time, Liu and concubine Yu's figures appeared below the altar. The moment the two of them appeared, the entire heroic spirit peak seemed to brighten up. The extraordinary looks and auras of the two made everyone fall into a daze. For a moment, they even temporarily forgot the disappointment and gloom in their hearts. However, soon unwillingness and disappointment drowned them again. They really wanted to ask why Liu did not enter. However, no one dared to be the first to ask. At this moment, the Grand Star Lord suddenly stepped forward and bowed with cupped hands. Greetings, expert. Liu glanced at the Grand Star Lord. The other party did not say anything else and asked directly, may I be so bold as to disturb you? It's because I really can't understand why you didn't enter the temple. That's the Holy Land that countless people once dreamed of. The expert is already close by, so why did you suddenly give up? I really can't understand. Please enlighten me. I'm willing to die for it. The Grand Star Lord's dedication to the heroic spirit altar was definitely the best among everyone present. He came from an extraordinary background and was once a peerless prodigy whose name shook the heavens. He was once the best choice for the sect's successor, but later on he wanted to step into the heroic spirit altar and enter the heroic spirit temple. Therefore he had been staying here for countless years. He had even cut ties with the sect long ago in order to fulfill the dream and obsession in his heart. However, he had tried and failed countless times. Now that he saw someone finally approaching the other side of his dream, he chose to give up. This made him doubt his life. Was all his persistence meaningless? Was the other side he yearned for a cottage that others disdained? It contains not hope but despair, Li Yu said seriously. His words surprised the Grand Star Lord, but he fell into deep thought. It was not hope but despair. What did that mean? It was not only the Grand Star Lord, everyone present fell into deep thought. Was this heroic spirit altar a scam? There was no heroic spirit inheritance or the opportunities they wanted. However, everyone was even more curious. What did Li Yu see in the temple that made him give up on entering the altar? Or did he sense something? In short, Li Yu's extraordinariness made everyone believe that he would never give up on entering the temple for no reason. There must be some sort of secret that they could not understand. In an instant, the obsession that many people had persevered for countless years suddenly collapsed. Following that, something called hope collapsed. It was just like how the hope in many people's hearts had disappeared when the Gate of Fortune was taken away by Li Yu. However, as a cultivator and an old monster who had experienced countless years, he naturally would not be defeated by such a small blow. Li Yu only wanted them to recognize the truth to prevent them from sending themselves to their deaths. Since it was dangerous for him to enter there, it was probably a disaster for these people. Seeing Concubine Yu walk over with Li Yu, Changjiang number 7 and Huang welcomed her excitedly and called out, "Greetings, Concubine Yu." When they saw the scene on the altar, they recognized her at a glance as Emperor Yu's true love back then, Concubine Yu. She was also the number 1 beauty and number 1 genius in the primordial world. However, they did not expect to meet Concubine Yu here. "So the two of you are here too?" Concubine Yu was also overjoyed when she saw the two of them. She picked them up and gently stroked them, and she vaguely returned to the happy days when she used to play with the two of them. Chapter 472, Past and Present of the Nine Heavens Immortal Realm. 1. She felt the warmth and joy of reuniting with her family. This feeling reassured her. "Concubine Yu, why are you here?" Changjiang number 7 asked curiously. "It's a long story, let's talk about it slowly later," Li Yu said. Then he looked at Tyree, Long Chuan and the others. "Let's continue." "Yes." Tyree returned to his senses and hurriedly led the way, flying towards the ZG Black Domain with Li Yu. Seeing Li Yu and the others disappear into the distance, everyone on Heroic Spirit Peak recovered from the complicated emotions they had just experienced. They looked in the direction Li Yu left with a complicated expression and sighed. "Who is this person? Does anyone here know this person's background?" Grand Star Lord suddenly asked loudly. Everyone's eyes brightened as they looked around in anticipation. They wanted to know the identities of those people until they arrived. "I know." A voice suddenly sounded, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The person who spoke was Heavenly Venerable Xian He, who had been watching from the side. "This is great. Then can you introduce us?" Grand Star Lord looked at Heavenly Venerable Xian He and asked, his eyes filled with anticipation and curiosity. "Sure, his surname is Li and his name is Yu. He's the strongest person in the myriad worlds. In his previous life he was the first emperor in history. Emperor Yu." Heavenly Venerable Xian He began to introduce Li Yu's life. He was in high spirits as he spoke, and his expression and words were filled with admiration for Li Yu. It was like a fan introducing his idol to others. Everyone was shocked as they listened to Heavenly Venerable Xian He's introduction, especially when they heard that Li Yu had swept away the threat of the burial Earthworld and led the immortal realm to destroy the demon realm. Everyone even suspected that Heavenly Venerable Xian He was making up a story. After all, the demon realm was in existence that even the immortal realm was afraid of. They could not believe that Li Yu could lead the people of the immortal realm to destroy the demon realm so easily. Is this true? This is unbelievable. No wonder he could ascend the altar so easily. Everyone sighed, but they were still skeptical. After all, Li Yu's achievements were simply too shocking. "You've been in the 10 Realms Rift for too long. Go back to the immortal realm and take a look. The answer you want is on the Heavenly Dao rankings. You can even learn the story of Emperor Yu from anyone," said Heavenly Venerable Xian He. He could tell that some people seemed to doubt his words. On the way to the ZG Black Domain, Liu and the others talked about the heroic spirit altar and Liu's previous life. Everyone knew why concubine Yu was in the heroic spirit altar and what had happened when Liu went to the primordial world back then. So Master died after entering the heroic spirit temple, said Changjiang number 7. What kind of existence is this heroic spirit temple? Tyree was even more shocked, and he understood why Liu had ultimately chosen to give up on entering the heroic spirit temple. Why did he say that the heroic spirit temple was not filled with hope but despair? However, this also made Tyree more curious about what the heroic spirit temple was. According to concubine Yu and Liu, this altar had existed since the primordial era and was still in the mysterious primordial space. No one knew its exact background and use. In fact, anyone who entered the heroic spirit temple to obtain the inheritances of the ancient heroic spirits might have guessed it later. However, who created this altar? What was its purpose? Liu suddenly looked at the primordial pearl at the side and asked, "Do you know about this heroic spirit altar?" As a Kane primordial treasure, the primordial pearl was born in the primordial chaos. It had existed since the beginning of the world. Clearly, it was living history. He should know a lot of things that others did not. I'm sorry, but this altar didn't appear when I possessed consciousness later on. In order to avoid the Heavenly Dao, I left the primordial chaos and hid. As you know, this also meant that I lost contact with the outside world. So Liu shook his head helplessly. He really could not count on this fellow. It seemed like he still had to solve the answer himself. Speaking of which, this altar was once in the primordial world. Why would it appear here? And was the Nine Heavens immortal realm really split from the primordial world back then? Long Chuan asked curiously. In fact, Tyree and even Liu were curious about this matter. He wanted to know what had happened after his death in his previous life. It was a pity that even concubine Yu did not know what happened after that, let alone Liu, who had lost his memory. Furthermore, she did not know anything about the Nine Heavens immortal realm. No, the Nine Heavens immortal realm, well, to be precise, the ancient immortal realm is only 1,000th of the primordial world. The primordial pearl suddenly added. Everyone looked at him in surprise, thinking to themselves, didn't this guy just say that he was isolated from the world and didn't know anything? After the great Magi Demon War, a new era began in the primordial world. The human race flourished until the era of Emperor Yu, when the human race completely controlled the primordial world. Emperor Yu and concubine Yu knew about it. However, after the death of Emperor Yu, the human race began to suppress the other races crazily, especially those enemy races that were treated as sinners by the human race. They were even driven to the northern region where the primordial world was connected to the demon god well. Later on, about 200 million years passed. I can't remember the details. I only heard from others that a strange calamity occurred in the primordial world. Humans were forced to migrate to the northern region where they had once exiled other races. In the end, the human emperor joined forces with all the human experts to isolate the north from the outside world. As for the northern region, it became the ancient immortal realm, later on the predecessor of the Nine Heavens immortal realm. As for the subsequent destruction of the ancient immortal realm, its decline, collapse and division, I don't know much about the details, but according to my guess, it's most likely related to those sinners and demons in the past. The primordial pearl's words allowed everyone to instantly understand the ancient immortal realm's previous life. In that case, the primordial world still exists, but it's completely isolated. Liu said he could not help but think of the heaven shrouding door, and he guessed that the once isolated primordial world should be behind it. He just did not know what happened there back then that made the humans abandon their homes and escape. What had that place become? Liu was curious, but since the system wanted him to open the heaven shrouding door, it meant that he could enter the primordial world. Perhaps he could find all the answers there. What happened in the primordial world after that? Changjiang number 7 was curious. I don't know the details either. Those people didn't say a word about this back then, and they forbade anyone from talking about it. Therefore, this led to the existence of the primordial world being drowned in the river of time. The primordial chaos pearl added. Looks like you know a lot, Liu said with a smile. The primordial pearl chuckled. After all I've lived for so many years, I'm sure I know something. Just as Liu and the others rushed to the ZG Black Domain, some subtle changes occurred on the Heavenly Dao rankings of the myriad worlds. The most striking thing was naturally one of the two names on the magic treasure rankings that many people were curious about. The name of the Phoenix Parasol Zither owner Ji became concubine Yu. Her background changed from the original unknown to the familiar name of everyone in the myriad worlds. That's quite a large This change caused another small commotion, but everyone was already used to such changes. They were used to those ownerless items, those extraordinary people becoming Liyu's items or his people. In the 10 realms, Rift Liyu and the others finally arrived at the ZG Black Domain after a long flight. This was a terrifying existence that was like a black hole in Liyu's previous life. The terrifying gravity inside formed a tremendous devouring power that devoured everything that approached it. According to the clues given by the system, the Kongtong seal was indeed in the Black Domain. Chapter 473, Another Self. 1. Liyu looked at the Black Domain in front of him. It could indeed be considered a forbidden area. Not many people in this world could face this black hole-like space. Even if they could enter alive, it would probably be difficult to return. Unless it was a special existence like Liyu and the primordial pearl that could transcend or resist the control of the laws of heaven and earth. "I'll go in myself, you guys wait here," Liyu said in a low voice. He felt that there might be many unknown dangers in the Black Domain, and bringing others along would become a burden. Furthermore, he had the system's guidance and was confident in finding the Kongtong seal. "Your Majesty, be careful." Concubine Yu held Liyu's hand, her eyes filled with worry. Although she believed in Liyu's strength, the trauma of Liyu not returning could be said to have penetrated into her soul. It had traumatized her greatly. It made it easy for her to feel anxious and worried, afraid that Liyu would be in danger and that she would lose him again. However, she knew that she could not selfishly tie Liyu to her side and not let him do what he wanted, or she could be willful enough to follow him and bring him unnecessary trouble. She had always known how to balance her own selfishness and the bigger picture. This was the woman who could suppress everyone back then and become the one who could truly enter Liyu's heart. After all, appearance only determined the beginning of love. Inner beauty was the key to the outcome and length of love. "Okay, don't worry, I'll be back soon," Liyu said with a smile, but he did not know that this sentence had cast a shadow over Concubine Yu's heart. This was because he had said the same thing the last time he went to the heroic spirit altar and never returned. However, Concubine Yu did not say anything else. She revealed a gentle smile and nodded. She believed that her true feelings had moved the heavens and allowed Liyu to mend the relationship with her. She would not lose him so easily. Liyu looked at the primordial pearl with a thought. It transformed into the form of a pearl again and was stored in Liyu's system space. The primordial pearl was born in the primordial chaos, and it was still a magic treasure. Liyu brought it along as a precaution. After putting away the primordial pearl, Liyu glanced at the Black Domain before his figure flashed and flew inside. When he approached the Black Domain, he immediately sensed an incomparably terrifying power capturing him and instantly dragging his body into the Black Domain. He was so fast that he seemed to have teleported. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's field of vision. Liyu did not resist the power at first and allowed it to bring his body in. However, when he sensed the spatial turbulence and storms inside the Black Domain, he immediately released the power of the primordial origin true body to resolve the powerful gravitational pull. His body became controllable again, but he did not stop. Instead, he used the inertia from before to continue flying inside. With the primordial origin true body and the great Dao golden body, those spatial turbulences and spatial storms were no threat to him. His body easily passed through the spatial turbulence that was enough to tear anything into pieces. Then he passed through a strange cloud layer condensed from countless high-speed particles. These strange particles seemed to have life and consciousness. After sensing Liyu, they immediately moved in an orderly manner as if they had condensed into sharp swords that stabbed at Liyu's body. However, the moment they touched Liyu's body, they immediately turned into nothingness. Just like that, Liyu passed through various mysterious spaces and saw various strange scenes. Finally, the powerful gravity disappeared and he successfully passed through the Black Domain and arrived in a chaotic space. Countless chaotic energies were mixed together, moving in a disorderly manner and colliding. The moment he arrived, Liyu almost instinctively thought of a name: primordial. This was the so-called primordial space. I didn't expect that this Black Domain was connected to the primordial space. As Liyu thought, many memories of the primordial chaos and the essence of the universe slowly surfaced in his mind. The so-called primordial chaos was the disorderly space outside the orderly universe. However, it was the driving force behind the operation of the entire orderly universe. The universe was born in this chaotic state. It was like the water that had been boiled by fire, boiling violently while constantly releasing energy. This energy was enough to destroy everything, preventing any matter from existing inside. It could only be torn into countless particles that boiled together and moved in a disorderly manner. Panga used his powerful divine power to transform into countless orderly laws. In other words, the so-called 3000 Great Dao forcefully turned the chaotic energy in matter into an orderly system. At the same time, he transformed the powerful and disorderly energy in the primordial chaos into the energy that supported the operation of this system. It was the power that maintained the operation of the laws. The simple understanding was like the steam engine when Liu was on Earth. It transformed the boiling hot water vapor into the power to push the wheels through an orderly mechanical system. This was the essence of the universe that Liu had understood and deduced in his previous life. Of course, this was his rough deduction of the principle. It was probably difficult for him to understand the details. After all, this was the ability of the creation god. Chapter 474, Another Self. 2. The existence of primordial chaos was not a secret to the primordial world in the past. Many people even believed that the primordial space was a space above the world. They believed that this place was not restricted by the laws of heaven and earth and was truly beyond the world. His goal was to enter the primordial space. It was just like those ignorant children who always imagined that the so-called free and democratic world was the true heaven, but they did not know that that was the true hell. The primordial space was not suitable for long-term living. Of course, this was for most creatures born in orderly spaces. Some special and powerful existences were born and resided in this primordial space. For example, Pangu's consciousness was born from the primordial chaos, the primordial pearl, the creation golden lotus, and other connate primordial treasures. There were also special creatures like Huang and Xingjiang number 7 who were also born in the primordial space. Looks like there were still people who spared no effort in searching for the primordial space in the ancient immortal realm. Liu thought to himself, according to the information he currently possessed, the heaven shrouding door was likely the barrier that completely isolated the primordial world from the ancient immortal realm back then. In that case, the Kongtong seal, one of the keys to opening the heaven shrouding door, must have existed during the ancient immortal realm. However, it was lost later on. Since the system indicated that it was in the primordial chaos, there was a high chance that its previous owner had brought it into the primordial space. However, for some reason the Kongtong seal was lost here. Liu restrained his thoughts and began to search for the Kongtong seal's shadow in this chaotic space. There seemed to be no sense of direction in this chaotic space. If he did not use the black domain as a reference, he would probably get lost if he entered. However, with the system's guidance, Liu quickly arrived at the approximate area where the Kongtong seal was. He saw the Kongtong seal floating in the chaos. At the moment, the Kongtong seal was enveloped in a golden halo. Powerful magic power formed a special domain that blocked the invasion of the chaos chi. After all, this was a divine artifact-level magic treasure that could withstand the refinement of the chaotic aura in the primordial space. Furthermore, it would become even stronger under the refinement of the energy in the primordial space. Liu quickly flew over and reached into the golden halo to grab the Kongtong seal. Ding! Successful collection of Kongtong seal. The system's voice sounded. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. He thought that he would encounter some obstacles or some ignorant fellows who would cause trouble for him and slap their faces while he was at it. He did not expect the process of obtaining the Kongtong seal to be so ordinary. However, just as Liu put the Kongtong seal into the system space, he seemed to sense a figure pass by in the distance like a ghost from the corner of his eye. At the same time, Liu realized that the surrounding chaotic energy seemed to have stopped for a moment. Even stranger was that the moment that figure flashed past, Liu felt as if an electric current had run through his mind. What's going on? Liu found it strange and he frowned slightly while he could not help but become vigilant. I was just teasing about how smoothly I obtained the Kongtong seal. It can't be that quick, right? Liu thought to himself, but he carefully observed his surroundings as if nothing had happened and he did not see anyone. It must be an illusion. Liu thought to himself. That figure appeared again. This time he stopped in his tracks as if he sensed Liu and looked over. However, when Liu saw this figure, he was shocked and then a sharp pain instantly swept through his brain. He looked at the figure carefully. It did not seem to be an illusion, so why was there another him here? Who are you? Liu endured his headache and asked. However, the figure did not answer. His eyes seemed unfocused as he looked in Liu's direction. He seemed to have sensed something amiss, but he did not see anything. In the end, he shook his head strangely and walked away again. Liu hurriedly chased after him, but the figure had already disappeared on the spot. Furthermore, Liu clearly noticed that the moment the figure appeared, the surrounding chaotic energy stopped again. As the figure disappeared, Liyu's headache disappeared. What's going on? Liyu was puzzled. There must be a reason for this abnormality. He kept feeling that something was wrong. Furthermore, he knew that it was not an illusion just now. Instead, it was as if a certain spatial dislocation had appeared, allowing him to see the past or the future him. He seemed to have sensed something amiss at that time, but he could not see anything. If it's really as I guessed, then was the me I saw just now my past or future self? Liyu pondered. He soon had an answer. It should be his past self or even his previous life. This primordial space is indeed strange. Liyu thought as he continued to observe his surroundings to see if he could see his figure again. After careful observation, Liyu did not see that figure again. He carefully recalled the special feeling in his mind when that figure appeared just now. However, he focused and repeated that strange feeling. Indeed, the headache came again. At the same time, everything around him seemed to have stopped. His previous life's figure gradually appeared in his vision. He was walking away with his back facing Liyu, but he seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly stopped and turned to look, his eyes filled with curiosity. It's here again. Liyu was slightly excited. This might mean that he could establish a spatial connection with his previous life. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to recover his previous life's memories. As Liyu pondered, the system interface suddenly popped up in front of him. It read, "Find the lost soul fragments of your previous life." Upon seeing this system notification, Liyu felt his head being struck by something with a buzz. The pain became even more intense, as if 10,000 lightning bolts were striking him. At the same time, Liyu felt that everything around him seemed to have become illusory. Everything was silent, and he seemed to have entered a strange time and space or latitude. The gaze of the figure in front gradually focused. In the end, he seemed to have seen him, and a wisp of surprise surfaced in his eyes. However, just as he turned around and walked towards Liyu, the still chaotic energy in the surroundings suddenly broke free from some sort of restraining power and moved again. Liyu seemed to have been forcefully dragged out of that strange spacetime by some sort of power, and his figure disappeared again. He held his head and calmed down for a while before recovering. Although a trace of memories of his previous life seemed to appear in his mind, he still had no clue. However, one thing was certain. So that figure is a soul fragment from my previous life. Furthermore, he should be living in a strange latitude in a certain time and space, unable to come into direct contact with me. But we have a natural connection and sensation towards each other. Liyu was surprised. He did not expect that the figure was formed from his soul fragment. He also understood why he had almost forgotten everything about his previous life. It turned out that it was only a portion of his soul that was reborn. If I can find this soul fragment, I should be able to recover my memories from my previous life. Perhaps I can know how I died in my previous life and what was in the heroic spirit temple. However, it was clear that it was not that easy to cross the dimension to find his soul fragment. With a wave of his right hand, a ray of light flew out and transformed into a pearl. It was the primordial pearl. Little primordial, help me suppress all the surrounding energy later, Liyu said in a low voice. The primordial pearl did not know what Liyu wanted to do, but it did not ask further and immediately replied, "No problem." Chapter 475, Remnant Soul 1. The primordial pearl immediately used its magic power to help Liyu suppress all the chaotic energy in the surrounding space. Liyu did not delay and immediately focused on finding that special feeling again. Soon the headache came again. He followed that feeling and continued to sense his soul fragment. Gradually he felt the voice in his ear disappear again. Everything around him became illusory again as he gradually entered the mysterious spacetime latitude. At the same time, the figure of his soul fragment slowly surfaced. This time he was not far in front of him. "Who are you?" the figure asked. This time Liyu heard his voice clearly. The other party had seen him too. "I'm you," Liyu replied. The figure was puzzled, but a trace of surprise seemed to surface in his eyes. He asked again, "Do you know who I am?" Liyu was not surprised to hear that this was only a wisp of remnant soul, so it should not have a complete memory or even a complete consciousness. Otherwise he could not have been trapped here all this time without knowing who he was. "I know," Liyu said. Then he stretched out his hand. "Hold my hand and you'll know." The remnant soul looked at Liyu's hand, then reached out as well. The power of the same source instantly connected with each other, and the two souls seemed to be guided by some sort of power as they immediately began to fuse. The remnant soul's eyes brightened as it walked towards Liyu step by step. In the end, it transformed into a wisp of a soul that fused into Liyu's mind. In an instant Liu felt countless broken images and information surge into his mind, transforming into countless electric currents that flowed through his brain, causing him to feel as if his mind was electrocuted and burnt. His consciousness came out of the strange spacetime latitude again, then he immediately sat cross-legged on the spot and began to fuse with the remnant soul, the memories and the consciousness. Although the primordial pearl did not know what was going on, he immediately stood guard for Liu. Only a moment had passed in the primordial world, but a few days had already passed outside the Black Domain. Concubine Yu lingered in front of the Black Domain waiting for Liu's return. However, as time passed, Liu's absence made her feel as if she was sitting on pins and needles. She had already repeatedly reminded herself that Liu would definitely return safely and she did not have to worry too much. However, the psychological trauma in the past had a huge impact on her. It was not only Concubine Yu. As time passed, Changjiang No. 7 Tyree and the others became more or less worried. It was not an exaggeration to describe Liu as invincible. He could even control the power of the Heavenly Dao. However, the vastness and profundity of the universe were not something anyone could understand. There were countless unknown and dangerous places, and even the Heavenly Dao had areas that it could not reach. No matter how powerful a creature was, it still seemed tiny in front of the universe. Therefore, they were worried that Liu would encounter some unknown danger in the Black Domain. After all, he had been in there for a few months. Furthermore, even if everyone was not worried that Liu would die, they were worried that he would be trapped inside. Over the past few months, everyone was silent. No one dared to say anything, afraid that it would touch Concubine Yu's sensitive nerves and make the atmosphere heavier. However, in the primordial space, Liu had finally completed the fusion of his soul and digested and absorbed all his memories. He had finally filled in a lot of the blank memories from his previous life. He could basically confirm that Emperor Yu in his previous life was also in the soul from Earth. It was a pity that many memories were still missing, especially how he had transmigrated to this world and become Emperor Yu. How did he become the #1 expert of the human race step by step? What did he experience after entering the heroic spirit temple? There were almost no memories of his previous life or his death. Clearly, he could not rush to recover his previous life's memories. Liu felt that he might really need to return to the primordial world. Perhaps he could slowly fill up his memories there. As for how he died, he would have to slowly solve the mystery. However, according to his current memories, he did not have a system in his previous life. He should have relied on his monstrous talent and opportunities to grow. Perhaps there was also the advantage of knowledge and structure when modern people returned to the primordial era. The current portion of his memories was basically similar to what Changjiang No. 7 and Concubine Yu had told him. It was just that there were more details and more things that others did not know. He became the #1 expert of the human race at that time and led the human race to glory, becoming the first emperor in history. Later on, he died in the heroic spirit temple, causing his soul to shatter. Almost everything that belonged to Emperor Yu had disappeared. Only the memories from before he transmigrated were left. After his rebirth, he obtained the system's enhancement. As the saying went, the system might be late, but it would never be absent. Although it seemed a little too late, it still appeared after his rebirth. If he had the system's blessing in his previous life, he would probably have completed those unprecedented achievements more easily. He probably would not die. Of course, although Liu was curious about how he died in his previous life, he did not dwell on it. He believed that he would find the answer eventually. Chapter 476, Remnant Soul, 2. When he opened his eyes, Liu's gaze suddenly became much deeper and steadier. It was as if his soul had suddenly aged. After all, after fusing with the memories of his previous life, his soul had already changed from a young man to a middle-aged man. Emperor Yu, you're awake. Seeing Liu open his eyes, the primordial pearl hurriedly manifested and greeted him. Okay, we can leave this place now, Liu said. Emperor Yu, I saw a special pearl fly past not long ago. I think it might be a divine artifact too, said the primordial pearl. Liu's brows twitched as interest surfaced in his eyes. Seeing this, the primordial pearl immediately said, It's not far from us now, I can still sense it. You can sense it? Liu looked at the primordial pearl in surprise. Yes, this is my birthplace and hometown. I can sense a long distance through the chaos chi here, said the primordial pearl. Why didn't you say so earlier? Liu complained. Hurry up and lead the way. The primordial pearl smiled and immediately led the way. Soon Liu saw a strange pearl wrapped in a ball of energy that floated and sank in the chaos. This pearl emitted a strange halo. It was like the sunset or evening, and it was pleasing to the eye. Liu immediately flew over and sensed that the energy emitted was not a threat. He grabbed it in his hand and easily captured it with the heart of heaven and earth. Ding! Successful collection of the first Night God Pearl. The system's voice sounded. So it's the Night God Pearl? Liu asked expressionlessly. He remembered seeing the Night God Pearl on the rankings. It was a magic treasure from the Night God realm. Liu had once complained about the name of the first Night Pearl. He did not expect the pearl that the Night God realm lacked to be here. Liu did not think much about it and put the pearl into his sack before saying to the primordial pearl, "Let's leave this place." Now that the Kongtong seal had been found, Liu did not want to waste any more time here. He was in a hurry to rush to the heaven shrouding door to see if it was really connected to the primordial world. Perhaps he could really open the door to a new world this time. Well, to be precise, it was his door to go home. After fusing with the memories of his previous life, Liu felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the primordial world. After all, that was where he had lived for a long time. Therefore he was filled with nostalgia for that place. Although there was no difference between day and night in the 10 realms rift, one could sense the passage of time. Furthermore, ordinary cultivators would judge the change in time according to the circulation of their internal breath. More than 40 days had passed since Liu entered the Black Domain, and it was in the immortal realm. Therefore Tyree Longchuan and the others were worried for Liu, not to mention concubine Yu. She had always been standing in front of the Black Domain and her gaze had never left it. Tyree and the others seemed to see that she had once looked forward to Liu's return. They could not help but be moved by her silent weight. Suddenly the space in the Black Domain fluctuated violently as energy gushed out. The center of the pitch-black Black Domain lit up with a dazzling light. Concubine Yu's melancholic eyes revealed surprise and her lips curled into a delighted smile. She was well aware that Liu had returned smoothly. He did not go back on his word this time. Master should be back. Changjiang number 7 jumped up happily and shouted excitedly. Tyree Longchuan and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Liu had finally returned. Indeed, the light became brighter and brighter and the spatial fluctuations became more and more intense. Liu's figure appeared in everyone's field of vision. Seeing Liu's figure, concubine Yu finally felt at ease. She saw Liu leave the devouring range of the Black Domain and fly towards them. Concubine Yu could not wait to welcome him. Your Majesty, did everything go smoothly? Yes, I've already found the Kongtong seal. Moreover, I found a wisp of remnant soul there and many memories of my previous life. Liu said with a smile. Concubine Yu was even more surprised when she heard Liu's words. Meanwhile, Changjiang number 7 hurriedly asked, "Then does Master remember what happened in the heroic spirit temple?" It's a pity that this portion of my memories is still blank. Liu shook his head helplessly. He wanted to find it too. His Majesty will remember it sooner or later, but it's good to forget some unhappy memories. Concubine Yu said with a smile. This trip to the 10 Realms Rift is over. We can leave now. It's time to open the heaven shrouding door. Liu said with a smile, his eyes filled with anticipation. Upon hearing Liu's words, the eyes of Changjiang number 7 and concubine Yu were filled with anticipation. As people of the primordial world, they yearned to return to their hometown. The Emperor Yu Academy in the Forsaken Heaven Immortal Realm had long been completed. Today was the day of the assessment for the first batch of disciples. More than 100,000 young disciples from countless factions of the various immortal realms gathered on Emperor Yu Mountain waiting for the entrance examination to begin. At the moment, Emperor Yu Mountain was filled with a sea of people and was bustling with noise and excitement. The disciples of the various families were basically accompanied by their elders. The young men and women were either chatting and laughing confidently or they had serious expressions. Some were so nervous that they could not sit still, while others were filled with anticipation. The scene was similar to the scene in front of the college entrance examination hall. Son, don't be too nervous, you can do it. Don't worry, father, I won't disappoint you. Okay, I believe you. Hey Lingfeng, your cultivation seems to have improved after not seeing you for a while. It's the same for brother Zishu. Haha, in order to enter the Emperor Yu Academy, everyone has worked hard to cultivate. I naturally can't be negligent. It's useless to rely on hard work alone to enter the Emperor Yu Academy. Ants work hard every day, but they're still ants in the end. An unfriendly voice sounded from the side. Hey Lu, do you think you're better than anyone? Stop being sarcastic. If you have the ability, go and compete with the Gongshu family and the Qin family sequence. Brother Zishu, my father once told me not to compare myself to fools. In the crowd, the disciples of some factions who did not have a good relationship were also filled with hostility. This selection was also a competition for them. As there were limited spots, entering the Emperor Yu Academy would definitely be their chance to soar in the future. However, right at this moment, someone in the crowd noticed the fluctuations emitted by the Heavenly Dao rankings and immediately noticed the changes on it. Look, that Kongtong seal has also been obtained by Emperor Yu. Yeah, indeed, these ownerless magic treasures can't escape from Emperor Yu. Emperor Yu is amazing. Everyone discussed. Looks like your trip has been smooth, Sect Master. Feng Xian said with a smile. The Sect Master should be back in a few days. Morong Xingqiao said. If only I had done it earlier, I could have made it in time for today's assessment. It's almost time to activate the teleportation array. Ji Qinglan said. The test this time required these young disciples to pass the Dao-seeking Towers test and test. Therefore, these people would head to the Qingyun sect through the teleportation array in the Emperor Yu Academy later. Okay. Feng Xian nodded and quickly activated the teleportation array in the academy. He had set up this teleportation array, and it was definitely the most powerful legend in the world. Of course, the method of setting up the teleportation array was also taught by Morong Xingqiao. As Feng Xian opened the teleportation gate, Ji Qinglan arrived above the crowd and announced the start of the assessment. This assessment will be held in our sect's Dao-seeking tower, so please queue up in an orderly manner and follow me into the teleportation array. Ji Qinglan said. Upon hearing his words, a commotion broke out among the crowd. He's actually undergoing the assessment in the Qingyun sect. This is great. In that case, we still have a chance to visit the number one blessed land in the world this time. Yeah, this trip was worth it. The group of youths was excited. Immediately, under the guidance of the administrators of the Emperor Yu Academy, they quickly lined up and entered the academy in an orderly manner. Finally, they followed Ji Qinglan into the teleportation array. Chapter 477, Primordial World, 1. In the Night God realm, Tianshu, who had returned from the ancient road to heaven half a month ago, stood in front of the Night God Palace and looked at the rankings with a grave expression. However, when she saw that the last Night God Pearl, First Night, had become Li Yu's possession, her expression could not help but sink and she had mixed feelings. After she returned, she learned that the Evernight Heavenly Venerable had already entered the 10 Realms Rift to find the last Night God Pearl, First Night. However, she did not expect that 3 days ago the Evernight Heavenly Venerable and the others would suddenly return with heavy injuries. Only 3 of the 10 top experts of the Night God realm had returned, and they were also severely injured. As for the Evernight Heavenly Venerable, his life was in danger. His soul had been severely injured and he had been in a coma since then. According to their entourage, they were attacked by the ghost cultivator named Shinji and the ancient ferocious beast he controlled in the 10 Realms Rift, and they suffered heavy casualties. The other party wanted their Night God Pearl, but the Evernight Heavenly Venerable would rather die than submit. In the end, his soul was severely injured by the divine power. Later on, he used a forbidden technique to burn his blood and soul to lead them to fight their way out. However, his injuries were worsening. He was almost at the end of his rope. Tianshu was well aware that her master's lifelong wish was to collect the Night God Pearl. Now he was finally short of the last pearl to fulfill his great ambition and complete his lifelong wish. Therefore, he would rather die than hand over the Night God Pearl. It was a pity that although he saved the Night God Pearl, he had almost exhausted himself. I must bring First Night back for my master, Tianshu said with a firm gaze. She knew that this was her master's wish. Although she did not know if her master could still wake up, she must fulfill this wish for her master. Furthermore, according to her master, the Night God Pearl could unleash divine power and condense the power of the Night God. It might have a chance to help her master recover. However, it was impossible to snatch it from Li Yu. During her return, she had heard everything about Li Yu and knew that he was someone that their Night God realm could not offend. Fortunately, Li Yu should be a righteous person with both virtue and talent. Therefore, she believed that she could persuade Li Yu to return First Night to the Night God realm. At most, they would use the other magic treasures and treasures in the Night God realm's treasure vault to exchange for it. But how can I meet Li Yu? It's probably difficult for me to approach a peerless expert like him, Tianshu pondered. Before seeing him again, I still need to understand him in detail. I have to make sufficient preparations first. She did not like to fight an unprepared battle. Only by knowing her enemy could she know what conditions she could use to exchange for it. Or what kind of words and methods could convince him. In the Qingyun sect, 20,000 young disciples from the various immortal realms arrived through the teleportation array, causing the entire Qingyun sect to instantly become lively. This was only a small portion of the immortal realm disciples who had come to answer the summons. The majority of the remaining people were still waiting in Emperor Yu Mountain. After arriving in the Qingyun sect, these immortal realm disciples were like a group of country bumpkins who had never seen the world. All of them looked amazed. As their eyes widened, they looked around and sighed endlessly. As expected of the number one Holy Land, this place is too extraordinary. Oh heavens, this immortal energy and Dao runes are too rich. I'm really envious of these mortal disciples. They actually have the chance to cultivate in such a precious place. Yet Emperor Yu is really benefiting this world. I'm so envious. I wonder if I'll have the chance to cultivate here in the future after becoming a disciple of the Emperor Yu Academy. Probably. Looking at the expressions of the immortal realm disciples, the Qingyun sect disciples discussed softly, why do these people from the immortal realm look like they have never seen the world? Yeah, from the looks of it, they're not much better than when we first arrived. Sai, looks like the people of the immortal realm are only so. Our Qingyun sect is the best. I won't go even if the immortal realm wants me to. Alright, everyone has an idea. Ji Qinglan's voice suddenly sounded later. You can enter the Dao Seeking Tower one after another according to the number you received previously. 1,000 people can enter at once. Ji Qinglan began to announce the details of the assessment. The assessment method this time was not complicated. It allowed these young people to enter the Dao Seeking Tower to challenge the levels. In the end, the top 10,000 would be selected according to the overall ranking as the first batch of disciples. Now that the Dao Seeking Tower had been upgraded by the Heavenly Dao, it was easy for the space inside to accommodate more than 10,000 people for the assessment. Upon hearing Ji Qinglan's words, the young disciples of the immortal realm became nervous. After all, the next assessment would affect their fate. If they could enter the top 10,000, they could become a disciple of the Emperor Yu Academy with a promising future. Otherwise, they would brush past opportunities. However, the method of the assessment gave many hope, especially those who were not that talented but worked hard. If this assessment was judged solely on talent, their chances were extremely slim. Now that the Dao Seeking Tower was a comprehensive test for a person, it gave them a high chance. At the very least, it could allow them to make up for the difference in their cultivation through other advantages. Chapter 478, Primordial World, 2. With Ji Qinglan's order, the disciples in the top 1,000 entered the Dao Seeking Tower one after another. With nervous and excited hearts, they began the most important test of their lives, a test that determined their fate. After Li Yu came out of the Black Domain, he immediately led everyone on the return journey. However, just as they approached Heroic Spirit Peak again, they suddenly saw a large group of people flying past in the distance. Those people had empty eyes, expressionless faces, and stiff bodies. Behind them was a ferocious-looking giant beast. There was a coffin on the giant beast's back with a flag stuck in it. It looked like a funeral procession from afar, but Li Yu noticed something amiss after a closer look. Some of these people were familiar faces. They were from the ancient families of the immortal realm. There was even a familiar face, Yu Rong. However, Yu Rong's face was no longer as lively as before. Her eyes were empty, as if she had become a puppet. Li Yu frowned slightly when he saw this. An unknown fire rose in his heart. He did not have to think to know what had happened. These people were probably controlled by someone, and they might even have become puppets. His figure flashed and instantly arrived in front of the crowd, blocking their path. Li Yu's appearance blocked the advance of the funeral procession. However, those puppets still had no expression on their faces. However, he sensed a glimmer of light flash through Yu Rong and some of the people from the immortal realm. It was as if they still had some consciousness and had not completely become puppets. Where did this brat come from? How dare you block my path? A sinister voice sounded from the coffin. At the same time, the flag surged violently and the vast power stirred up raging waves in the surrounding void. So it's my Pango banner. Li Yu recognized the flag stuck in the coffin. This was the information in his newly fused memories. The Pango banner and the Shenyuan sword were magic treasures refined by him in his previous life. They were refined from the materials and fragments of the primordial treasure he had obtained in his previous life. It seemed that after he died, these magic treasures wandered here and were obtained by this person. Furthermore, the Pango banner, which was originally fine, was filled with densine energy and monstrous ghost energy. Li Yu did not recognize it at first glance. Sensing the magic power fluctuations emitted by the Pango banner, he confirmed that it was the Pango banner. Since this was the Pango banner, the fellow in the coffin was likely the mysterious person called Shinji. "You're Shinji?" Li Yu asked coldly. There was a long silence in the coffin before the sinister voice sounded again. "You actually know me? Stop pretending and get out here." Li Yu snorted coldly. His words were law, and the coffin lid on the ferocious beast's back was sent flying by a powerful force. A figure was pulled out by an invisible force. This person was enveloped in strange armor and held an ancient sword in his hand. However, there was no physical body in the armor, only a wisp of sinister soul. "Who are you?" Shinji's voice became low and even his aura weakened. They were clearly shocked by Li Yu's ability to execute laws. "Let these people go," Li Yu ordered coldly. His voice was dignified and unquestionable. He knew that many of these puppets had definitely become puppets. Perhaps only some newly captured people who had not had the time to be refined could be saved. Upon hearing Li Yu's words, the soul body under Shinji's armor fluctuated slightly and the sinister aura around him intensified again. He was well aware that he had probably gotten into trouble. Those new outsiders he had captured this time probably had friends. Although he did not know the other party's background or strength, his instincts told him that this person was definitely not to be trifled with. I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to offend you, and I didn't know that you had friends here." Shinji smiled apologetically and immediately formed hand seals to remove the spell that controlled those newly captured people. In an instant, Yurong and many people from the immortal realm woke up as if they had a nightmare. They exclaimed and gasped for breath. Beads of sweat instantly broke out on their foreheads and their faces were pale with lingering fear. Emperor, you saved us!" Someone noticed Li Yu and was immediately overjoyed. The others looked at Li Yu as well, feeling extremely grateful and glad that they had escaped death. They were well aware that without Li Yu only death awaited them. That old ghost cultivator's strength was terrifying. Even a heavenly venerable was not his match. "Thank you for saving our lives, Emperor Yu." Everyone knelt. "Brother Li Yu." Yurong returned to her senses and rushed over with a pleasantly surprised expression. She jumped onto Li Yu's body before being removed by Li Yu. In the end, this girl was like soft silk that immediately wrapped around Li Yu's arm and he could not shake her off. "This is great, Brother Li Yu, you really came to save me. I knew you would appear. You always appear when I'm in danger." Yurong hugged Li Yu's arm tightly with tears in her eyes. The danger she encountered this time really scared her. She thought she was dead meat. However, at her most desperate moment, she wondered if Li Yu would appear miraculously and save her. That was only the last hope and illusion she gave him when she was in despair. However, she did not expect Li Yu to really save her. "What should I do? You've saved my life again. I really have to use my body." "Hold on, I just don't like this guy. Saving you is only a matter of convenience." Li Yu blocked Yurong's mouth. He naturally knew what this girl wanted to say. Furthermore, he hated girls who only knew how to talk without any sincerity. I don't believe you." Yurong pulled Li Yu's palm away and said with a smile. Seeing Li Yu shift his attention away from him, Shinji was about to escape when he was entangled by a thread. It was Huang's fur. "It's not over yet and you want to leave?" Li Yu asked coldly. "I've already released your friend and everything is a misunderstanding. What else do you want?" Shinji said in a low voice. He looked at Tyree, Huang and the others with some fear. The feeling these people gave him was not simple. Clearly he had really encountered a tough nut to crack this time. "Emperor Yu, this person has killed many people from the various immortal realms. My younger brother's soul was devoured by him. Emperor Yu, please seek justice for us." "That's right, please uphold justice for us, Emperor Yu." Everyone knelt and begged again. "Brother Li Yu and the others are right. This person is evil. He killed many people. If you hadn't saved us this time, we would have definitely been killed by him and refined into puppets," Yurong said indignantly. Li Yu did not speak. In fact, he did not intend to keep this person without their petition. After all, the Xianyuan sword and the Pango banner were his magic treasures and he had to take them back. Furthermore, this person was clearly a dissident. The best way to deal with dissidents was naturally to eliminate them forever to prevent future trouble. Seeing that the situation was not good, Shinji immediately controlled the Pango banner to create a powerful magic power domain. At the same time, he activated the armor outside his body to resist the restraining power of Desolate's hair before transforming into a wisp of a ghost that instantly escaped. Then he attached himself to the Xianyuan sword and prepared to escape. The entire process was done in one go. It was so quick that many people could not react in time before the Shen Yuan sword flew away without a trace. Li Yu snorted and formed hand seals. The Shen Yuan sword instantly flew back. At the same time, the aura of the Pango banner suddenly changed. Then it was like a large hand that instantly enveloped the Shen Yuan sword. How can you control my magic treasure? The trapped Shinji was shocked and exclaimed. Your magic treasure? This is a magic treasure refined by me in my previous life. Li Yu said coldly. Hearing Li Yu's words, Shinji was shocked and immediately understood what kind of existence he had encountered this time. The fear from his soul instantly drowned him and he panicked. Chapter 479, The Heaven Shrouding Door is actually, 1. Li Yu did not say anything else to Shinji. He destroyed his essence soul and kept the soul power in the Netherworld River diagram as nourishment. The reason why Li Yu did not directly put him into the Netherworld River diagram was that he was worried that this fellow was too powerful and would devour other dead souls in the Netherworld River diagram to improve his strength. If he caused any trouble in the future, he would kill him directly. As Shinji's essence soul was destroyed, his name on the rankings turned gray, followed by the word deceased. Then his name disappeared from the rankings and was replaced by Li Yu's. Upon seeing this, countless people from the immortal realm were calm as if everything was natural. Of course, this news was satisfying for everyone in the Night God realm. This was especially true after Tian Shu saw that Shinji had been killed by Li Yu. He brought this upon himself. This person has ultimately offended Li Yu. Although that was what he thought, Tian Shu still felt uncomfortable. After all, his master was in danger. Even if Shinji died 10,000 times, it would not save his master's life. In the 10 Realms Rift, after Li Yu dealt with Shinji, he killed the ancient ferocious beast with a single strike. Then he brought Yu Rong and continued to fly towards the entrance of the 10 Realms Rift. On the way, Yu Rong learned about Li Yu's previous life and she became familiar with concubine Yu as if they were good sisters who had known each other for many years. As for an intelligent woman like concubine Yu, she could naturally tell what Yu Rong was thinking and knew that she really admired Li Yu. She was already used to such things and she had never been jealous or hated other women. In his previous life, Li Yu was also surrounded by various geniuses. Countless women admired him and were even willing to sacrifice their lives for him. She had never believed that she loved Li Yu the most in the world. Perhaps there were many people who could love Li Yu as deeply as she did. However, she was confident that she knew Li Yu the best and was the most compatible with him. It was as if they were destined to be together. Only she could truly enter Li Yu's heart and live in the depths of his soul. Therefore, she was never worried that someone would snatch Li Yu's heart and replace it one day. She had never minded other women admiring Li Yu, nor would she be jealous of those people. This was because she already possessed the most luxurious and precious thing in the world, Li Yu's heart. On the way, Li Yu asked Yu Rong about his father and found out that Heavenly Venerable Kai Wei had already returned to the Sovereign Realm and his father had already stepped into the Great Saint Realm. The Flower Realm was already gradually flourishing. It would probably recover its former prosperity in less than 100 years. As for their relationship, it was so blissful and sweet that it made one jealous. Li Yu could hear the pain of being stuffed to the point of indigestion from Yu Rong's words. Furthermore, Yu Rong had come to the 10 Realms Rift because she had originally planned to come to the Qingyun sect to find Li Yu. Later on, she learned that he had headed to the 10 Realms Rift, so she came here. He did not expect it to be so dangerous here and almost lost his life. As everyone chatted, they unknowingly arrived at the entrance of the 10 Realms Rift. Then they left the 10 Realms Rift together and returned to the Jingxing realm. After returning to the Jingxing realm, Li Yu and the others returned to the Qingyun sect first and learned about the selection of disciples in the Emperor Yu Academy. Currently, tens of thousands of disciples had already completed the assessment and their rankings were constantly changing. The competition could be said to be extremely intense. Those young men and women who were already outside the top 10,000 felt incomparably depressed and sad because they were no longer fated to enter the Emperor Yu Academy this time. As for the next time, the chance was probably slim too. Morong Xingqiao, Ji Qinglan and Feng Xian did not disappoint Li Yu. The construction of the Emperor Yu Academy went smoothly. However, Li Yu's mind was already focused on the Heaven Shrouding Door, so he had no time to pay attention to the upcoming recruitment process of the Emperor Yu Academy. He also believed that with the three of them around, the academy would quickly get on the right track and become the #1 academy in the myriad worlds as he had hoped. Yu Rong, we're going to search for the ancient primordial world next. If you're unwilling to return to the Flower Realm, you can stay in the Qingyun sect to cultivate. You can also go to the Emperor Yu Academy, Li Yu said to Yu Rong. Looking for the primordial world? Wow, that sounds interesting. Can I come with you? I promise to be very obedient and not cause you any trouble. Euron looked at Liu with a face full of joy. This isn't something fun, it might cost you your life, Liu said with a serious expression. Seeing that Liu did not agree, Euron suddenly turned to concubine Yu and begged, Sister Yu, can you bring me along? This way I can talk to you along the way and serve you and make you happy. Concubine Yu smiled when she heard Euron's words, and then she looked at Liu and said, let her come with us, I'll take good care of her. After spending the past few days with Euron, concubine Yu liked this eccentric girl. Furthermore, as she had said, having her company along the way would indeed increase the fun. Liu looked at concubine Yu. Since she had agreed, he had nothing to mind. Although Euron was a little weak, any one of the experts beside him could protect her. Chapter 480, The Heaven Shrouding Door is actually, too. Furthermore, it was as Euron had said, her lively and cheerful personality could always infect the people around her and bring joy to them. Let's go, it's time to set off, Liu said in a low voice. Seeing that Liu did not object, Euron cheered happily. Then she picked up Changjiang number 7 and rubbed it against her face. Hee hee, little cutie, I can continue to hug you. However, Changjiang number 7 looked as if he had nothing to live for. However, he knew the relationship between Euron and Liu, so he could only lie down and be stroked. Of course, no one knew what he was thinking. Liu brought Tyri, concubine Yu, Euron, Longchuan, Changjiang number 7 and Huang Dengren through the teleportation array to the Emperor Yu Academy. Immediately he set off for the chaotic divine region and successfully arrived at the Luoha ancient city. The current popularity of Luoha ancient city was not as good as before. After all, the Luo River was formed from the Luo River diagram, and Fairy Luo he had already become Liu's woman. The opposite side of the river was not as extraordinary as the legends said. Coupled with the fact that Fairy Luo he had almost never appeared again, the attraction of the ancient city's core had already faded significantly. Of course, the city was still a paradise for men to indulge in. This portion of the crowd was not much smaller than before. Furthermore, there were still many people who were infatuated with Fairy Luo he or had come because of her reputation. They lingered there with a trace of obsession or illusion, hoping to see her again. However, almost no one thought of crossing the river anymore. Fairy Luo he won't appear again. Stop dreaming and go back to where you came from, an old man sitting by the river and fishing said in a low voice. However, not many of the men beside him paid attention to the old man's words. Only a refined young master looked at the old man and said, there are no fish in this river. Then what are you fishing here for? You don't understand, it's normal to fish where there's fish. Catching fish in a place without fish is called capability, said the old man. Upon hearing the old man's words, the young master frowned. He thought that the old man was crazy, so he turned around and ignored him. In the end, the old man suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha, he took the bait. As he spoke, the old man raised his fishing rod. Indeed, there was a lively big fish on the other end of the fishing line. The young master was dumbfounded as he cursed. However, right at this moment, the young master's eyes widened again. His gaze instantly shifted from the big fish the old man had caught to the center of the Luo River. A look of surprise surfaced on his face. Fairy Luo he has appeared. Everyone on the shore exclaimed. Everyone's gazes gathered as they saw the peerless figure that was indescribable, with all the beautiful words in the world, fly up from the Luo River. For a moment all the men on the shore were stunned. Their eyes were immersed in Fairy Luo he's beautiful face and figure, and they could not extricate themselves. Fairy Luo he stepped lightly and arrived at the shore in a few steps. Then, under the infatuated gazes of the men on the shore, he walked straight to Liu and bowed. Luo Luo welcomes master. In an instant everyone's gazes gathered on Liu, but they were immediately attracted by the other two women behind Liu. The surprise in their eyes intensified because the two women were also beautiful, especially the more mature one, who was on par with Fairy Luo he. Liu nodded, then he led everyone into the Luo River. Fairy Luo he followed closely behind and quickly disappeared across the river. Everyone on the shore was disappointed and envious as they watched Fairy Luo he leave with Liu and the others. The woman they could only dream of was only a maidservant, and she had more than one such beauty by her side. Side comparisons are odious. After Liu and the others crossed the Luo River, they quickly flew towards the Heaven Shrouding Door. The chaotic laws of heaven and earth here had already been repaired by Liu. Therefore, it did not take much effort for everyone to arrive at the Heaven Shrouding Door. It was a door formed by two bronze doorposts that were as flat as swords. Complex patterns were engraved on them. Below was a gigantic circular platform that was also engraved with mysterious and ancient totems and runes. Not only that, but there were 7 circular grooves arranged like the 7 stars of the Big Dipper on the circular platform. There was an even more complicated hole in the middle. It's here. Liu walked to the circular platform and looked at the ancient door that seemed to be connected to the world. At the moment Liu was a little excited. Perhaps after opening this door a world would really be opened for him to return to the primordial world. However, he did not know what had become of it with the passage of time. Liu did not say anything else and took out the yin-yang pearl, the 5 spirit pearls, and the